What's up, everybody? Thanks for showing up for the Clubhouse. Sorry we're a couple minutes late. I was in the middle of an interview with a very special guest on our going to be coming out to our channel soon. So, I had to look professional, got a backdrop. But in honor of Power of the Force, I am wearing a Darth Vader tie. So
that's disrespectful. Disrespectful.
I did it just for you, brother. Just for you, Mr. Spaceballs. How's everybody doing tonight?
Good. Tired.
Yeah.
I was bored backstage alone by myself doing nothing.
You didn't start playing with yourself, did you?
No, I got a lot of toys to play with.
Okay.
You should have popped into the other stream. You should have popped into that other one that Ed was doing an interview on. Maybe you'll see it on Tuesday.
Yeah.
How was I supposed to pop into that?
So you were bored.
You are Toy Lee, right?
What did you play with, Lawrence? Anything good? What do you got there?
Scarlet Spider.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I was doing my review and taking pictures, and I have absolutely no Spider-Man, believe it or not. Dude, I wasn't sure if I wanted to open it because it seemed like it was going to be one of those ones that didn't show up. Oh, hey, look, you still haven't opened them. You whined and bitched about it, and then you're going to open them. Where's everyone else getting them? I'm like, that's because they didn't want to send it because they're going to sit there.
Spider-Man, Rebel 10 Customs does a really kick-ass cloth hoodie for that.
For this?
Yeah. My buddy Rob, the Teflon there that I do pictures with on IG, he bought the hoodie for him that she makes. It is beautiful. It fits perfect.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really need to move much. I mean, I guess if you could have it go up, it'd be nice. But it's.
I mean, if you don't care about it, I mean, he wanted it to be a little bit.
Yeah, no, and I have no problem with that. You know how I am. But what I like about this is you can get the ab crunch, and I don't know if other Spider-Men are like this. You get a full ab crunch, is that the body twist up top.
Oh.
So it doesn't cause any problems.
Torso twist?
Yeah.
Nice.
So it doesn't cause any problems, which is really nice. But he's just, I mean, the only paint apps are in his eye. Everything else is just the red plastic. There's no lines or anything on them, but really smooth. And I was able to get some pretty good shots.
No toe articulation, right?
No, it has toe articulation.
Oh, does it?
And you'll see on my pictures, I have him standing on his toes.
Oh, nice! They actually put some toe articulation back into Spider-Man. Good for them.
Yeah. Well, they started doing that. You can kind of see the.
Oh, yep.
You can see my sticky tack from him hanging on things, not from getting him to stand, but from hanging upside down or on walls.
It's never good to say you got sticky tack on your figures, Lawrence.
Yeah, that's where you got the sticky from.
The sticky icky.
Corey, I got a gripe with you.
Hey,
before you go,
right? Let's pop through the chat and say hi to everybody real quick. So Lawrence is here, of course, as you can see. Travis is here. You're not alone. Lawrence was feeling lonely. Did someone give him a hug? I'm gonna have to get a hold of your daughter and tell her to give you an extra hug.
She's at her mom's house.
Oh, Roll Keeper, welcome. And we got Thanos again, and we got Crusty Old Crow. What's happening? And Joe G pulling double duties.
What's up, Joe?
Sunny's Sundries, or Sunny's Sundries, as Lawrence says. And we got Bjorn. What's happening, Bjorn? Nebulok to you. And Terrence St. John, who is Terrence's next toy on IG, who buys more toys than anybody I've ever possibly seen in my life.
Is he the one that is? I think he was like unloading some stuff so he could get all those mystery boxes. I think on the internet.
He got more mystery boxes and stuff I can imagine. What's up, Maddie?
This figure is so good.
K-Roll, what's happening? And we got Northern Nomad in the house. What's up, suckers? I don't have the music. Sorry, brother. And the Briscoe.
Did anybody have this issue underneath like the armpit on this one, where like the pieces like
What do you
flake
got? Hold
off?
on. Let me pop you up here.
I've seen people show that.
Okay.
What the hell is that guy wearing? Blue jean shorts?
It's like a blue loincloth.
Oh. Is that Roman in the background, or are there more than one dogs at the play tonight?
No, that's not me.
That's not here. I heard the dogs, but it's not. It's not definitely not Roman. He's louder than that.
No, it was my. Yeah, it was my dog outside.
Oh.
So I took care of it. Hopefully,
That's all right. He's protecting you, Joe. That's all
I
that
hope. I
matters.
hope you took. I hope you don't mean you took care of it like Old Yeller.
It's like that old
I-
movie
only
Blind
one-
Date
one
with Bruce
chance.
Willis. Would someone please shut that damn dog up? And the next thing you know, you hear the shotgun sound.
That is something that should have been the Naked Gun.
It was in Blind Date, which is almost as close to the Naked Gun.
I don't know if I even heard of that movie.
Oh, you got to check it out. It's got Bruce Willis and is it Daryl Hannah that's in that? Or
Was this during the moonlighting days or?
yeah, it was actually his first role ever in a movie.
Oh,
Bruce
wow.
Willis. What do you got there, Thanos?
Tagnon.
Oh, Blue Hagnon. Nice.
Blue Hagnon. That figure is so much fun. I got the Lee J figure that has the black arms and legs, and pop and swap those on there. So if you take a picture of them glowing in the dark, it looks like the hands and feet are like just floating. It's
Oh,
kinda
that's
neat.
cool.
I don't know. I had a lot of fun with that figure.
Man, these are very detailed.
So what I do, Lawrence?
Yep. Let's hear it. Oh, Thanos has got Ken. I got
Yeah, I got a
Ken
bunch
today.
of stuff in today actually. So
I got Ken as well.
Nice.
So Corey,
And
you may be
Travis
the
is-
whole reason why I never simulcast again.
Oh no! Here we go. Here we go.
My bad.
No,
What
I know it's
happened?
not your fault, but you showed that blaster off, and when I went
Oh,
downstairs to let Roman out, I received. I mean, I told you guys that they.
Yeah.
I didn't realize what it was. They took my live streaming rights away, but didn't tell me. I didn't find out until I tried creating. So I tried creating a live stream for Thursday, and then I went through it and I communicated with someone. Way easier than Instagram because Instagram's absolutely useless, and you're following that drama. Not for me for once. Oh look, I can't believe you brought that.
Who? I haven't seen it's Chad's video, but I saw the preview. Like,
Yeah, I haven't
Thumbnail.
watched it yet.
Yeah. But yeah.
sounds
And,
like he's pissing a lot of people off.
Well, that's all that he does, man. The guy's a piece of shit human being. I mean, he really is. Yeah, and they reinstated, and when an actual person looked at it after I explained that was a prop of a blaster for the Mandalorian,
That's made
they
out
came
of
back
wood.
and they took it away. But it doesn't matter. The fact is, I mean, it has nothing to do with you. Actually,
But
there was something else they hit me for that made no sense, and we talked about. And even when I went back and I said, I don't know what you're talking about. And they're like, nope, it still stands. And we're like, whatever, dude. Like, I don't know what to say, but now I'm on their radar. And they
yeah.
have their little
Yeah,
box out.
unfortunately, now that you got that first thing a month ago or whatever it was, and now you got this one.
Yeah, that was
you definitely got some bots on your show watching
Yeah.
everything.
It's because you make so much money off them. They can't afford to have you.
I thought you ran
broadcasting illegal
YouTube
content.
now. Anyway,
Well, so did I, but clearly,
I let
your,
it
clearly,
fucking, your shareholders suck, dude.
Man, too.
yeah,
Banning the
I
owner?
think it's a coup to try and get me out of being
Yeah.
where I'm at.
Short
Well, you know,
man
it's like-
bad.
It's like those companies, right? They always fire the guys that have been there for a really long time so they can get rid of that high pay, and then they bring in people to do it for half the pay.
Yep. So, Northern Nomad, I want to address what he has to say here.
Which one?
He says Viper Island is a total douchebag, but
There you go.
isn't he the one? Yeah, he brought up bringing up Chad's video. So if you watch mean, you guys will all know this, and maybe everyone can hear the beginning of the show on Monday, or if you don't watch my show.
I don't even know who that is.
Don't well if you're not a Joe, if you're not into
you're-
Joe, you would have no idea.
You're
If
not
you only
missing
knew
anything
that
either.
Joe. Oh no, you're not missing anything because you could get the. I mean, you can get the information from other people
From the
because-
source.
Well, from a lot of other non-sources, but
Well, you get it from the real source because he's taking it from somebody else.
Or he just pulled it out of his ass. One of
So-
Well, that's it.
in that video that he talks about basically calling everyone out, but he talks about people that and everyone that was in my stream will know exactly what I'm talking about. When Toy Crustacean was talking about how it's double dipping and you're taking money from people, well, he pretty much says that almost verbatim. And again, his channel is Viper Island. It was Toy Crustacean that was in there. It was a burner account. We know he has burner accounts because he has every single person blocked in the G.I. Joe community. And then
Oh,
it was
so
that guy's
you're
got-
saying that was him that was calling you out for asking for?
yes,
Oh,
yeah,
that
because-
would be great if that was him.
because if you go back and you if you can't see into the stuff because he's deleted the account. Allison actually found the account, and the account was only made last month. Again, it was Toy Crustacean. Where are crustaceans? They're in the water, right? He's Viper Island. He has burner accounts, or else he couldn't see everyone's stuff. And
That would
almost
be so
verbatim,
weird.
he talked about how it's scummy and we're scumbags if people that are taking super chats and different things like that. It was almost verbatim.
It sounds like a stalker ex-girlfriend or something like that. Like
But
making
in fact,
so
yeah.
she-
Well, the problem is that he steals everybody else's shit, and then when you call him out on it, he goes and files copyrights on your YouTube or on your Instagram.
No,
right?
only on
He
your
keeps
Instagram.
Oh,
blocked.
he's like Scott Nice one.
No,
Or not,
he-
yeah. What isn't that his name?
He filed. I
Maglet?
thought he filed them on Lasers on Laser Pants' 3POA YouTube channel too.
Mhm.
No, on his Instagram. See,
Oh, okay.
YouTube is harder to do because you have to prove it.
Yeah.
Instagram is just they don't check. There's no one to
Okay.
talk to, and I know because
Well, I think he tried to do it to Laser's YouTube also, but there was no proof behind it. So
yeah,
probably just to
I-
stir the pot. You know what I mean? 'Cause
I'm
he
not
just
sure if he did. I watched that video. I didn't hear Laser Pants say anything about.
You
trying
might be
to-
right.
but
It's
he did it
possible.
to the Instagram because Instagram. He knows that Instagram doesn't care, and
Yeah.
he even copyright strikes stuff against Laser Pants that wasn't even anything to do with his.
Couldn't
Yep.
fall into it. Yep.
Yeah, which it doesn't matter because Instagram just goes, oh, doesn't matter. And if you've done it a couple times, they remove your channel.
Yeah.
I
Instagram is
lost
you're
my
guilty
Instagram
until
for-
you can prove yourself innocent if you ever get a hold of somebody.
Yeah, so for
And
3 months
instead
I
of-
didn't have my channel.
Yeah.
Damn.
But I think all the information points to that. Yeah, that was him in there because it was almost verbatim what he said.
Yeah.
Almost verbatim what he said in that video. And I would not have known had Lone Dragon, while I was taking my Monday nap, hit me up telling me, hey, did you see this video? I'm like, I don't watch this stuff. What did he say? And he told me as soon as he talked about how he was calling everyone that has channel members or take super chats scumbags and stuff like that, I went and watched it. And as soon as I saw it, I went, that's the fucking guy from a couple weeks ago. And then as soon as I thought of the name, I went, you gotta fucking be kidding me. And he is completely gone. But you can still see the chats that I highlight and bring up. Those aren't going to disappear. So
Yeah. See, my only thing with them, and I found them originally, I found his channel before I found anybody else's because I was looking for additional information on Joe stuff. And then that took me down and I saw people blast. I actually think I saw him. It must have been when you first started like having problems with him or something, because I saw in the comments people talking about you, like pro you versus him in the beginning and vice versa. Then I came across yours and then I went down the Valaverse channels and, finding about the extra Joe stuff. So, I always liked his production quality because it has like a higher level, and I always kind of credit that as like being a really high level quality production. But it's easy to spend all that extra time on production when you don't have to do any of the other work because you're just taking everybody else's.
And also when you know how to do it.
Well, yeah,
I mean,
when it's your paid profession.
He works in the industry, so he knows how to do it. He has great production. He could have been a great member of this community.
Yep.
Right? All he had to do was credit people. And it really goes back to a toy kind of mood. That was what really set it off. And that's what, I mean, we had already figured out what he was doing. But again, if it was just me that had a problem, then it's easy to say, listen, you come off pretty harsh on people. Not everyone likes your channel because of how you are. You're a rough fucking guy to get along with. But when it's me and it's, I guess Jersey Maniac isn't the greatest because he's hard to get along with too from a lot of people. But Chaz the Guru, and I guess he did Elite Legends too. But again, Elite Legends is also another person that can be very difficult. But he went after all these people, and nobody can find his Instagram because he has it blocked.
Yeah, he's probably got it set to private so he can only get things.
I used to follow him. I used to follow him and could see all his stuff. But after I saw what he started doing to everybody, I'd stopped following him.
And
all right, let's run through the chat real quick, and then I'm gonna take a quick break. We got more people. People came here to see you, Larry. You know, your multitude of fans that might be giving you super chat soon. So you better say hi to the chat.
Well,
do we have a friend named Chuck?
Oh, you can't.
Can I stream this? If I can stream this without people putting on like
we won't show any. We won't show any pew pews tonight at all.
I won't show any pew pews.
So go ahead.
I get a promise: no pew pews from anyone.
Wait till you see
pew pews.
I don't think any of my toys have guns.
Yeah,
but you might see my Schwartz.
Yeah, I was gonna say, are swords okay?
Yeah, swords are fine.
I don't know. The problem is I don't know. So I mean, you showed a wood blaster.
My bad.
Well, I mean, this is a plastic sword, so it can't be much worse.
Here, let me do that for you, Travis. There you go.
I suck at this stuff.
Nice.
This guy is so cool. I got another one. I got another 2 of them coming.
I think it's because Corey never got dinged when Corey was showing off his He-Man swords when you were on simulcasting before. So
Matthew thinks a lot of it may have to do with it because it was like within the first 10 minutes of it. Yeah, I was streaming because I came in. I started streaming later.
Yep.
But I think it's just because my channel's larger now and I've already got that.
You already got the ding. They got the bots on you now.
Yeah. It just worries me.
So real quick, Radnom has joined us. He said Chad's video was excellent. Race Base, what's up, brother? Hello, folks. Happy Saturday night. I'm reading like Lawrence tonight. Cobb, the web collector, is here. The beautiful one and only Cobb is here. And Crusty Old Crow, on behalf of Canada, I formally revoke the status of that island. They are an independent nation now. Deploy your troops. Ryu's in the house. And Snowmad Lad. I started to get into G.I. Joe previously, but sold them. I'm sorry to hear that. What's up, all? Damn, Ed, really dig the new hairstyle. I'm jealous. I can't pull that look. Thank you.
Have you started on your channel yet, Lawrence?
Yes, I did. Okay. And I named it No Pew Pews Tonight, okay?
That's right.
I won't show this accessory then.
Yeah. Radnom says he was there for that. Realized it was him as soon as I listened to his video the other day.
But
a lot of people recognized it.
There's where it plugs in.
Oh yeah, that's better.
I've heard of a boom boom hole, but that's something else there. Crow says, I think that his boy that did the trolling, I think he was trying to impress his papa and failed horribly. I think that boy is just told what to do and he just does it because his dad probably buys him all the toys he wants.
Here's my. Well, he doesn't buy it. That's the other thing. He doesn't buy.
Oh, I know. He gets so many gifted to him. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, it takes brass balls, all right, to come out and say that it's wrong for you to accept super chats and have channel members when you're double dipping. Yet you actively are asking for people to send you stuff like their customs and other things like that. That's not taking advantage of your
and he got some really nice custom stuff. Like that one guy in the beginning, I started watching him, sent him that custom Croc Master. That thing was gorgeous. My God. All right, Diaper Island is the biggest thief mofo. What's up, Tony? Spoken like a true Mexican. What's up, everyone? Legend Series, what's happening? I wish somebody else could go through these chats. Let me know if you want me to stop this if you guys see something. He's too big of a coward to do it himself, for sure.
No, he's not. Like that's something that he would do. This is what I will say about his son. And again, it's not about his son. And I said this from when it first happened. He was starting to get heat, and he put his son up. And I think that he put his son on there, assuming once my son is here, people are going to be like, "This is awesome. He has his kid. He used his son like he was fucking Captain America, and his son was fucking the Shield." All right.
Oh yeah.
And that is a piece of shit right there.
Yep.
So
yeah.
So one thing that bothers me is that he does it in a Shield way. I had actually, before he brought his son on, I had joked with, I mean, I think I mentioned it to Ed before about doing something with my youngest for, you know, the Son of Wonder or Little Wonder, and I would be Mr. Wonderful, and we do something where we talked about the toys we got that week or whatever, you know, hunting. He didn't want anything to do with it, but then I saw what he did, and I'm like, that kind of gives some of his dads a bad name because like I would use my own content and stuff like that, but I thought it'd be something fun to do with my little dude. But
yeah,
he does it in a way that is definitely Shield based.
And I'm not gonna lie, when my daughter comes in and shows, it comes in and she jumps on screen for a second or whatever, I worry in that amount of time, you know, just because people are assholes, you know, people are sick fucks out there. But he took it to a whole new level. And
what's that guy's name?
What guy?
Vibrylan? Liam.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
His son is Dax. And I only say that
safe
because...
to say boom in the chat. Yeah, you can say boom. You just can't say the G word or...
Yeah, again, I wish I knew what we could and couldn't say.
What's up, Rhea?
And the only reason why I said his name is because he tells everyone what his son's name is because he's on there, right? So, but I
Lawrence,
agree.
what's the name on the screen?
17.28.
Is he coming from your channel? I've never seen him before. Just under
Yes.
Anderson. I can't stand that VIO. Yeah.
Vermin?
I don't know what he's trying to say there. I can't stand the way he uses his son as a shield. Yeah, for sure.
And here's another thing. Before people say you need to stop talking about him because you're just sending people there. No. Listen, if you want to go find out, there it is. Take a drink. I know, guys.
Yeah. Listen.
If somebody wants to go watch him, I don't care about giving his name. It doesn't affect me. It doesn't affect you. Again, like we talked about, everyone can go watch whoever they want, right? They can always come back. I would rather give his name out so people can go watch it and learn for themselves and make a decision their own and say, yeah, this guy's a piece of trash, or hey, you know what? All these other people, they're wrong. And if
I've
we're
heard
all
you talk
wrong,
about
it's
him a bunch
okay.
of times. I've never gone and checked him out.
Hey, don't worry about it. You're not missing anything.
How
What's
many
up, Woody?
How many times have I brought up Mike Zero and people are still go, who's Mike Zero?
Yeah.
And you know, it almost hurts my feelings that you haven't checked him out because Mike Zero is so awesome.
What's up, Matthew? Everybody talking about.
I don't know, Lawrence. I feel like he did you a huge favor.
What's up, Nolan?
Oh, he's
getting all that good content and the jokes and everything from the chat, man. That was hours of entertainment he gave you with that little spiel he did.
I am with you 100%. Because when he came in there, and I'm sorry, I fully do believe that crustacean was him. When he was in there, he was not a dick. I mean, he started to get more belligerent towards people, I said, but he was actually pretty polite. Again, I guess that's the Canadian in him. But he proved he basically exposed who he was, the same way that Cobb Webb eventually exposed to us who Roman was, right?
Yeah.
Except that was way different. Mike Zero makes great Star Wars content. Yes.
I didn't know he came out as Roman. I had suspected that for a long time.
Oh, yeah, he came out. I thought it was here a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, he came out here maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago.
I figured it out when, and I didn't know who it was because people didn't believe me that I didn't know who it was. I figured it out when he sent me an AI thing of me, and it was the exact same picture that he had as the picture of me with Roman. And he goes, once I sent it, I knew that you were going to figure it out.
Yeah.
Which again, I thought it was. I mean, I thought it was all. I mean, it was all in good fun. The only thing Matthew ever said to me was, "We have to watch out who that is since we didn't know who it was."
Yeah, at first you had to watch out, but like he was in everybody's chat, just mentioning different things, right? So he even if he was somebody else that wasn't Cobb, he was fine, right?
Yeah.
Derek Hoover says, "Hey gang, a little wiped out today. Have a great stream, fellas. Remember, super chats make Lawrence go wee." And Killer King is here. Hello from Punk's channel, among others. No double agents here. And we got Rex J. Cox. Unsubscribed to Viper Island, no credibility, and unboxing and gifts were annoying to watch. He's annoying anyway, but that's the point. Jeff Morris, what's up, brother? Happy Saturday to you, too. What about center strike combustion chamber cylindrical pointy tip flying object? That might work. That's a good way to put it, Maddie. Thank you. It's a hard one to say when you're trying to just say one small little word, but hey, whatever. And Rhino BMW is here. What's up, Rhino? I came out of the doghouse. All right, guys, I'm going to pop off for 2 seconds. I will be back. Travis, you're in charge since you have controls. You can do it all.
We're about to get fun. So I just finished up the video for Tuesday, Punk. I got to do some edits. I got to do some edits and stuff, and I'll get it set up to launch.
Who was today?
I'd have to go back and look.
I have to go and look. Because we can't get a hold of Speaking Moistly. He ignores me. I don't have him on Instagram. I don't know if he's on Instagram. I seen him in 2 chats, including this morning, and I was like, hey, you need to get a hold of one of us. We don't even know if you're going to do your video. So he's the only one I believe that we haven't got a hold of yet.
Well, if you need somebody, and I don't have another toy, but I was going to say maybe Lord Ludi could get involved in that one too.
Well, I know Down South 77, he has an extra one that he's going to do. Will he have time? I don't know, but we could always move it around or whatever we needed to do.
I could always just take a shit in a toilet and record that as my review of Star Wars.
Okay, that's not.
It's a knockoff. It's a knockoff to Spaceballs. You know how I feel, Punk. You know how I feel. I'm just kidding. I love Star Wars, guys. I love Star Wars. It just so happens that I learned about it after Spaceballs.
It still makes no sense, but whatever.
My parents didn't teach me anything, man.
Yeah, but TBS and TNN and all the shows.
We didn't have cable, brother. We didn't have cable. Okay. And the only thing I watched from like when I was 5 to 10 was like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and like pro wrestling, dude.
Did you watch wrestling on the UHF channel?
No, I don't think I had that.
You didn't watch like Superstars and
I had Fox on Sunday mornings and I'd watch Superstars. You got to remember, I'm an 84 kid. So
yeah. Oh, okay. So you were born the year after. You act like you were born in 99 or something.
I mean, yeah, it's like kind of close. I'm not even 40 yet, dude.
Must be nice.
I will be this year, though. I feel like 60.
Whatever.
It's not that bad.
You wrestled like 2 years.
Dude, I did not wrestle for 2 years, dude. I wrestled from when I was like young until I was like 21 almost, man. And
okay,
I took some big bumps. What's that?
So you were 21.
Yeah, but I wrestled from when I was like 13 on, man.
So. You do have control to highlight the chat, right?
Oh, I'm not even watching it, dude. What's the last one that Ed played?
I have no idea.
Okay.
He put you in charge.
Okay. I think we said hi to. Oh, that's hi, Nolan. Hey, Nolan. I think it's a chat now. Did we say hi to Sergeant Red?
No, you did not, because that was
there. We go.
That was the first one that I had noticed.
Yeah.
John. Hey, John. Are you getting the Bane Batman? Let me know, because That's an actual McFarlane figure set I actually want. Even though
Totally
it's
wasn't paying
I was
attention,
going to
but
get that, and then once I saw the good pictures of it, I don't really want it.
hey,
Yeah.
Robert.
I'm kind of with you on that. There was some things that I didn't think it looked as good, but I think once it's set up, just him having his back broken, because that's how I'm going to have him. I think it'll be fine. But I'm with you. I thought it looked really good, and then there were some pictures.
Like, I don't really like.
The face.
I know it's the one that they did it on purpose, but I'd rather him be like not all ripped up. But
Yeah,
I get why they're doing that. Don't get me wrong. I do understand. But
I'm trying to remember if the comic cover was if his suit was ripped up.
the cover he didn't. No.
I didn't think so
Now,
either.
on the inside he did, but not in the cover.
Okay, all right.
The cover's done by Kelly Jones, and that's that one where he's real beefed up and stuff like that, and he's all the way over it. So no, he was not tore up on the cover. Now, the splash page on the inside, that's that iconic pose. Yes, it is ripped up there, but not as bad as it is portrayed, I don't think, in that toy. I might be wrong, but
I think I still have the comics. I tried selling all that stuff. The Batman comics did not sell very well.
well, that's because those were the 90s, and like
I know.
one could get those comics for like nothing.
I tried selling them off in lots, and like there were some that I still have boxes sitting in my closet that I'm like, I want them to go away.
I think Sarge responded to you, Punk.
Yeah, he said he had them coming in. So, but that's supposed to be like after Joe Fest. We'll have to see how much money I have after Joe Fest.
$2.
Might be generous. I just we just drove almost 3 hours to see my daughter, and drive back that same night before she leaves for California.
Hey, Briscoe.
So I was able to kind of see exactly with my car on the highway how many tanks of gas it's going to take me to get to Aaron's house, then over to Joe Fest, and then back home.
Aaron, as in like
Aaron the toy enhancer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But he's like 3.5 hours away from Joe Fest. Sarge wants to have a bonfire with old comics and McFarlane toys.
Ed, are you going to Joe Fest too?
Yep. I got this in today from the boys at Hella Dope Toys. Retro Recondo.
Now, do you have the other Recondo?
Yes. He fell apart on me, though, so I'm hoping this one doesn't.
Okay,
And
so
I got this bad boy in. So
if
anybody looking for Joe, head on over to Hella Dope Toys and pick up some Joes. They got lots of them in stock. Lots and lots of them.
and you can use
And you can use Punk's code, APWT.
Don't tell Sergeant Rez that.
I might borrow Recondo's mustache. I like that look though.
Yeah.
So if you have the other Recondo, you have his accessories. All his accessories that came with the other one look better on that figure. Like his hat, his backpack, his sword, or his knife, everything looks better.
From what I can see in the package, I haven't opened them yet. I definitely like the way he looks better than the other one. It definitely looks more more original.
I'm with you. They haven't put away, but when you put the Tiger Force hat on him, you put the knife on him, the backpack, they're darker. It makes everything pop a little bit better because his hat, I don't like.
My hat in the picture in the package looks definitely darker than yours did. So I don't know if maybe they have some darker. Yeah, I'll get a picture of them for you when I open them up tomorrow. And
because mine is really dull and
yours is really almost tan. It blends right in with the shirt almost.
Yeah.
I got some more chains.
Thanos has a ball and chain.
Oh, don't do that. He might not be able to go live anymore because bondage.
I didn't say gag ball. I just said ball and chain.
I do have a ball gag for action figures.
Shorts for action
the boxes over here. I haven't actually used it yet. One of these days.
So, Thanos, I was telling someone I go, I always wanted to eventually have you on Thursday with a friend. But now, after I did the picture to promote your video, I'm like, I just want to do a Thursday with a friend with Thanos, just so I can put that picture up as the thumbnail. Those your picture.
Yeah, it made me laugh when you put that thumbnail up. I was like, okay.
Well, if I would have just put that up, and I had to get out your little picture, then I put the Thanos copter, and it looks. I mean, I was so happy with how it looked because it's very basic, but that just describes your channel to a T. I'm like, I need to do a Thursday with a friend, and I don't even need to go search for the picture. Here it is.
And I'm just now getting to when I started the Hump Days and Fisto Fridays. So the episodes coming up all have the not safe for work stuff now.
So, Robert, I liked the way that the original Tiger Force Recondo looked, but mine fell off a shelf, landed on carpet, and his shoulder fell off. So, and the peg broke. It wasn't like it just came out. It actually broke. And Mr. Mad Gus is in the house. Well,
hey, just buy another
that's what they do. They're going to put out the other ones first, so you buy 2 of them because that's what they're hoping for. That Skullhead is so cool.
Yeah. One of these days I'll get a better camera.
You've been saying that, ask Lawrence for a loan. He's got lots of money. He can get you a camera. Of course, he hasn't bought himself a new soundboard or a camera yet either. So,
but he's probably got like 18 extra cameras, from upgrading all these years on YouTube.
My camera sucks.
I don't like to owe money, so
that's all I do is owe money.
No, I mean I owe money for pre-orders, obviously, but
who are you trying to track down, Krusty? Which one of the guys on IG you trying to track down? So Joe, you working on any customs?
Yes, sir.
What do you got going on?
I actually just got something in today. I bought this little deer from Boss Fight Studios. It's
oh, nice.
A mount from a 1/18th scale, but I noticed that the neck and the head are about the right size to work with a Mythic Legion. So I haven't worked on one yet, but I have this one planned. I want to do like a guard for Xylona, the deer-headed goddess.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
that'll work good.
Hopefully I'll find some free time soon. But
I bought a couple of antlers
unfortunately,
at Christmas to do something
sorry,
like
go
that.
ahead.
But yeah, I was just saying I bought a couple of antlers to make a guard. But all the antlers were the same side. I didn't know that when I looked at the package real quick. Then I got them home. I'm like, well, this ain't gonna work. They're all left-handed. They're all left antlers. So
listen,
tell
Matthew Matson
do
not come on other people's shows and promote his fucking channel.
Sorry, I had to take a drink. Someone said, listen.
Anybody see Animal Wars of the Planet of the Apes yet?
I know it was.
Yeah. Get that shit out of here, Matthew. We don't want any of this promotion shit on here. We only promote the 6 guys on screen, and only one matters because he's punk.
Well, Krusty,
Ed,
since Krusty Crow, since he's on mine,
yeah,
I think he can actually highlight it and pull it up since Matthew is the moderator.
Yeah. What's up, Joe?
Do you like the horns from Mythic Legions, the antlers from those?
Yeah,
I've got some spares of those, man. I'll send you, no problem.
Oh, cool, dude. Yeah, I'll send you my address. I'll ping you in IG
for sure.
with it. Thank you, appreciate that.
Yeah,
I was also planning on
good.
making
no problem at all.
a creature of the woods that starts with W. That name you cannot say.
Yeah, so actually, Matthew actually
WENDI. The rest of it. That mythical creature from the woods.
Why can't we say it?
Because if you say it, they come after you. That's part of the lore.
Oh, well, I'm in the desert, man. He'll run out of gas before he gets here. So.
But they live in the desert. That's where they're originally from. What is that?
Really? You wouldn't think that, man, things that are furry are miserable here. So
Yeah. Well, it's because
Are
they're
we
part of
talking
the
about a Wendigo?
what? What'd you just say?
A Wendigo?
Corey, you're not going to be able to sleep tonight, brother.
you said not to
I
say
have no
it.
problem sleeping. Trust me.
Man, that thing's going to be knocking on your door, whistling at you through the window. That's what they do, man. That's when you walk through the woods and you hear somebody that sounds like a woman screaming or calling your name, and you're like, "Who the hell's out here in the woods with me?" That's what that is.
So
If I hear a woman in the woods calling my name, I'll get suspicious for sure. That's never happened before.
so can I show you guys a couple things real quick?
Well, it's not a gun.
Yeah, right.
As long as it's not a pew pew.
Yeah, right. The Darth Vader video came out today. The custom I did this on the live stream last week.
You're just getting that out today.
Yeah,
That's a week old, man. That's old news.
Well, this isn't.
Oh, nice.
We do expect one every Saturday now, though.
That's right.
So this is next weekend's Origin style Too Bad I made. And I'm actually going to make a second one and have it up for sale.
Does that one
really
punch
good.
his own face?
Okay.
No, it's not spring loaded. No.
Oh.
So could you do a Too Bad Star Wars Luke and Leia?
Oh, that would be awesome.
I mean, I don't know if the buck sizes will match up real well.
You'd have to find some custom
want
heads
this big.
probably, because those heads are small.
You
You
can
probably
do
fit
it.
both heads on one buck, though.
And then it'll be
You can
really
do
odd when they kiss.
Right.
It'll be really odd when they kiss, and even
Right.
odder when Han has kids with her.
I laughed at that video I sent you today, Lawrence, because that guy mentioned it. Oh, Luke and Leia, they kiss. They're going to fall in love.
Oh, man, I dude.
That guy is hilarious.
Yeah, the Star Wars one was good.
Yep.
Then that one, now I'm like, okay. I actually went there to see like if the Jedi one was out yet.
Yeah. He hasn't done it yet. I'm scratch building a snowmobile mobile trailer for this cheap one I got off Amazon. For G.I. Joe or something else? It got quiet all of a sudden. Whew. So, Lawrence, when are you heading down to Joe Fest? What day are you going down? Wednesday?
So I'm leaving Thursday,
Okay, Thursday.
and then I'm staying at Aaron's, and then we are leaving. Now, if I'm correct, Travis said that we cannot get into Joe Fest till around 6, even though I'm supposed to be on the guest list. I am supposed to have Ed from Joe Fest on this Thursday with a friend, which I probably should do the thumbnail right now. So I'll get a little bit more details for that, but Travis said that we can't get in until 6 o'clock anyway, and Aaron, I believe, has a whole itinerary of things we're gonna do. Like we're gonna go for, we're gonna go toy hunting, shoot a video. I'm like, whatever you want to do.
Thanks for stopping by, Bill. Did you
I'm dressing up like a midget?
Yes. Did you figure out what your actual panel's about yet?
That would be a negative Ghost Rider.
Perfect. So it's still a surprise. I like it.
You will be as surprised as I am.
All right.
From what I understand, he wants us to. And when Travis wrote it out a few months ago, when I asked him, he said, "Well, a little bit talk about our channels," but he said when he talked to Ed, one of the big things was it's called Joe Fest, and there's no one really doing anything with the classified, and that's where the G.I. Joe line is. I mean, that is it's not in the 1/18 scale, and he wants to have representation of that, since unfortunately the Joe team, Hasbro won't allow the Joe team to go there. So I mean, it's a good idea. Now, why anyone wants to hear from me when they can just go to Monday nights or go to all my videos and hear what I have to say, I'm not really sure. But I understand why Ed would want representation of that is creepy and that would never be in my house.
That is awesome. That's the one he fights in the swamp in one of the first episodes, isn't it?
To be honest, I don't really know. I didn't really pay too much attention to Witcher. I played like a couple of the games, but
I think that was from the movie though, or from the TV show, the Netflix show.
but it was
TV
cheap
show.
on.
Yeah, I think it was right at the beginning. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
It was one of the like daily sales on Big Bad, so it was like super cheap, and I was like, oh, it's a cool little creature to have my toys fight.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, that'd be a good thing for you, Lawrence. Dr. Mindbender with a cod piece. You got a cape? You're gonna go bare chested, right? You're man enough for that.
You guys don't want to see my belly.
You know, the funny thing is that all of the Joe toy shows, right? Like the DFW Joe Lanta, which is Toy Lanta, and the Joe Fest, and there's another one in Kentucky, and then there's one up north somewhere. But all of them used to be primarily the 1/6 scale vintage GI Joes, and they used to get angry about the 3 3/4 inch O-ring guys. And then they accepted the 3 3/4 inch. Now it's all 3 3/4, and they're having a hard time accepting the classified folks.
Yeah, and again, I'm glad that there's.
Just to break in here, the real Lawrence has arrived, just in case anybody wanted to know. What's up, bud?
So,
You know, I'm glad that there's still the 1/18 scale figures being made, but I still think it's the same. It's the same people buying it over and over and over. I don't think it's bringing in any new people.
No,
I don't know how much classified is bringing in new people, but you're getting a lot more toy collectors that are starting to like classified. But you're also seeing a lot of the old Joe fans come out and start collecting it because it's something new that they've never had before. And as we get older, our eyes get worse.
yeah. Well, I tell you, I have my one friend who he's the same age as I am. Didn't know this at first, but one night we got talking. The first time I actually met him, and I've told this story before, but he was talking to me about toys and how he wanted to get a toy based on his favorite toy from childhood. It ended up being one of the original G.I. Joe Adventure Team's Man of Actions. And I said, well, hell, I refurb those. So if you got the old figure still, I'll just refurb it for you. So he sent me the parts, rebuilt the figure, put it all back together, reflocked it, did the whole 9 yards, sent it back to him. Now he has like, I don't know, 25 or 30 of the vintage G.I. Joes, like 30 or 40 vehicles that they all came with back then. And now he's collecting classified figures because he liked he was the same age I am. So we caught the very beginning of the O-ring series. So,
and each and every single one of us here, I mean, again, you don't have to be a Joe collector.
Only one, Matthew, only one.
You know, each and every single one of us here knows how easy it is to pick up a figure that you enjoy because, again, it is like artwork and just be like, oh my God, I love these Mythic Legions. I love these Marvel Legends. I love Spider-Man. Oh my God, I'm going to buy all these Spider-Man. I know some people get mad that they continue to make new Spider-Man. Do you have like everything like right at your hand or what?
I have a bunch of toys on my desk here.
But I mean, that's exactly what it is. He-Man's a perfect example. Origins, and people are grabbing He-Man figures. And
well, going back to this month, right? That's what Power of the Force did. We were all that age. We're all walking through the aisle and said, "Holy shit, Star Wars figures!"
Yep.
When I started collecting Origins, like I was just gonna do the He-Man and Skeletor variants, and that was it. And then, like very quickly, that became, well, I need this one too, and I need this one too. And next thing you know, it's like now I want all of them.
Yeah, it's definitely a thickness. What's up, Fat Red Foo?
Yeah, Satrday, I didn't realize was a 1/18 scale guy.
Oh yeah, he's a 1/18 scale guy for life.
Yeah, and again, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I really don't understand. I mean, I can understand if you're a 1/18th person and you're upset because G.I. Joe's not making 1/18 scale, right? I mean, that is disappointing. There is no reason why there shouldn't be some other than, again, it's budgetary reasons. You know, their team is 2 people. You know, it's Lenny and Tony, and that's, you know, pretty much the only GI Joe guys designing everything.
Yeah.
So it makes it difficult, but I think
it's like you've always said, though, right? Even though Hasbro is $1 billion company, the Joe part of it is,
tiny,
$1 million brand, right? I mean, that's it.
And Hasbro wants to make millions of dollars, not thousands of dollars, and that's what you're going to make off the O-ring.
This is the Red Shield Soldier.
Oh, nice. That's a gorgeous shield.
He was one of the ones that was available in those the mystery boxes.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I was seeing everyone open their box.
But I still bought a bunch of mystery boxes because gambling.
Gotta have fodder.
I was seeing everyone getting their mystery boxes, and I swear half of the people were getting swigs.
Yeah.
And I was feeling so bad because I think he's the coolest little guy. Didn't have him, and the amazing Ostradamus toys, and I think Terrence St. John.
Yeah, I think it was Terrence that got you the.
Yeah. And they sent me over this, and he is absolutely amazing. I love him so much.
So yes,
but
with 1/18 scale, it's definitely easier to find vehicles and world build with it.
Yep,
but
no argument there.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Joe. Sorry.
I was just going to ask Bud if he heard what the studio did, that the little story they put up about Swig.
I read something. I didn't know if it was from a fan or like just someone writing
that
something.
That was actually Jeremy. Yeah, Jeremy Gerard. So many people were talking about everyone getting a Swig that he wrote a story, an actual official canon story that Swig makes a potion that causes there to be 1,000 Swigs. And
so we need a army build them then.
So they took
like,
the gag.
Seriously, everything on him. He's so little, but he's so cool.
Yeah, he reminds me of a better version of the. Yeah, he reminds me of a better version of the Goblin from D&D. What's that one called, Joe? You probably know his name.
Zarek.
Yeah, Zarek.
I think Zarek, the assassin. Yeah.
Yeah,
I just recently got that one too, and you know, I actually really like those figures. The neck.
Yeah, those are nice figures.
They're not mythic
they don't,
legions, but
yeah.
How big does
Zarek
scale?
Yeah.
They're big, bud. They look really good, but they're big.
They are. I'm doing a D&D shelf though, because I've been playing D&D for a really long time, so I decided that I'm just going to collect a bunch of the toys and have myself a D&D fan shelf.
So there's a couple of things that I wanted to address. I agree with what Richard said about the 1/18 scale.
Yeah,
it is way easier to make vehicles. But again, I don't think they were looking to get into vehicles. And you see my take on vehicles. I've done the whole video. I'm amazed that people still want more and more vehicles in the 1/12 scale. It blows my mind. I think eventually it's going to run its course because I'm trying to redo my display and I'm just out of room. I'm so out of room, and I'm like, I don't know where I'm going to put the ferret. I don't even know where I'm going to put the vamp right now. But it's what people want right now.
I think it's just one of those things where it's like you said, right? It's a phase. It'll blow up another year. Yeah. It'll start dying down. People, I mean, if it would have stayed with the smaller vehicles like the ferret, the trouble bubble, even something a little bigger, like even a swamp rat would be big, right? I mean, you might have got away with Zartan's ski sled or something. Snowmobile.
Yeah, and there's more coming. There's more vehicles coming. What Decadent Dave says, Super 7 O-rings will cost as much as classified. They're already costing that. Like that's already what they were. Now, the one thing that I'm happy about Super 7, from what we understand, is that they will be doing figures that we've never had before. So if they do stay at the $20 price point, which I think will kill the reaction, because people are going to look at that and go, "Wait a minute."
Yeah,
paying for a license for that has articulation. It's an issue, but again, what I was saying about how they want to make millions, not thousands. I always think there should be some O-ring Joes because that's what it was. That's how Hasbro became as big as they are. That was one of the biggest things. It's the GI Joes.
Yeah. Hey, Bud, look at your screen real quick.
Yo, that's cool.
Well, it's like, and it's also like strange to me now that you can't do O-ring GI Joes, but you're doing O-ring Ghostbusters. Now, I mean,
Exactly.
that it's gonna great. I mean, that's gonna sell like hotcakes. I love that Ecto 1. I want to get it and the 4 figures. But why are you doing O-ring Ghostbusters if you're not doing O-ring Joes? It doesn't make any damn sense.
And then at the price that they're selling at, compared to what they were giving us the GI Joes,
Yeah.
makes no sense.
The copper on her looks really good.
Yeah, it does. She's got some
And
bad-
this wave came with a mini comic. So that's cool.
Well, we'd like a public reading, so get going.
And what Northern Nomad says about Hasbro can't afford to hire more people for the GI Joe team. Now, they talked about it numerous times, but they even elaborate a little bit on the Toy Kind of Moods video. If you haven't watched it, go watch it. You happy, Travis? Not you, Travis. The other whining Travis. They pretty much didn't expect to be around still. I think Hasbro just fine. Go do a GI Joe line. When it dies, we're gonna say, "See, we told you so."
Yep.
But it didn't die, and they have not added. And I feel like they are still swimming upstream, even though I truly do believe they are the hottest adult line going right now. So
It's pretty nice.
Pretty darn cool.
Yeah, pretty nice artwork in there.
Yeah, it's done like the old mini comics for Masters.
The kind that your mom used to read. So now you're gonna have to go take a trip to see your mom tomorrow and have her read that to you.
She totally would. She's
I
down
know
like
she would. That's nice, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to read it later. Actually, a decent size though.
Well, they probably knew a bunch of old adult collectors were going to be buying it, so they had to make it big enough to see and read.
Now, see, I miss like that's very the first 4 issues of the Motu mini comic, and I miss that so much because going back and reading them all in the collection, I was like reading through the first 4. I'm like, wow, these are really good, and then afterwards, I slowly start going into like comic book style, and I was like, oh, go back.
I like that it has like the bios and stuff on the back too. It's cool.
Todd, I agree with this to a point, but there's people that collect a lot of different scales. So, and there's people like Mr. Fat Red Foo, who is strictly 1/18 scale. So, you know, there's a part truth to what you're saying, but it's not 100%. But Hasbro is just greedy. I mean, that's all there is to it, and they're gonna do what's making them money.
Yeah, Star Wars has 3 adult lines going. Now I know they're meant for kids, but but when you have the retro line, and then you have the TVC line, and then you have the Black Series, and when you look at the TVC, like that really has nothing to do with adults. That is something you would think kids would go for. The retro line is specifically made for adults because they want something that's going to fit in with their 80s figures, and that's what they're doing, right? Though it's on the pegs in the toy aisle. Black Series, it sells, or else they still wouldn't be doing it.
They also have that new line that's specifically for kids. It's like the small ones, but less articulation.
Yeah.
So it's like the old one.
So you're giving a specific kid line with less articulation, but you already have 5 points of articulation. How are you getting less? How are you going less than that? I
thought the vintage collection was updated where it had like elbow and knee.
No, there's the vintage, then there's retro.
Yeah.
So vintage is 4-inch figures. Retro is the 3.75, and they fit with the aesthetics of what we had in the 80s.
Yeah.
Okay. And I don't know what the new line is, but there's like a new line.
No, I know exactly what you're talking about. But that's funny.
I've seen a lot of adults collecting that kid line because of the vehicles.
Yeah.
Because it's the main line that they're getting vehicles for now for Star Wars. And that's drawn a lot of people in. They can do it because of the smaller scale, I guess.
But I really do think a lot of the things that people don't think about and realize is that I lost the train of thought. Oh yeah, that when it comes to collectibles like this, it's a small part of Hasbro's business. People, when people say, "Oh yeah," once people stop collecting classified and Marvel Legends, they're just going to go under. No. You forget they own all the board games out there. They do sell children like baby toys. That is where their bulk of their money comes from. Not classified and not
the bulk
Legends,
of Mattel's and Hasbro's money comes from their preschool toy line.
Exactly. And that's when people think this, and it's like, now to say that it doesn't mean anything would be stupid, because they wouldn't have Hasbro Pulse if it wasn't a moneymaker. Ooh, that actually looks nice, even though I don't.
The colors on that, all the
awesome.
primary colors, look so good.
He's like the opposite of the one that came out in the first wave. They're brothers in the story. Pretty cool. These feel really good. Like, if you haven't had a chance to check them out, I know people are like, "Oh, they don't have the articulation of Origins," but they feel so solid. They're just like really well done, and they have more than the vintage articulation, because they have, like the wrist and foot swivel and stuff like that.
So the only thing that they have, like Imagine X style, would be the Mini-Mates. They have some Joes, but Hasbro, again, I don't understand why Hasbro doesn't push G.I. Joe more, other than it's military, which that's what the shareholders, or they think their shareholders don't want. But they own any penny that comes in from G.I. Joe goes in their pocket.
Yeah.
Well, it's probably not only shareholders, but they're probably thinking that with all the, gun control stuff and all that like parents want for kids.
Well, it's definitely a war toy. It's definitely a war toy thing for sure, Corey.
Right.
I mean, that's
not realizing that, like, the way I always looked at, especially the 80s one, was, yes, it was a war toy. You can't get around that. A military toy, you can't get around that. But it seemed more comic booky than like actual war, because it was like, you had yes, they're a terrorist group, but you had a group of supervillains that they were going after Cobra. You know what I mean? And so it didn't feel.
Well, that was the thing about G.I. Joe, though, right?
Back on it.
Nothing says war toy like this guy.
Yeah, that's the problem that we.
That's how I go to battle.
Right? Like,
yes,
G.I. Joe in the late 60s. G.I. Joe in the late 60s was definitely soldiers. And then when they changed it because of the Vietnam War and stuff to adventurers, that made sense, because that was actual war soldiers. In G.I. Joe, no one ever died in the cartoon.
No.
You'd see a Rattler get blown up at the cockpit with a missile, and the guy would still parachute the hell out, right? That's nobody died. It was very suspended belief, but put on Earth. That was the only part about it. It was that it was on Earth in America. That was, other than that, like Lawrence just showed. Dr. Mindbender, how many military people do you know have, a crazy guy that talks like a snake as a commander, or a guy that has a metal head that can still show emotion?
I've said it before. You watch the G.I. Joe cartoon, and they're fighting Cobra. How many Navy SEALs have sat back and went, "Yeah, I'll take 8 of my guys and we'll end this terrorist organization in probably 3 weeks."
Yeah.
Like, you have everything, but they can't. They have a Cobra Island. It doesn't move. That's where it's at. Yeah. How hard is it for the U.S. military to take it down?
That's the other thing, right? It's like every week they would, foil, or every day they'd foil Cobra's plan. And then, they wouldn't like stop. They never catch Cobra Commander and Destro. It was always the troopers they might catch. But then next week, they're right back at it with a new plan. And it's like, if you're going to stop them, why aren't you stopping them for good? Come on. Come on.
Because
Joe.
then you don't have a story next week, don't you know?
I know. It's no different than He-Man and Skeletor, right? He-Man would end Skeletor's plot to take over,
or the same reason that, like, all the villains keep escaping from Arkham Asylum, and
Right.
you know, you can't keep creating new villains. They tried that in the 40s, and people came on and was like, "But I want to write that villain again."
Yeah. So what Mad Gus here is saying is, it's true on many like in many ways. They want everything to be 3 and up. They talk about it being playable. They want kids to be able to play. I don't think that you give a kid a Marvel or a G.I. Joe Classified, and in 2 weeks it's still around if he actually plays with it. I've discussed that before. But they are meant so that a kid can play with it. That's why the weapons are softer than what everything else is. But he's absolutely correct. And that's where it kind of bothers me. That's like, make these adult collectibles, because you're selling HasLabs for $300. I'm not complaining about that, but you're right. Very few parents, mine would. I don't know if you guys ever heard the aircraft carrier story, but my parents would have made sure that I had it.
I had an Eternia.
So
Me too.
the thing is that parents have a hard time nowadays, I think, buying their kids toys, because most of us, as had to have kids, just knew their kids wasn't going to play with them, right? Like, our parents had no problem dumping $2 at the time on a bunch of Joes, because that's all we did, is we played with our action figures.
That was our babysitters.
Right.
So,
Now,
and the action figures were our babysitters.
I mean, Luke, my son, has always loved action figures, but he collected them. He never really played with them. Even as a child, when he was little, he had a bunch of Imaginext Batman stuff. He just had these huge setups in his bedroom with the Bat Cave and the Batmobile and stuff. He hardly ever actually played like we played.
No, what was actually,
so I mean, it's hard to dump $25 on a G.I. Joe Classified and let it sit on the ground.
So one of the things that I started realizing as my son started getting a little bit older, I think it was more after his mom and I split up. And, you know, we didn't want to be on the video games all the time. But when you started looking at Minecraft was no different than me playing G.I. Joe. The only difference was I was on the ground playing with the stuff physically, and then I had to clean it up. Minecraft, he was building everything. He was doing the exact same things we were, only he wasn't ruining his knees for the next 10 to 20 to 30 years before he started doing adult stuff. But when you look at like Minecraft and a lot of those games, they're doing the same things we did.
And I think that really comes down to like the kids playing video games, right? There's a lot of games out there that are, yes, mindless games, but like Minecraft, Luke and his sister would sit down and play Minecraft for a couple hours, and they'd have these huge palaces built and go on these adventures, you know, hunting the ghost or whatever the hell it was called.
Yep.
That thing, you know. Oh, damn, he looks like he reminds me of one of the, what was that, Warlord? That was the He-Man knockoff. Is that what they were called?
Oh yeah, kind of the coloring on this version.
Yeah. He looks like he's on his way.
Actually, kind of makes me think of the ice armor He-Man from the 2000X.
This is Glacier Mission Barbaro. So
nice.
Well, when you go into a glacier, that, you know, sheep cape will definitely keep your nipples from freezing. So
that looks nothing like Glacier from WCW. Oh, look. So Travis is listening. I just want to make sure Travis was paying attention.
Did I miss something before?
I just want to make sure you're paying attention. I brought up wrestling.
Travis is running his Hexastack business over there. Leave him alone.
okay.
You know what he's not doing?
Glacier looked like Sub-Zero from
Figures that
Mortal
you find
Kombat.
about. All still in the boxes, right?
What, his Savage Crucibles that he
His
cried
Savage
and
Crucibles?
said everybody's getting them
Why
except
did
for me.
everyone else get them before me?
Oh, he's got one open. Look at this. He's got it
Oh,
open.
two of them. We probably just
He's got
ripped them
two open.
Yeah,
Oh,
they're
hey,
the only
look, here's
two.
one that I have that doesn't stand up worth shit.
They're only two that I have. I still have two other all-in boxes coming.
Here's my reptile, but he's all like painting it up, and he looks amazing.
Oh, nice. You did that to his teeth, right? That looks great.
Yeah.
Those teeth are awesome.
Yeah. Really wanted to give him a kind of sinister look.
He definitely did the
Yeah.
job. So, Travis, what's
He
your
is
opinion?
big.
What's your feedback on the Savage?
Did he mute you?
I don't. He gave me the finger. Shut up, Ed. Leave me alone.
Sorry,
You're on mute.
Sorry, my headphones were dropping and stuff, and going to my phone and stuff. Sorry, I didn't want to try to have a conversation with myself. It gets awkward. I like them. The detail's really cool. I think they've done a good job. I haven't had the issue that Punk discussed, but I also haven't done too much with them. I just opened them up tonight. I hadn't gotten around to it just yet. I mean, overall, I mean, like the initial
First impression,
feel,
you're happy.
yeah, I'm happy with it. I think the line is gonna put a competition out there that's gonna force other fantasy lines to even potentially up their game, which is only gonna help us as consumers. So, I think I gotta go in the basement and I gotta find my I think my son has my Frazetta Girls figure there. So my son has that down in the basement. So I think he'll make some good pictures with these guys. I want to take some of the. Yeah, I couldn't think of his name. Yeah, I want to take some pictures with these guys with some AWOC armor on. I just don't have any around me right now.
Yeah.
See how it looks.
So Matthew Matson says he has the same problem with the weak ankles for those. So.
Well, and they admitted to it on my Instagram post.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
They came out and made an announcement.
Oh, yeah, they said they addressed it a couple of days before that. But I'm not really following all their stuff, and I think that's great. But my problem is
they're working on it.
My issue is that if people don't bring it up and they just ignore it because they don't want to hurt their feelings or they got one of them for free, it doesn't get it fixed.
Yeah,
right?
no, and you're spot on there, Punk. Like totally with that. I will say from what I've seen from the community conversation from Rob and stuff, they jumped right on it. There's a video out there that suggests a way to handle it for now, but that they're in touch with the factory. And I saw something else because I've been following Savage for a while there. That they had a video back in February, I think. Rob talked about he wants to know the issues because they want to continue to enhance it and make it better, right? Like it's not just get our money and buy plastic. It's they want to produce something of top quality, and if they have an issue like you're finding with the feet, they're gonna try to attack it where they can.
And again, I didn't want to. I mean, obviously, I was going to talk about a feet, and throughout my review, you can see I actually mentioned the feet a few times. It was when I sat there and tried to do the end of it where I do. Because I remember, the reason why I started using that Lazy Susan, because you said, hey, you should do kind of an update. And then someone had mentioned, like, oh, can you do some more poses? So I said, you know what, I can do, because if I do it in a minute, I can turn that into a short. I don't have to do anything. It's already in a short. So I'm like, all right, well, if I do 6 different poses, 10 seconds each. And he kept falling over because and I could have just got him to stand there perfectly fine. But if you're going to give me articulated toes and different things like that, you're going to assume you can put them in dynamic poses.
Yep.
I had no such luck. Articulated Ninja even mentioned it.
Yep.
I watched his today, but I feel like so many people are scared to mention it because they send out free product to a lot of the YouTubers. I was not one of them, and even if I was,
right, you're an honest guy. You're gonna say how it is, regardless.
That was why Toy Connection said, he goes, we wanted you to do it because I wanted to hear what you had to say and you were going to be honest.
Yeah.
But I was so mad at the end of that video because I could not stand them. I was so mad, and I probably overreacted. But sit here for a half hour just trying to get a minute by poses that I could do with fucking classified easily, right? And you're giving me more articulation in the toes. The Spider-Man here, this Marvel Legends here, and yeah, he's a lighter figure. I will give you that, but the toes are also smaller. I didn't have that big of an issue.
I'm having some hard times posing it right now next to me.
Yeah.
But
well,
again,
like I said in the comments of that video, Punk, you know you're supposed to stick to G.I. Joe and Gargoyles. And every time you go off those two lines, you usually get some kind of shit like your Joy Toys and everything. And now your Savage Crucibles. You always get some kind of shit that doesn't work. So just stick with your Gargoyles.
Hey,
Stick with your classifieds.
good luck with this guy. Of course, he's made by
Hasbro.
Well,
Hasbro too.
He's classified from another
Yeah,
world.
pretty much.
Now, you're right, though. It is important to, like, bring those issues up because, like, otherwise you'll get, the waves they have planned and then the line will die because people will be like, there's all these problems. And
But that's the problem when you send out the free figures, right? Is that you want a return on your investment. So you'd rather have somebody come out there and say, this figure is absolute garbage, or at least say, I'm not happy with this figure on a video. And then you can then go back to the company and say, listen, this figure is, it can't stand up, whatever, right? But these guys get free figures, and of course they want more free figures. So they think, oh, I'm just going to do, a fluff review. That way they'll send me some more stuff.
Yeah, and I just think that it's crappy that people do that, right? Because, at the end of the day, like the smaller companies want to grow, and the only way for them, and I mean, maybe I don't deal with enough of them, but like I see like Spiro, they seem to open to things. I feel like Savage has been. I feel like Mythic Legions, at least from what I've seen, listens. So like, those types of things with the smaller companies seems to be heard. I don't know that we've always seen that with the larger companies. So with the smaller companies, I feel like we're the community. They know they're part of the community. Support them, give them the proper feedback, so that way they can continue to grow. Right? I mean, we know that. Yeah. The only way for the larger companies to hear us is to not buy their crap, right? And I mean, and that's not completely. I know, Punk, you like your Hasbro stuff, and I like Hasbro too. Like, I like to spend my money with the independent toy lines.
The difference is that if you're talking to Savage Crucible, you just message Rob on the Savage Crucible Instagram. You send a message to Hasbro, it's some guy sitting there that's a chat monitor. That's all his job is, right? He doesn't give a shit. He's going to send you the stock answer just like everybody else gets.
Yeah.
Sorry for your issue.
Hey Ed, check your Instagram real quick.
Okay.
And that's exactly it, Ed. Like, yeah, I can get a hold of Lenny and he's going to respond back to me, but it doesn't matter if I've seen it, Lenny's probably seen it, and it's a bunch of, red tape for them to get something fixed.
Right.
But
also with Hasbro and Mattel, they're so big that it becomes depersonalized. So when people go to them with a complaint, most of the time it's this shit is garbage. I can't stand your stuff. I'm never buying Hasbro product again, even though I'm going to tomorrow when I go to Walmart.
You burned me 87 times. I'm out.
Yeah. But when they go to like Rob or Jeremy or Jason from Spiro, or even some of the smaller toy stores like Ted and Aaron or Matt from Nerdzoic, right? It's more personalized. So when you go to them with a problem, you're not just trashing them. You're saying, hey, I really like your figures. I think they have great quality, but they have issues, right? There's this problem or that problem. It's just like when Mythic sent out that Cosmic Legions and the AS Septipian or whatever his name is had the broken wrist that Thanos and I both experienced, right? As soon as they found out about it, they addressed it and said, yes, this is a problem. And before that figure even came out, they knew the torso articulation was an issue. So they sent the little note in there to warm the figure up when you got it. So,
it bummed me that wrist broke, but I still love that figure.
Oh, that's my favorite figure, dude. Awesome. I love that figure. I can't wait for the next one to come out with the robot. What is that one, Thanos?
That they're shipping the all ends from Outpost Axios right now.
What's up,
I got
Ted?
my notification today.
Oh yes, nice. It's good news.
That's
Mark that down, Travis.
The
what's that?
Accessories.
The PowerCon exclusive ones. So
I was thinking the accessories and the beasts. Is that wave?
No, that's the Ox Crew. That one's not done yet. Outpost Axios had the pilot figure with the red, like cherry red armor. It was metallic. It had the 2 PowerCon exclusives in the wave, Scourge and
the Mo2 ones.
operative something. Yeah,
That one
those
has
2
the
were part of
other
that
gray
wave.
alien, right? The other gray alien.
It does. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So
I like those
Yeah,
grays.
I'm
Those are really cool.
Yeah. I'd love to have a whole like army of those grays.
yeah,
I
I like
misheard
their
you. What
take
did
on
you
them
say
too,
before?
making them tall instead of short. They're
Yeah.
those parts are fun.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know, there's a big thing in the alien. People that study the aliens know this, but there's actually 2 forms of grays. There's a short gray, which is the worker gray, and then there's the tall gray, which is like the leader gray.
Oh, hey, right on. I didn't know
So
that.
it'd be cool if like Mythic actually came out with like a shorter one, like on a swig scale. That'd be awesome.
That would be
That
cool.
would be cool. That would be cool. And it wouldn't surprise me if they did it, since all the
Oh,
parts
no,
are
not at all.
compatible.
Yep.
Jeremy, when he did his story about Swig, he wrote in one of the potions didn't work right, and it just made the goblin's arms really long. And he said that he put that in intentionally, to hoping that people would do customs where they took Aespidian's arms and put them on like a goblin body, so it'd be
That'd
like
be
a
awesome.
goblin with really long arms. So yeah, I thought that was fun.
I was actually showing one of my friends who hadn't been over in a while some of the Mythic Legions and how they like can pop and swap, and he was really impressed with them.
Yeah,
Travis, I was saying the new
they were-
Cosmic Legions book is shipping. Joe just got his notice, so
Oh yeah. I
news.
saw that.
for
Yeah.
the news.
the all-in wave. Yeah.
Oh, I got
They,
you.
they
Thank you.
actually originally were going to do them as was it Glios? Is that
Yeah.
toy line that has all the parts? They were originally going to do them like in that scale, and when they did, they're called one-ups. It's like before digital sculpting, you would actually sculpt it larger for the factory to shrink down. They had the one-ups on display, and they were going to be like a 1/18th scale. When people saw the 1/12 scale, they made over them so much that they decided to make it a 6-inch line instead. So
I'm glad.
I'm glad they did, because that's way cooler.
I really like that new the new Legions Con exclusive Cosmic Legion figures, the ones that kind of look like it's got the Boba Fett coloring and all that. That thing looks amazing.
I'm actually concerned because I have a budget for going to Legions Con, because I have to fly there and stay in the hotel and everything. So I'm trying to stay within this budget, and then they drop those 2 exclusives, and I'm like, damn, that could be half of my budget right there, is just getting the Legions Con exclusive.
Joe's like, hey, boss man, you got some overtime I can do for the next month and a half, 2 months, 3 months, maybe?
Well, so
I'm definitely going to be trying to save up. So
we had the AWOC Kickstarter, and then this whole wave came in right after I paid for the Kickstarter. And then I bought one of those wolves that I showed off last week, and it was a damn expensive month last month. I need to not buy anything for a little while. But then the Illidan from 5K Toys, I just got the second payment notice for that. So damn. But next paycheck, no toys.
Did you find anything out about the job, Thanos?
So traditional fashion, they're not going to hire anybody. They're just going to pawn responsibilities off to a couple different people.
Well, in the business world, that's called streamline the business.
Yeah.
Which basically just means less people take over more responsibilities without getting any kind of pay.
With no pay. Yeah. So, I'm not going to get that. I was hoping to get it just because my hours would even out, and I wouldn't be like 12 hours every day or every other day like I have been. But
well, just keep trucking along, I guess, right? Until something comes up.
Until I explode. And then once I leave, like, since they've shunted all these responsibilities onto me, nobody else in the building knows how to do anything anymore. So...
Well, then see, that's what you do is you leave, and then you wait for that call back in a couple of days. It says, "Hey, we done fucked up. Can you come back?" And you say, "Sure, I'll come back, but
Well, I took one day off and nobody did anything. Like my box was just like overfull. Like the people are supposed to cover for me were like, I don't know how to do that, so they just didn't do anything.
Yep.
So
Yeah. When I worked at my last company,
I have the same kind of things happen at my work too.
Yeah. I take a week's vacation. I'm like, okay, you guys got this, right? I come back, my mailbox is full. This isn't done. I'm like, I was gone for 5 days. How the fuck did this happen? Nobody knew how to do it. I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah.
No point taking vacation because then when I come back, I got to work twice as many hours to make up for it.
Twice as hard. Yeah.
When I go on vacation, I do my best to like get my job done for the next week because I know when I leave, no one's going to do anything, and it's just going to pile up for me to do when I get back.
Yeah,
I have
tried that.
everything.
Doesn't matter.
You would do that. Now I'm just like,
I have everything at my job booked and scheduled for a month in advance. Like I'm always a month ahead. It's the last minute stuff that I have to deal with on a day-to-day basis.
That's the problem. It's all the stuff that there's no way to plan for it. There's no way to get it done ahead of time. It's just,
Yeah.
But like, I even stopped doing that. I'm just like, you know what? It'll give me more hours when I come back.
I got a couple other things here. The Wolverine packs came in.
Oh, cool.
I didn't really want the Wolverines, but I did want the figures that they came with.
Not the other Wolverine. Is that the traditional
Wolverines? It's just I would have just bought the Sabretooth. I would have just bought the Lilandra, you know?
Yeah.
They
I
know
really
that.
like the Cowboys.
That Brood Wolverine's pretty slick though.
Yeah, you know what? He looks better than I initially thought. Because when I first saw the pictures, I was like, he looked off. I didn't really like it, but he actually does look pretty decent.
I don't really care for that Wolverine, but I do like the Cowboy Wolverine.
But Thanos, they know exactly what you said. I would have bought just these. Yeah, you bought the 2-pack because you wanted those.
But their argument is like nobody's going to buy the other figure, so we package.
Well, supposedly, from what the story is that they wanted to produce those other figures, and Marvel, Disney, said you ain't producing those figures unless you can guarantee they're going to sell. So what better way to guarantee they're going to sell except put a Wolverine in there? Plus, it's
X-Men
Wolverine.
97 would have sold her, and I guarantee everybody's been waiting on that.
Marvel knows this. The Marvel team knows this. It's Disney.
I do feel bad. I feel bad for those teams, and going back to like Star Wars, that HasLab got pushed back, and now everyone's furious about it. Even though now it's come out what it is, I truly do believe that it was Lucasfilm that said, "Oh no, we need this, we need that change," because they had everything planned, including pre-orders that would go around it, based on it.
It's the Cantina, right? Is that what you said, Lawrence?
Yeah.
That it's the Cantina?
Well, that's cool. I hadn't actually heard what it was. That's that seems like it would be an instant sell, right?
Yeah, and it looks, from what people are saying, I don't think there's going to be a limited backing. There's
Is it 1/12 or 1/18 scale?
It's 1/18 scale because it's TVC. And I believe it's like a $400, or you can get the $475, or maybe it's $300 and $475, something like that. Deluxe. So it sounds like the campaign's going to be different. Like it's going to get produced no matter what. At least that's kind of what it looks like. But I think that what you had was Lucasfilm doing the final inspection and said, no, we want this in it. We want that. And now they have to redo everything. And they're probably...
So is it just an interior of the Cantina, or is it like a building and everything else? Have you seen it?
You can see it. And Chaz the Guru has it on Instagram.
Does he? I haven't checked anything out.
Chaz has it. It's all over. I mean, it's all over. Chaz has it.
I don't pay attention to Star Wars toys anymore because it's just not.
Here, let me see if I can pull it up really quick.
Yeah, see if you can find it real quick, and then we'll share it. I want to see it.
Hey, Ed, do you want me to hit that play button?
Yeah, go for it, dude. It was freaking hilarious.
Yo, Leo's lurking on Diaper Island, a thief in disguise, snatching ideas, never cease to want stars. Content king? Nah, I'm just a pirate in the stream, steals and blocks like it's all part of the scheme. Still, flying high, that's the game he plays. Behind his kid, he crouches in the shadowy haze. Dudes and snakes slithering through the grass on Diaper Island. His true colors we unmasked. Claims he's clean, but his actions tell it all. Credits to where it's earned, but he raps all. Facade of lies, his contents just to death, leaving real creators broken, empty, and depressed. Coast in the chat, spreading venom and fear. It's the seats crystal clear, we won't shed a tear. You use a child like a shield, a cover for his play, but we see through the games and we're here to stay. So let the truth ring out, loud and clear. Diaper Island's a joke soon to disappear. Leave the snake, your time is up, the game's been seen. We'll shut you down, keep the scene clear. We stand firm, united, won't let you steal no more. Our community's strong and we're ready for war. We unpack your bags, your tricks and all. We stand for the real, brave and bold.
I thought you
What
didn't have
was
the
that?
Awesome.
and got him here tonight. Holy shit. God damn, dude.
Where's that from? I love it.
Travis just
I don't
made
know.
that.
It
What's
just
up,
came
Rick?
out of nowhere. It just like showed up one day.
What? Tonight?
Hey, Joe.
Ar-
You're not on mute, brother. Did you find it yet, Lawrence?
Yeah, but
Right,
he didn't put up the
right.
better picture, so I'm trying to look for a better
Yeah,
picture.
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, if you
usual
need
mic
anything,
that one.
freaking give me a call back, man. For sure. Yeah, the first number will be on 4. All you have to do is move it to 3 and it'll pop. Yeah, you betcha, Billy. No problem.
Trying to remember how to
Yeah, you
add
too.
this.
Good luck.
I just removed him, Ed, just so in case he didn't. I didn't want him to like, do something.
Yeah.
All right,
We can add
I got
back
it up.
in a second.
Joe, are you back with us?
Oh, Pun got it before I figured it out.
Oh shit! Hold on. No, we heard your whole conversation. That girl sounds sexy, dude.
sorry.
What's her name?
I tried to drop you out for a minute though, Joe. I tried to help.
I apologize. Sorry about that, guys. I thought I had hit the mute
no
button.
worries.
I think I had it. I had it
You were already
muted,
muted.
so I unmuted it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all
We
good.
just didn't. We already got your
Sorry.
credit card. We ordered an all in or two. You're good.
Yep.
Man, I thought I was getting called out to work. I was like, son of a gun. So yeah, it ended up being all right. I lock up all my grease guns and stuff when I leave. So you guys could totally break in and steal my grease guns now. You got the codes. So
I'm not going all the way out there though.
yeah.
Thanos is a hell of a lot
it would
closer
cost
than
you
the
more
rest
in
of us.
gas. Right.
I just
right.
up-
But
I
it would
just
still
uploaded
cost them
those
more in
screen
gas
years
than what they're
ago.
worth.
So this is it. From what it sounds like, it's supposed to have lights in it, exclusive characters that were in the cantina that have never been made, and they say won't be made. But everything that I kept reading is that they think there's
Here, Brick sent me a close-up picture. Hold on a second. It's zoomed in. Let me share my screen. Hold on.
What, Brick's already got it?
Yeah, of course Brick has it. No, it's just a picture. Can you guys see that?
that's the grainy picture. That's what I was looking for, a better picture.
Yeah. But you can see all the little vats and stuff. That's pretty cool. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what aliens are actually going to include in this, or what figures, because it's like. Thanks, Brick.
But there was something specifically about being like different tiers of it.
Oh, the thing you were talking about with you could buy the basic or the deluxe version.
Yeah. So let me see here. So rumor report here.
Okay, Brick says that's the Scum and Villainy Cantina in Hollywood, California. You'll never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy.
Well, they should make a Kathleen Kennedy character.
But she was in that movie. She was that girl smoking the long cigarette with a really skinny neck.
According to Mike Zero, she's fired. She's been fired for quite some time.
She's been fired a lot.
Again, I think it's, I think it's a good idea for them to do. They know TVC sells a whole cantina, but I guess depending on how much work is actually put into it and how much detail, considering that Jabba's palace, the Jabba's throne room or Boba's throne room, it could be either or. That was what, like 175, I thought?
Yep, something like that.
And that was pretty big.
Yeah.
That was a pretty big thing. So I am interested to see, but I mean, I'm not buying it because it's not what I collect, but
I want to know where Figure and Dan and the Model Nodes are going to play at, though. I mean, I don't see a stage.
Is that where the alien bursts out of his stomach when he lands on a table?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And then it comes out singing, "Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime girl."
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
That was a great movie, guys. Classic.
Oh, he does look good. Damn.
I didn't realize that jaw was articulated either.
Oh, that's cool.
Freaking McFarlane Toys always putting out vampire Batmans.
She looks pretty good too.
That's the one everybody wanted. And they had to buy that Horde Wolverine to get it. That figure would have sold like hotcakes by itself.
I think so too.
Of course, they probably made a lot of money by selling it as a 2-pack. So I guess they're not a dumb marketing decision.
Yeah.
Hey, Matthew has a question for you, Punk.
You were actually given permission to do that on Monday night on his stream.
Hey, make sure when you come on and show them off, I'm going to send you the link in just a minute, Matthew. You have to call them the G word specifically.
Does he have a prop Winona from Farscape? Because that's rad. I would love one of those.
He probably does. Matthew has everything.
he does have a lot of stuff. He definitely does.
Did you get a card in yours, Punk, or was yours like somebody else got?
I never looked behind the thing. And I saw
man.
another reviewer talking about that. I don't know. I never checked.
Didn't they make a big deal about look behind the map or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
there is one.
always break my boxes down for other stuff, so.
It's rad, Matthew.
He'll have to send you a picture because you can't post it here because Punk will get Punk will get fired and decommissioned, sent back to Canada where he belongs with Viper Island.
He'll get ousted faster than Vince McMahon.
Yeah.
What good is having all this money that you milk from everybody if you can't buy your way around the rules?
He made the rules. He's happy they're enforcing it.
I made the rules.
The problem is that he made the mistake of letting the company go public instead of being private. Now the shareholders get to call the shots, and that's where all the messes in America come from. Is the shareholders.
How do you open this up without ruining the card?
I don't know. I haven't opened mine.
Here we go.
So
Carefully.
With scissors, Lawrence.
Well, I don't know where the card is.
We're supposed to be holographic cards too, so I've been hesitant to open mine up.
Well, I don't know why they put it in this.
Well, show it off. Let's see it.
Ooh,
nice.
It's not holographic.
Which one is it? Who is it? It doesn't match the character that you got for sure. Like it's random. What gets included.
This is the Royal Guard, and if you look, even the picture they don't have him standing because his ankles are so weak.
That's so messed up. Dude. so messed up.
Does the back of the card have anything on it, or is it?
Yeah, it has like.
It's got a bio and everything. That's cool. So you can play Dungeons and
those are,
Dragons with those.
I hope you wake up
Yeah,
one morning on Savage Crucible and they freaking rip you apart.
Yeah.
They
No
are
way.
D&D 5e stats, so you can use them. It's compatible because D&D, the rule set is an open license, so they can use it without paying royalties.
Oh, that's
So you can actually use those characters with the role playing game.
Awesome. That's what I'm gonna do.
Listen, they can't can't do anything because I didn't say anything that isn't true.
I'm just messing with you, dude.
I know. I'm just saying. Like,
listen.
I am the most honest reviewer out there.
Punk tells no lies.
Not one other person said that the Valaverse ghillie suit was a Swiffer. I let people know exactly what else it could be used for.
I don't even know what that means.
Right?
That looks awesome. The ghillie suit looks like a Swiffer sweeper. It looks like one of those.
I think I have it. I just don't think I've opened it.
It's too bad because the actual blowback figure looks decent, other than having the screen printed camo on his face. But
looks like my old wrestling boots.
You can't get mad about it. It looks like a Swiffer.
I know that looks like a highly detailed ghillie suit to me.
Yeah, highly detailed my ass.
If that's highly detailed of your ass, you need a shave.
And maybe get some medicine for the color.
Right? I don't think it's supposed to be that color coming out,
Man,
dude.
I like that logo.
It looks more like Mossman than anything.
He doesn't look bad. It's just I wouldn't have bought it. You know.
I can get the Mezco version for like $50. So
Kind of weird that
Morganson is here. What's that?
He's got two heads that have hats. Like one, I mean, I could put a different unhatted head on him, I guess.
Yeah.
Just kind of weird.
So Matthew said he sent you pics.
Oh, cool.
Matthew can just jump on.
No, he can't. He told us he would bring those other things with him.
Pew 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 pews.
You know what sucks?
He's got the outfit and everything. Right on.
This thing sucks. Might be the crappiest toy I've ever opened up before.
What? Oh
Yeah,
my God!
see that, right?
What toy is that? Oh, the Dark Helmet knockoff.
Yeah, this freaking knockoff. Gotta check it out on Tuesday.
Yeah, Brick. I've been getting into Marvel Legends pretty heavy. Started off with the cheap ones I would find, and then kind of escalated. You know how things escalate.
Yeah,
that's the way it always works. You always start with ones that are clearance, and then it's like, but this one's really cool.
Oh man, I saw my first broken Savage Crucible.
Is it yours?
Here's a question for you, Thanos.
Is the knee?
Yeah.
Matthew is really worried about the knees.
Yeah, this person just posted on it. Got my first one, and this happened. Didn't force it, and it was right out of the box. Heat up those joints. Unfortunately, I got this one from eBay as I'm waiting for my order to ship, and it's.
Why would you order on eBay if you're waiting in your fucking order to ship?
Ab crunch.
There's something
He's
wrong.
got the torso crunch, and he's got like a ratcheted waist.
Oh wow, that's interesting.
You see, it's broken right there.
Oh damn. Ooh,
Yeah, that's what Matthew's worried about. He's mentioned it to me a few times.
I always worry about that because I'm not one to initially heat things.
Never do.
I mean, I will if I'm trying to move it and it's like, oh, that doesn't feel like it's going to move. But
I always do it. I always do it when I'm popping, swapping. Yep.
If you're taking them apart, you have to. But if I'm not taking it apart, I'm just like I do like Lawrence on his reviews. I'm like, ooh, don't be a He-Man. I can't move. I was impressed that Lawrence has paused and come back after heating them up a couple of times. Not very often, But yeah,
again,
that's going to leave a mark for sure.
The whole point is to show that if you need to or not. And again, if someone says, "I don't care, I heat every single one of my figures up," cool. I don't begrudge anyone for doing that. It's probably pretty smart, to be honest.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But I'm also smart enough to
feel when it's going to get to that point of breaking, possibly.
Yeah. You almost always know when you're about to break it.
Yeah, except on that alien from Cosmic Legions, because I just put the
literally just like,
yeah, that just kind of fell apart instantly.
Yeah.
I had the same thing with Masterverse Zodak. I went to like bend his ankle and it just like fell off. I was like, oh, okay.
Actually,
But I got it replaced, so not a big deal.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see how Savage responds to the breakage and the stuff, right? I mean, like they're addressing that there's an ankle issue, but like that picture there, how are they going to address that? Are they going to handle it well or handle it poorly? Because that's what's going to make or break them.
I mean, if you got it off eBay, there's nothing they can really do about it.
Well, yeah, there's nothing they can do about it for sure. But if it's an issue,
yeah, but
I mean, across the board, it becomes an issue.
I mean, but why? I mean, even if it's off eBay, it had to come from them. No one else has gotten them, so it had to come from them, and they should take care of it. But
or
also,
I mean, or offer them the
buying
chance
off
to buy
eBay.
it.
Why can't you wait till your order comes in?
Well, that too.
It's people like that need to be slapped.
Yeah, there are people that can't
right away
have such bad FOMO. They don't just cry to people in their Instagram DMs about how they don't have their toys. But
they scale really good with the Masterverse. I just put them next to each other, so I'm pretty happy about that.
Oh yeah, they do. Hey, Ryan Sweeney.
Sweeney Todd?
Sweeney Todd, the butcher of some street.
I just know it from The Office.
Hey, Punk.
Yeah.
Tell me about Pyramid Point in Michigan. What is it?
I have no idea.
Christmas?
What?
I said, Jesus, Christmas. You should know everything about Michigan. You're the tourist.
He knows more about Ohio than he does about Michigan.
I know.
Here, let me tell you something about Michigan. I watch a lot of these, these murder, crime, YouTube shows, and so I'm watching today, and one pops up, and I really wasn't in the mood to listen, watch or listen to it, and first thing I hear is in 2011, Clinton Township, Michigan, which is where I...
Is this the story you told us?
No, this is completely different. This is from 2011. I wish that one. That one I'd be it, man.
The one that I looked up and found all about?
Yeah. No, that one's still fresh because I don't even think he's been tried yet.
Oh God.
He should. I don't know what. I think he's trying to plead insanity now or something. And it was a case where this little 3-year-old drowned in the bathtub in 2011, not far from where I live, and I don't remember it at all. So I'm like, I had to watch. I'm like halfway through it, and I Googled the name so I could go look at it.
I'm going to ask you again on Monday about Pyramid Point for Michigan, and you better know the answer. I'm guessing it's in the UP.
Pyramid Point, Michigan?
Yep. Never heated a figure out of the box. The only one I've seen ever broken was the SH Figure Arts Jamiroquai $100 figure, a real flusher. Yep.
Hey Ted, do you know when that King Conan is supposed to come out? I'm not curious, not like giving you a hard time or anything. I'm just curious.
I think it's June or July, but it's Mezco, so that means that Ted and Aaron will get it in August or September.
Okay.
If Mezco gets it out in June or July, like they say. If not, It's usually about a month to two after.
All right.
Mezco
So
releases it.
let me explain. This is Michigan.
Okay.
I live here.
Yep.
Pyramid Point is here.
Is it in the UP?
No, it's in Traverse City. It's a Sleeping Bear Dunes.
Okay, so it's up before you cross over the lake to go to the Upper Peninsula.
Yeah, almost. I mean, it's
It's in
probably
Canada.
an hour away from the Upper Peninsula.
It's in Canada, is what you're saying.
No, because you still have to go through the UP to get to Canada.
No, I know. I was joking around about how high Michigan goes into Canada.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying. Why were you asking about it? You going there?
Yep. No, I'm not going there. I was watching a hiker guy today, and he was hiking to Pyramid Point in Michigan, and it looked gorgeous. So I was just wondering.
Oh yeah. See, yeah. The dunes are beautiful, and Traverse City, like everything over on the west side there, especially up there. It's beautiful up there. You love like Petoskey, Traverse City. There's a city, but you're also in the country.
Yeah.
And you're far away from everything. So when World War III does happen and Michigan gets attacked, it's all going to be down here where all the auto plants are.
Right.
Nothing up there. You'll be fine.
Yeah. That's the part I'm afraid of living here, because I'm only like an hour away from Niagara Falls, which is a huge power plant for like the entire East Coast. So someone's going to attack it. I mean, that's definitely going off here. We're going to feel it. So.
Well, I remember talking to my dad when I was a kid, and he always said if there was ever a world war, we'd be one of the first people attacked. And I was like, "You mean because of Selfridge, Michigan, which is the base, which is just a couple miles from my house?" My dad kind of laughed. He's like, "No, because of the auto industry.
Yep.
Everything gets turned into building tanks and Jeeps or whatever. You don't think about that." I would see the planes flying over. I'm like, that must be the reason. He's like, no, that's not even a real military base.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, we have the Niagara Falls military base, but they wouldn't even go after that. They go after the Niagara Falls power plant, which is a huge power supply plant.
Yeah.
Did you see Ted's reply,
I live
Travis?
in the middle of nowhere, but the neighboring town to us has the Top Gun training facility.
Oh yeah,
for the Air Force. So
we
we're in
have the Navy
the
nuclear plant.
danger zone, so to speak.
We have one of the.
Is there a highway to that, Joe?
Yeah. It's Fallon, Nevada, as
that was part of the
NAS
song.
Naval Air Station.
Highway to the danger zone.
But you're
danger zone.
Where are you at?
Yep. It's
You're
only 2-lane though, so Nevada.
You're in Colorado?
Nevada. He's in the desert. Is there a desert in Colorado? Fuck no, there's not a desert in Colorado. Did you fail geography in high school?
No, I used to know all the 50 states and the capitals and how to spell them in 5th grade.
And then you got the 9th grade and forgot it all. I get it.
That was 5th grade. So I forgot it by summer.
Yeah. 80s Toy Box says he's in a suburb of Vegas. They'll definitely go after the Hoover Dam. True. Very true.
Yeah.
I live on the nuclear arsenal of the U.S. That's probably where my son's going to get stationed, because he's working in the nuclear facilities, the missile facilities. Lawrence barely knows where I-75 is. Jeez.
That's because Ted didn't know what I-75 was.
Yeah, Ted's lived a sheltered life.
Very sheltered.
There's no 75 in I, it's in the O's.
That's right. Know your bingo.
Yeah.
It's actually the highest number in the bingos, isn't it?
It is.
Or is 80?
It's 75.
Yeah. You know this because you do bingo with the old people,
I
right?
used to call bingo all the time. Yeah.
Bingo was his name. Oh. Sorry.
So is that song talking about the farmer or the dog? Someone tell me.
I always thought it was the dog.
I always thought it was the farmer's wife.
Yeah.
Sing the song, right? There was a farmer who had a dog, and bingo was his name. It doesn't really say it's a dog. We always just assumed it.
Yeah. That's what I always thought.
There's actually a farmer in my town whose name is Bingo.
Well, there we know. Now we know the
Everybody calls
answer. Thanks, Joe.
Everybody calls him Bing but his name is Bingo. Yeah. So,
Well, now we know the answer to the song. Thank you, Joe.
yeah, that's a myth busted.
No Oz this week, right?
Look at the stuff that we accomplish on this Clubhouse. We figured out who that song was about. We
Right.
made some serious discoveries on this.
Learning about
No
gray
Oz tonight?
aliens.
No.
And
Yeah, that's right. We talked about gray aliens. We're doing good. We learned about Diaper Island. Had a song written about himself. We didn't
Yeah,
even know it.
Diaper Island, man. Snaky
It's funny.
Island.
Everyone has a different name. Like, Travis, Moody, and all them, they're calling him Diaper Island. Matthew calls him Swiper Island, which I think I also did at one time. But now, to me, it's Crustacean Island. I mean, he has
I
endeared
call him that
himself.
one guy that Punk doesn't like. So
Swipper Island, he calls him. Swipper.
Swiper from
Swipper.
from Dora.
Yeah, Swiper, no swiping. Swiper, no swiping. Yeah,
That's how you know you had kids. All right.
Yep. I was just gonna say that. That's how you know you had kids that are now
Well,
teenagers or a little older.
I will say this: a few years ago, when the Dora movie came out,
Yeah.
My kids were older, but they weren't going to watch Dora, but we watched it because it was free. It is funny as hell. Like that Dora movie is really, really funny because they take liberties with it at all.
Speaking of movies, you guys all saw the Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes. I can't believe. No, I'm just kidding.
They all die.
Shut up, Travis.
They all die at the end.
even if you tell me, I'd still watch it because I want to.
Oh, I will say it was a great movie. I went and saw it Wednesday night. I took my little dude out and checked it out. We watched it. It was I really enjoyed it. I will tell you, it gave me a ton of ideas for custom AWOCs on those army builders.
I'm so behind on those movies. Like, I like them, but
So
I don't
good.
think I've seen since like the second one.
Dude, such good.
Well, this is
movies.
only the second one since the second one, so you're not that
Well,
far behind.
They did when they announced it. They said that this is supposed to open up for like another trilogy, which I'm really excited for. So I'm hoping that they do. I'm hoping they do sign on and do 2 more movies.
So did your kids get into the Diego spinoff for that too, Lawrence?
I got a story about that.
Because my daughter was big into Dora, and then my son Luke got into the Diego. So I was like, every day was nothing but nonstop knowledge for me. I learned about Swiper, and I learned about some animal being rescued, and it was just.
So funny story about that is when we found out that Susan was pregnant with Andrew, we were coming up with names. And we were watching The Ultimate Fighter at the time, and we really liked Diego Sanchez. And we had decided that if he was a boy, his name was going to be Diego. And we were at her sister-in-law's house, her brother's house, sister-in-law, and she's like, "Have you guys come up with names?" And we said, if it's a girl, it's Ava, and if it's a boy, it's going to be Diego. Her sister-in-law looked and said, "No." And we went, "Fucking excuse me?" She's like, "You're not naming him Diego." And we went, and again, I love Beth. Beth is awesome. She's never been like that type of person. And Susan was like, "Why?" And she's like, "Because Dora has a cousin named Diego, and that's all I hear. And you know what? If you name him Diego, everyone's going to be going, 'Go, Diego, go! Go, Diego, go!'"
What's wrong with
Susan
that?
and I looked-
It's like cheering for him.
Yeah, well, Susan and I looked at each other and we said, "Yep, we're not naming him Diego." And it was like at that moment we were like, "You're absolutely correct. No way in hell are we naming him Diego."
So Travis let himself out, I see. To answer Brick's question, I don't remember anything that I learned from that. The only thing in Spanish I know is bad words. But I know a lot of bad words in Spanish because I lived with a Mexican girl for about a year and a half. So I was called a lot of bad names that I remembered.
If my daughter was here, she could tell us. She's going into Spanish 4 next year. Yeah, I've never once heard her speak any Spanish in this house. I don't know how she's passing.
I used to know a lot of Spanish, but I don't remember any of it now. So
I mean, they did
Travis,
teach
you with us? You popping in and out on purpose?
Whatever. I posted a comment to Brick in the live chat here.
That's because you're still into my channel, dude. That's why.
Oh, is that how it always works?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know. I thought it was
because you logged in, right? You just joined into the stream, right? You didn't come in through a link. So you're actually on this channel because you're part of the channel's team. So if you post, it's going to show up as my name. Yeah.
I got you.
If you sent yourself a link and came in that way, then you'd be under.
Okay. I'll be right back.
Send yourself a link. He probably won't.
Open up another window and chat that way.
I will send it to him because I know he didn't grab it.
Oh, he's here.
Did he come in?
It didn't work.
Did you hear the ding?
Did you send yourself a link?
How do I send myself a link?
I'll send you an invite.
No, I want to send myself. I need to know how to do. Oh, I know how to do it. Never mind.
Yeah, go to invite.
Can you do a face palm first?
I got it.
Yeah.
What do you want?
The face palm, like the Naked Gun.
We need the whole group to do the face palm at once. So you hear that slap like in that
The
GIF.
Naked Gun.
Yeah.
I used to do that on long trips. Like I'd be tired and I'd just as hard as I could. Like, okay, I'm up.
Right.
What is he doing now? He fell apart again.
I'm not like proud to admit this, but I think many of us that have driven will know the feeling when you doze off at the wheel.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, as much as I've driven, I've done it numerous times. But we were coming back from Michigan State, and the guy I was with, I wasn't like good friends with him. Like, we went up there because his friends were, like, we all had mutual friends, and they were up at school, so we drove up there. We're driving back. It was probably like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and we're like chatting, we're talking, and all of a sudden I hear him, he's like, okay. And he's like, all right, joke's over. And I'm like, what? And he goes, dude. I'm like, holy shit. And he's like, dude, you fucking fell asleep. I'm like, yes, I did. And he said, I was just going right over. And
that's one of my favorite scenes from the original National Lampoon's Vacation when he falls asleep and he drives down the sidewalk and that guy's walking out the bar.
I've never told my ex this, and I still to this day I would not. The first time we drove back from Florida, and it was straight through. So I want to say it was before Olivia was even born. I just remember we were in Michigan and I was exhausted. And every time she'd be like, when you're too tired, let me know. And when I start to get tired, I'd look over and she's like this.
Yeah.
What the hell am I supposed to do now? You know? So every time we'd stop and get out and I was going to let her drive, I feel good.
Yep.
It's the nighttime. It's night. I know exactly where I was because once you get into Michigan, I know points. And I just remember I'm driving and I remember seeing a car way up there because you can see the lights. And I'm like, oh. And then I just remember the next thing I see is I'm barreling up on the car. So like I was still in the lane. So I obviously was still conscious to a point, but I just remember kind of looking up and I'm like, oh my God, that fucking car is close. And
yeah, it's hard to do it at nighttime too, because then you get the tunnel vision and it's like everything is just so rhythmic, right? Because there's no cars really on the road. So you're seeing the lines and the lights and everything. And it's just really rhythmic. It's just like, oh my God.
And I wasn't going super fast, but you have to think, I'm on the expressway and I was coming on a car that was also on the expressway. So how long was I actually out for till I, caught up to him? Can we see that again?
That's very true, Machine Man. Oh, that's pretty badass art right there. I like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I have a hard time believing that it's actually on its ankles.
Doesn't say he's firmly standing on the ground.
That
one leg it looks like.
That whole falling asleep thing happened to me. Me and Jess were going to a Maker Fair in Kentucky, and we decided we were going to leave at like, oh God, 30 in the morning. And like, I was like, oh, I'll be fine. You know, somewhere in West Virginia on a back road, I kept falling asleep. And finally, like we found a rest stop, and I'm like, I got either you got to drive or I got to get some sleep. And she was already asleep before we got there, so we parked in the back of the rest stop and just like locked the doors and just fell asleep for like 2 hours, and then I was fine. But yeah,
when we came back from Florida this time,
Did you
we
kick
would
me
stop.
out, dude?
Somehow or other,
Yeah.
yes.
We would stop at the rest areas and crash for a bit.
Yeah.
So when we were in Ohio, maybe 2 hours, an hour or two out of Michigan, and finally, like, okay, we gotta stop. It's late, and go to sleep. And I think about 2 or 3 hours into our nap, my daughter wakes me up. She's like, "Dad, wake up, wake up!" And I went, "What?" And she goes, "You told me to wake you up." And I'm like, "No, I didn't." And she's like, "Yes, you did. You told me to wake you up." And I was like, well, now I'm like wide awake. I go to the bathroom and we start driving. And she's like, "When did you wake up?" I'm like, "You woke me up and told me." She's like, "I never woke up and told you that." I'm like, "Yes, you did, or else I'd still be asleep." She doesn't remember it at all. And I'm like, I wake up in a panic. And she's like, "You told me to wake you up." I'm like, "I did not." And then she doesn't remember it.
Yeah, those drives are tough. That's the 2 weekends that I'm not here on this show. We have to drive to San Bernardino, which is 500 miles. So I get up at 4:30 in the morning for work. Try to get to sleep by 6 in the afternoon to get up at midnight to leave to get to San Bernardino by 11 a.m. Sometimes I hallucinate. I'll see like birds flying, like flocks of birds in the road and stuff. I'm like, I know they're not there, you know, but it's like
That's where that
and the
story
time
about
frame-
the black dog came from the truck drivers is the
from
hallucinations
the truck
you get from
drivers.
truck-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep.
So
Well, runners talk
yeah, that
about
stuff is tough.
Like, I mean, runners
What's
fall
that?
asleep during marathons, but they continue to run. Like their
Yeah,
body.
but who the
like,
fuck wants to run a marathon? Let's be real.
Oh, I got a story about that too. I have
Let's
a lot
hear
of
it.
stories.
We're gonna change this to story time with Punk.
So my dad used to be a runner. He used to own a running club. He loved running. I don't understand running. It is awful. And one day I'm sitting there and I'm talking to him. I'm like, "I don't understand running, Dad." I was probably late teens. I'm like, "I don't understand your running." He's like, "It's how you feel." I'm like, "What do you mean it's how you feel?" He goes, "It's how you feel when you're done." And as he tells me, I'm literally just looking at the first time he ever finished the marathon. He has the picture hung up, and he's like this, crossing the finish line. And I go, "You want to feel like that?" And he was like, and he just turned around and walked. He was so pissed at me. I mean,
The only time I've ever run is when I was in the service and I had no choice because they told us we had to, and that was it. Other than that, I don't know.
always
I've come
say,
face to face
if
with a
you see
bear
me
and been
running-
like, "Fuck this."
Something's chasing me. Yeah.
My wife always
If you
says,
see Joe running, you better run too, because something bad is coming.
Now, if you want to talk, like when we were younger, like sprinting, I used to like sprinting. That was fun, but you're done in, no more than
Exactly.
2
Like, when I played football, right? You run down the field, that's great. You got 100 yards, maybe at the most, right? And then
Yeah.
you're good.
But I'm not. When people say they run marathons, I go, they make cars for that.
Yep.
To go 26.2 miles, they make a car for that. Not for fun.
Yeah, at this point in my life, I have nothing to prove.
Yeah.
Not anybody.
Well, I own a car.
I'll hike in the woods for 5-6 miles. That's easy, right? But I go at my own pace, right? And it's if I feel like sitting down on a log, I'll sit down on a log. It doesn't matter. I'm not running for 26 miles straight, so I can beat a fucking time and go have a free beer when I'm done.
Or to qualify for the Boston Marathon.
Right.
Wait, so my dad, he never qualified. He always he was on pace and he hurt himself again. I'm like, so you run 26.2 miles to qualify so you can run another one? Why don't you just go there and run it? Like, how are they stopping you? No, you can't run with these people. Just go there and run it. Like, or you can't sign up officially. Okay, Dad. I guess have fun with your 26.2 miles.
There's this guy that I worked with. He was a couple years older than me, and he was training to do a big marathon, and he wanted to be able to qualify for one of the big marathons in New York. I can't remember which one. Maybe it was the Boston one. I'm not sure, but I can't remember. But
Boston's
so he started.
New York.
No, I'm saying that maybe it was the Boston one that he was training for. But anyway, he was trying to get qualified by doing some of these smaller marathons, and so he started training, and like the third week in, he comes walking into work. He can barely walk. His ankle's fucked. His knees are fucked. And I'm like, what's up? And he's like, oh, it was a bad run today. I can't even walk. I'm like, yeah. And you're going to go 26 miles. How far did you get today? He's like, I did 3 miles. I'm like, Jesus Christ, dude, just go sit down. Go sit down now. And don't just forget about the marathon.
3 miles.
Right.
That's a long
set
way.
your own goal. Do 3 miles and be happy that you're 55 years old and you're able to do 5 miles without falling down.
Oh my God. Yeah, I don't get it. And then I guess like when you hear like the people that that cheat, like that one person cheated, they ended up running so far, then they dipped out and they
that lady years ago.
Yeah. I guess if I put in the time and effort to run 26.2 miles, I'd be pissed that someone cheated too. I'd probably be more pissed at myself that I didn't cheat. Like, why didn't I think of that?
You're not cheating, you're not trying.
That's right. If you're not cheating, you're not trying.
It's only cheating if you get caught.
Win if you can, lose if you must, but always cheat.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember any of these sayings. I also am not going to attempt running because I've blown out both my knees multiple times and rolled my ankles too many times. The bottom half of my body is just not in good shape these days.
Right.
Hey guys, I'm going to.
I get really excited when toys come in the mail. I don't have to chase them. So.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm pissed when I have
All right,
to walk
Travis.
to the back of Target.
Have a good one, brother.
Have a good one,
Take
guys.
care.
Take it
I'm
easy.
going to be following you soon.
So I talked to Oz and he's having issues with his laptop.
Yeah, his computer shit the bed today, supposedly.
So do we know if you're watching Oz, are you going to be able to do your video or what's going on?
I think he's fine with recorded. It's just he can't use his phone for live because it won't hold the charge. Even if it's charging, it's still like he's fighting against the clock.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's also got like Bud with his phone. It gets real hot real fast and it burns the battery up, eats the battery faster. So he said to say he could do the recorded stuff. He just can't do live.
Okay.
I'm assuming that he's planning on doing his Power of the Force live because he was really excited about that.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's been pretty jazzed about it. So
it's pouring out here. Damn, I can hear it hitting the roof.
I wish it was here. It's just hot.
Oh man, today was gorgeous. It was 55 degrees as a high today. Beautiful. Sunshine. Went out and sat in the woods for about 3 hours this morning. Had some coffee. Gorgeous.
This is the worst time of year for me for weather because it was 30 degrees in the morning and then 85 by the time I got off of work. Those like 50 plus degree swings in weather just kick my ass.
Yeah, that's hard, but you work out in the elements, so it's different, right? I mean,
yeah.
You go to work in your long underwear. Next thing you know, it's 75 degrees out. Fuck that. I've been there.
Yeah, right. That's exactly what it is.
Oh, it wasn't. I was
the whole day
stationed
peeling off layers.
I was stationed in Texas. You go out there and it'd be 40 degrees in the morning, and by noon it's like 100. You're like, what the hell? I didn't dress for this.
Yeah. Right.
Maryland's like that too.
Yeah.
Like I go to work. I get up at 4, and there's times where it's in the 40s, and it's like, okay, hoodie, long sleeves. By the time I get off work, it's like 80, 90 degrees, and it's like, what the fuck, dude? Like, you're stripping off layers and shit. Like, I'll get paid to strip. What the hell?
Right. Yeah.
So
I always
Lone
get
Dragon-
sick this time of year.
Oh yeah,
Sorry,
Up
go
and
ahead.
downs will do that, man.
hmm
The viruses love that kind of weather.
Oh man, every year.
So it looks like to me, from what I can figure, Lone Dragon, is that different WalMarts are getting different toy sets, because some people I've heard from have the new toy set that is full of GI Joes and all sorts of stuff, and then mine just went through the reset and there's nothing there except for Star Wars, Marvel Legends, a whole huge section of Jurassic Park stuff now, and then a couple other things. The toy department, the action figure aisle actually shrunk, and they've moved the Nerf guns into the action figure aisle in my Walmart.
See,
Yeah, they
did something
combined
like
the Hot
that.
Wheels and the action figures into one aisle
Yeah.
at mine. And like the action figures are like, there's like 47 Iron Mans, and that's all they have for Marvel Legends. And then it's just Star Wars and the Jack Specific Nintendo and Sega stuff. And that's it. Like,
Mine actually got a little bigger because it used to be action figures on one side and Hot Wheels on the other, like the whole aisle. And then they took the Hot Wheels out, put it on the other side, and put the Nerf guns, like you were saying, Ed. But then we did it on like half of it, and so now the action figures kind of wrap around to half the aisle. And it's like, hey, we got an extra half an aisle, but like it's only like Mario figures.
Yeah,
at the end of the other thing, and it's like
bunch of video game figures.
But all the ones in mine look like they're eventually getting the same things. It's just like some are rolling them out faster. Like they all did the reset and they took everything out, but they haven't like put.
Oh, mine's fully restocked. It's every peg is full, every shelf area is full.
But we have a lot of Godzilla stuff, like Godzilla and Kong stuff.
Yeah, we have a lot of that
have
too.
some Godzilla stuff.
And then
our Jurassic Park section used to be like a 4-foot section, and now it's 8.
Yeah.
McFarlane used to be a 4-foot section, and now it's down to like
mine's like a foot. It's like
3 pegs. Yeah,
1, 2, and 1 at the bottom, and that's it.
Yeah,
I didn't see any McFarlane stuff when I went to Walmart the other day.
And then Star Wars is still big.
The wrestling's pretty big still.
Yeah, wrestling's big.
Like 3 or 4 feet.
And turtles, lots of turtles.
Turtles are.
Yeah, they did have turtles, but just the new turtles, like none of the other ones. Just the.
I have like 2 pegs
movie stuff
at mine, but
at the Walmart closest to me, McFarlane got moved to the adult stuff. So like it's where the NECA and stuff.
That's where a lot of the McFarlane's showing up at mine too. Is that over there? And I think if they do carry classified, that's where it's going to be.
I didn't see any GI Joe stuff the last couple times I went to Walmart.
There's
and our collector section is literally just a couple of Funko Pops and some NECA of the movie packs that people have ripped to figure out that have just been sitting on the shelf for like a year.
Yeah, we've had those turtle 2-packs from NECA in that collector section in the electronics at Walmart, my Walmart, for 2 years now, with Shredder and Splinter in their human form, and then I think there's a 2-pack of turtles in there that's been there too.
This guy's really cool.
Yeah, that Wolverine is nice looking, dude. And it's cool that he's so much taller than the actual Wolverine.
Yeah.
What did I do with the Wolverine? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was talking about that. They had an old one. Yeah, see, that looks really cool. They had an old one that had the 2 of them in it, and the way they put Wolverine in it, it made him look like he was the same height as Sabretooth. And I'm like, well, and I just... looking at it like that, I'm like, well, see, I don't like that they're the same height. And Oz actually had to point
I think they did that in that packaging too, didn't they? Or is that the old one that they're
I think they were like the way they were packaged. They were kind of like shoulder to shoulder almost. Yeah. But
they look like they're almost the same height. And I'm like, he's supposed to be like way shorter. And Oz is like, nah, look, his knees are bent. It's like, oh, okay. So he actually is taller. Okay, cool.
This is a lot bigger than the other Sabretooth they had too. Like, because I have the older Sabretooth. This guy's way bigger.
All the GameStops around here are closed, Eric. We don't have a GameStop even remotely close to me.
Yeah, GameStop's actually had a ton of toys over where I'm at lately.
That's because that's the only thing they're making money on, because all these video games are all digital now, so people are just downloading them.
Yeah, they're always a little more expensive than everywhere else too. So
Yeah.
it's like, although that was
basically-
the only place I could get the Hal Jordan, the classic Hal Jordan.
Yeah, they basically become like a collector shop, like the old FYE used to be before it became
Yeah.
whatever the hell it is now, a yuppie shop or something. I don't know what you want to call it. Way overpriced shit is what it is.
Right. So, all right, guys. Well, I'm going to get off here. I will see you guys later.
All right, have a good one, Corey.
Take care. Thanks for not showing pew pews.
Not a problem.
I lost my phone.
Uh-oh.
I'm sure it's in my chair somewhere, but the chair's so damn big. Yep, there it is. Oh, it's still early. I thought it was later than that. Damn.
I was gonna sleep in today, but I still woke up at 5 a.m.
I slept in today. I got up at 6:15 instead of 5:30.
Better than nothing.
Of course, I was on Radnop stream till 2 something in the morning. So
Yeah.
I got my 4 hours in.
I woke up at like 10. We didn't get in until 2 in the morning. I'm driving home from my daughters.
When is she actually leaving?
They leave Thursday night.
I'm assuming they're driving out.
Yeah. It's, I don't know. I know. So there were some issues with the her boyfriend's brothers. 2 of them were supposed to help drive them or go with them. Then there was issues with they might not be doing it. Now it sounds like one is, but last week Susan calls me and she's like, "You want to go on a road trip?" I'm like, "What?" And she's like, someone might need to drive out with them on Thursday. You'd be there by Sunday, and and she's like, then you fly back. I'm like, well, I go physically, I go financially, I can't do it. She's like, I pay for your ticket to fly back. I'm like, I can't drive all the way there. I mean, if I take the day off, it's a 32-hour straight drive.
Yeah.
You're driving a box truck. You're not driving the speed limit. It's going to be more like 40 hours. I'm almost 50. I mean, it's, and you think that we know we're going to get there on Sunday. I'm going to fly back and then go back to work on Monday.
Yep.
You're
50.
Yeah, I'm like, I can't. And she's
Even
like,
even the trip to Ohio for you, that's a long
well,
drive.
and that was again the week after coming back from Florida, which beat the shit out of me. And that's what I even told her. And she's like, then I think I might have to. And I'm like, Susan, you've had 4 back surgery. Like, if I can't do it, you can't.
No.
And driving a box truck is physically exhausting.
Yeah.
It
When
blows
you're
around.
23, 25, even 30, right? Jumping in a car and driving 24 hours is nothing, right? You just do it. You hit about 40 years old, it's a little bit rougher, but you turn, like, we drove down to Myrtle Beach, me and the ex-wife with the kids 5 years ago. Fuck that, dude. And that was only like 18 hours.
Yeah. And again, it's not like we're driving there and then boom, I'm there for a week.
Right. Yeah.
And I'm supposed to jump on a plane and fly back.
Yeah. And then go to work the next morning.
Exactly. And I don't know how my leg's gonna.
That's gonna be rough for me for Joe Fest because I'm working and then we're leaving Wednesday afternoon, driving down for Thursday. Well, we're leaving Thursday morning, I guess, really, really early. And then doing Joe Fest Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and driving home, and then I'm supposed to go back to work on Tuesday. So
I'm not going back to work till Thursday.
Yeah.
I was just like, first I had one day off, and I'm like, you know what? Maybe, I mean, if something comes up or I can go do something like on Monday because I'm not doing the show, then I can go do something Monday and then drive back on Tuesday and still have Wednesday off.
Yeah,
I've
I
come
might
back
need
from
I might
Florida.
need to be taking a sick day on Tuesday. There's no doubt about it. Depends on how I feel, but
I think all vacations need an extra recovery day. At
oh,
least
for
like
sure. Oh yeah,
now.
absolutely.
Like
Yep.
before it was like I wouldn't even take a day. It's just like,
Yep.
you know, the weekend, party all weekend, not sleep, go back to work.
Oh yeah, there was plenty of times I'd go on a 3-day bender from, you know, all day Friday, Saturday, Sunday, get up at 4 a.m. and go to work Monday, not have a single problem, get out of work and go hit the bar again. It was like, okay, let's do it. I drove home when I was in the service. I drove home from Texas, it took me 22 hours to drive home. I left on the one night I left at 7 o'clock at night, got home at like with the stopping and everything. It was, you know, 22 hours, 23 hours, something like that. So I was home 7-8 o'clock the next day. I got home, saw my parents for a couple minutes. My buddy's like, "Hey, we're going out. You want to come out?" I'm like, "Hell yeah, let's go." Went out till 3 o'clock in the morning. Finally went to bed at that time. You know, it's like, shit, man, that's all you did. Now I do that. I'm like, oh fuck, that hurts.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm already dreading driving home from Joe Fest. Not there. There, I don't care about. You know,
Driving there is always a different experience than driving home.
because
You're driving there, you're excited. You know you're going to be there, right? So driving home, you have two issues. Like you said, you know the landmarks and how long it's going to take you.
Exactly.
And you're driving back, all the thoughts of what the shit am I driving back into going to be? Because, you know, is my house still there? What's going to happen at work? Blah, 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 and all this other shit, right?
Yeah, and you're dreading wanting to go back to work.
Yep.
No, it is, and I got to drive through Ohio twice. I've already got to start talking to my car and letting it know, like, hey,
just get me through this fucking state.
Just drive around it. Yeah. You got that extra day. Come on.
Don't think I haven't thought about it.
When Lawrence programs his GPS, he's like, take me the fastest route, but skip Ohio.
Yes. Fastest route without Ohio. No, yeah, like driving there, like I don't like really. You know, yeah, like going there. To me, it's like, all right, I'm gonna go there. You know, Toy Enhancer has offered for me to stay at his house.
Yep.
He has like all these ideas, like maybe we go skateboard and you go see, you know, we go to skate park. I'm like, you know, I'm driving like 12 hours. All right, last thing I'm gonna want to do. Yeah. I already have to like pre-plan like when I'm gonna skate. Like, oh yeah, 5 days from now I'm gonna go out Saturday and.
Lawrence is going to get to Aaron's house. He's going to be sitting on Aaron's couch, and Aaron is going to be doing his chatterbox stuff, and he's going to look over, and Lawrence is going to be sawing logs.
Oh, easily.
Yeah.
I'm going to be so out.
He'll wake up 6 hours later, and Aaron's gone doing something, and he's like, and then he wants to take you to Waffle House before the con. That's a dangerous combo right there, brother.
Yeah.
Waffle House and a con all day is a dangerous combination.
Well, at least we'll be at the hotel at the con.
Are you staying in the one that's actually attached to the con?
From what I understand, but you know,
again, I don't. Then you can just run upstairs if you have to take an emergency shit.
Yeah,
if you eat the Waffle House, you'll have to take an emergency shit. No two ways about it.
The problem is that it's 3.5 hours away from it. So
yeah.
Yeah.
Have you eaten at a Waffle House before?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You know then.
Oh yeah, it's just again.
It's good food, but it's greasy.
Yeah, but I can get that. I can get that from any you know family diner around here. You know, cheese eggs. Everyone serves them.
Link to what, Matthew?
You
want the link to the show? Want the link to the show, Matthew? I'll send it over to you.
Yeah, you're the only one that can generate it.
Yeah.
So it looks like I have to go check, but unless if I made the mistake, Aaron was supposed to post a video today, and he posted it for tomorrow.
Uh-oh.
Yes, Pain, Aaron. So
Oh, he's falling asleep
unless
already.
if I gave him the wrong date, which is always a possibility, but he has it for 8 o'clock at the same time that Masterversal. So this, if I didn't get it wrong, this will be the second fuck up because Hyperdelic clearly doesn't know how to do time. His
I
was
wasn't
out.
sure if mine was at the right time either. I'm like, I think he's 3 hours away from me, but
Well, I guess Adam was having issues in Australia because the time. I'm like, can't you just set it for 3 Eastern Standard? I mean, I thought you could.
you can. But if he doesn't know what time zone you're in, like,
he knows. But he was saying that YouTube won't allow him to do it.
YouTube has
it
a
let
hard
me
time.
schedule by time zone when I was looking at it. So I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know exactly, but I'm just like, okay, well, whatever. I mean,
What's
it's
up,
not
Plastic
like
Skulls?
nothing that strict.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least, I think as long as you get it on the right day, I guess it's okay, right? But to miss a day, it kind of sucks.
It does. And the Toy Enhancers, his has done really well. He has like over 500 views.
All of them that have been out so far have done, like the videos themselves have been great.
I am so happy with what we're getting. And it's exactly what I wanted. Like, just have fun with it.
Yep.
No one really cares about the figure.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, again, if you are waiting for someone to do a review on the Power of the Force before you decide if you're going to buy it, then you are,
Right?
I don't know what we're doing, all right?
I need to know if I'm going to spend that $5, man.
That's right.
Like,
Exactly.
that's to break me.
I needed to know if Aunt Brew actually came with blue milk. I mean, that was important to me.
Yeah.
I was on the
yeah.
fence about buying that figure.
So Payne has officially fucked up. He is. I have him set for the 11th, and he has it set to premiere at the exact same time that Masterversal Toy Hunter is. So Payne,
Just let it ride. It's okay.
I mean, you could hit up Eldor and see if he'll like post his today, so the one gets posted today.
No. It should have gone at 8 o'clock.
It should have gone 8 o'clock
Saturday.
earlier today.
Oh,
yeah.
No.
So unless you have that DeLorean
with a flux capacitor.
Oh my gosh.
Or a
really?
Stargate. One of the two.
Well, I was just saying, if you talk to Masterversal Toy Hunter, like you could get one posted today potentially.
Well, not anymore.
It wouldn't be at the right time.
Technically, I'm in Sunday.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Okay.
It does. Again, it doesn't really. I mean,
but Eldor's ahead of us, isn't he?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, because they're ahead of us, right? Because he's in New Zealand. So yeah.
I don't know.
What is Matthew doing here?
I have
Spinning.
had I have enjoyed them. They have just been so much fun.
Yeah.
I just think like everything that people have done.
Everybody's good. Everybody's doing their own little twist on it, and everybody's having a good time with it, and that's what really.
Yeah, and it's most of the people don't do Star Wars as it is.
Yeah.
That's probably why they're not getting more views. Hey! Don't you try and redo mine.
I'm glad I had that Cobra Commander handy though, because like I didn't have any other like figures that size.
It was so perfect. Like, oh my god, like one leg. No, you're right. And like everyone has shown, they've shown off their stuff. I thought seeing same time toys talk about how like this figure has, again, awful. I feel like it's another Thursday with the friend where he said this figure has outlasted two of my friends that have expired.
Yeah.
And it's been sitting here, and you can get them for $20, but this is the perfect time for me to open it. And I think, like, to me, that's really cool. Like, he took something that was special to him, and he's making it like special for doing it. So, but yeah.
Hey, Lauren Dragon has a question for everybody.
Yeah, no, no, we do not do Mandalorian props here. It is,
The thing we were talking about is like how crazy those figures, and a lot of it had to do with Toy Fair magazine, right? Talking about how the short saber long tray was X number of dollars, and the half circle was X number of dollars on Boba Fett's glove, and all this other stuff, right? I bought all those figures, and when I got frustrated with the whole line, I decided to sell them all. So I went to this local guy that bought figures, and he's like, I'll give you $80 for the whole lot. I'm like, dude, I have the mail away Obi-Wan Spirit. I have the mail away fucking Stormtrooper Han Solo, the mail away Biomar Monk, and all these characters. You're giving me $80. And he's like, yeah, that's all they're worth.
Take it and leave it.
I'm like, look at the book value. And he's like, and he's like, yeah, I know. I'm like, that's not even 30% of what the book value shows. He goes, yeah, that's so inflated. It's not even funny. I ended up selling them to Brian's Toys, which is, is it Brian's Toys? What the hell is that called? Brian? Is it Brian's?
Yeah.
The one that, yeah. And he gave me like $140. So I was like, when he offered me that, I was like, yeah, I'll take it.
he probably still can't get rid of them.
He probably still has some of my figures in his collection. Sure.
Some people probably bought some off him for this.
Yep. The Darth Vader that you have, Lawrence, or whoever did Darth Vader, that was mine. Yep. You're welcome.
Let's be honest. This whole thing has generated more sales for Power of the Force than the past 20 years.
Oh, for sure. Matthew's muted.
There's no sound, Matthew.
It's weird because this other window's muted.
Yeah, your other window's muted. You're a mime.
Oh,
this is why I don't have my moderator on more often, because it might still just be me talking for 3 hours.
Yes, I forgot, Fat Rafu. You're right. Eldor is in Eternia. You're correct. Which is right next to New Zealand. So that's why I said he's in New Zealand. All right, let's see if Matthew's got some sound now. I still see his mic's still muted. Why is he coming on twice? I don't understand what he's doing.
I think he wants to show something off.
Whatever the other screen is muted, and it's muting both your sessions. And I can't do anything about it because it told me that you did it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, I tried to unmute him. It said that I can't unmute him because the guest chose to be muted. So
I didn't. I never even looked into that to see.
Yeah,
but I don't have guests.
Well, you do every Thursday now.
Every Thursday now, yeah. Shit, I gotta do that too. I gotta do the whole.
So is Ed committed to Thursday for sure?
Yeah, because he was actually supposed to do it last Thursday, and he hit me up and said, "Hey, my wife just let me know that commencements are this week. Can we do it next week?" I was like, "Yeah." So
we just lost Joe too, so I don't know what happened to Joe.
Matthew got rid of Joe because he can't talk.
Mm-hmm. Matthew said, "Get out of here! You're taking up my bandwidth."
Can you hear anything?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh, okay.
Joe, do not come back. We got Matthew.
You come back, Joe.
Now, if Joe comes back and Matthew goes muted, that will be awesome.
That'd be hilarious.
It was going back and forth between Safari and the app. And whenever I went back over to the app, it cut out.
Yeah.
But now I can't use my headphones apparently. So I don't know.
Viper Island is muting you.
Yeah, it's totally Viper Island because he's been, man, he just loves to cause problems, doesn't he?
I mean, for someone who says that, I mean, it's funny because people say like, oh, they're renting space in your head. Like, how much good content have we gotten out of it?
Right.
I mean, don't get me wrong. The whole Instagram thing pisses me off.
Well,
and for a multitude of
course,
reasons.
on Instagram, there's nobody to even talk to on Instagram.
Yeah.
On YouTube, occasionally there's somebody to talk to, and YouTube does better with the DMCA strikes because they actually will reach out to both parties about it.
If you're in the partner program, you can reach out, and then someone will talk to you.
Yeah.
But I don't know how that would work with like Ed. Like if you got copyright strikes, you're not in the partner program. So I don't know if you're going to be able to reach out to anyone. Because what I've read about it is like, if you don't see a chat live, you're not in the partner program. Well, either way, that's bullshit. If someone is false copywriting strike, you should be able to talk to somebody no matter what.
It's all bullshit, and it's all about control, and they don't want to pay for anybody to do anything, so it's all bots.
That's the problem. They don't want to pay to have somebody do it.
Was this guy Power of the Force? I forget if he was Power of the Force or not because his elbows articulate.
No, Power of the Force is all 5 POA.
Yeah, that's what I thought because
that is not true. Biker Scout was not 5 POA. His knees bent.
Yeah,
Except
you're right.
for fucking Biker Scout and the other ones that rode a fucking speeder bike, okay?
Yeah, the Biker Scout guy is awesome. I've got him in the next room. He's the other Power of the Force guy I have.
Yeah,
the
he's
Biker
awesome.
The Biker Scout was always a cool figure.
Yeah, he's awesome on the bike, but not off the bike.
Yeah, he doesn't stand well off the bike.
Because then he just looks like he's taking a shit.
Yeah.
Also, the poor Biker Scouts, you got the stormtroopers, you got the snow troopers, all these guys come with all these things, and he's got this little tiny pistol on his ankle.
But
right?
I love that pistol.
The pistol was a cool design, but I'm like,
Yeah.
Well, in the Black Series one, that's the first thing that I lost was that damn pistol off of his ankle.
Oh yeah, tiny.
But I loved that it was on his ankle and that it was small. It reminded me of a small version of the laser tag pistol.
Sorry, Joe, that Matthew bounced you out. He's a bully. Like
he
that.
actually
He
caused
comes
the
in.
internet to crash. Yeah, at my house.
Yeah.
Thanks, dude. Appreciate that.
Hey, man, it's all about the community.
Taking up all that bandwidth, coming in with 7 sessions and shit like that,
Dude, this gridiron video has done really well for me today.
The one that you did with the gridiron props today?
Yeah, like I had all this stuff sitting around that Greg had dropped off, and I was like, all right, well, I'm just gonna kind of put it together. I find usually the loadouts where I create a character do better. Obviously, the VAM stuff's been awesome,
right?
But if you're not creating a character, if it's just like a specific loadout, it doesn't do that well. Like the Ultimate Cobra Trooper, that's probably the best loadout that I've messed around with. That thing is awesome. You can create such awesome figures, but it didn't do nearly as well as I would have thought. But the gridiron stuff, I almost felt like I should have gatekept that and not let everyone know, because I think I let too many people know, and you see much smaller channels that do it and they get great numbers on it. Because not that many people review gridiron stuff. And people are looking to say it's too expensive. And I'm like, all right.
How do your Arsenal Pew Pew reviews do?
The two that I did, the first one did really well, and then the second one did good.
These are our gridiron maps. These things are freaking cool. The whole Indiana Jones map set that they came up with.
Oh yeah, that was pretty awesome.
Yeah,
I didn't buy it, but I looked at it from afar.
I wanted props, so I figured out why not, and they look pretty cool.
So Arsenal and Pew Pews, I am talking with Gabe to get exclusive stuff. So we've been going back and forth, and he's been out of town. But what I want to do is, and he seems like he's on board with it. I think that's actually why he sent me stuff. He'd send it to me first, and my video would drop the day. That's my idea. My review would drop the day that it goes live. So all the new weapons, people would see right away. They see the review of it, and then they'd go up and they go live.
Well, gee, Lawrence, all you got to do is get your son on there with you, and you just be like somebody else in Canada. Get early exclusives and shit free.
No, he doesn't get any of that shit free. He steals it all from somebody else who's doing it.
Yeah. That guy.
I meant the product he talks about. He gets for free.
He's never gotten any product for free. Matter of fact, he talks about it and moans about it all the time.
Yeah, I know
how he doesn't get any product for free.
He gets customs from his
That's right.
viewers
That's
somehow
right.
or other. I don't get that, but
Dude, I don't know if you've seen that or not, but he like holds contests and he says, send your customs to me so I can grade them for you and put them up against other customs to show who's better. And so everybody sends him his customs, and he gets like a Crocmaster custom or whatever. That was the first big custom that I think he got.
Yeah, that's what we were discussing.
I was talking about that earlier, how nice that custom was. I was like, Jesus.
Yeah, and some dumbass gave that to him.
Yep.
There's one guy I think that sends him a bunch of stuff.
Did you see this question? Maybe Matthew or Lawrence know the answer to this. I know they sell bladed weapons, but I don't know about this.
I can't see it. What is it?
It says, question, do they make any martial arts ninja kits for V2 Storm Shadow Gridiron?
Yes. Oh, not V2. They sell the V1 loadout, and the V1 loadout's awesome. Especially if you put Marauders, Gunrunners, swords in there, and it's perfect.
Yeah. Have you ever bought any Gridiron medieval props for your stuff, Joe?
No, I actually didn't know that they did medieval stuff.
Yeah, they have some medieval weapons and stuff. Yeah,
they actually
nice.
Started with some medieval stuff, especially some dio corners and stuff like that that they started doing. I remember when they would do the big dios initially too.
Yeah, that was when they did the. They were still working on like partly doing diorama. What the hell was that company called that they ran? Diorama Dreams or something like that.
Yeah, I don't remember the name.
I remember it a long time ago because he did a lot of 1/6 scale stuff for G.I. Joe for the diorama stuff.
Wow. Yeah.
I used to have all sorts of that shit. But
I need to address what Mad Gus says there.
Which one? This one?
Yes. Punk, send me all your grid stuff so I can grade them for you.
It's not his grid stuff. It's
none of this is mine. I make it perfectly clear.
He says it right at the beginning of the video.
Yeah.
Greg he orders it and he's like, "Do you want to review this?" I'm like, "Hell yeah, I do." I mean, don't get me wrong, I do have some stuff, but all that stuff that you're seeing is my buddy's. And he's like, "Here you go. Do you want it?" Hell yeah, I want to review it. Like, that's why I'm always really worried about it breaking.
Yeah.
Well,
especially that Mesco figure, that Bishop Mesco figure or whatever it was that you got first, and you busted him right out of the package.
Oh my god, I felt so bad because it was broken. But he said he had opened it before, and it was hard to tell if it was broken or not.
Yeah,
because the pants that they use hold it together pretty well, but once you moved it, you're like,
Mr. Bagga says Greg won't mind, so don't worry about it. Just send it over.
He probably wouldn't. He's such a nice guy. That's how he is.
This stuff is frustrating as all get out because it's got the problem that Valverse Wave 1 Mushroom Pegs had.
The vest, yeah.
Yeah, that he didn't fix for quite a while. That you can't really plug those vests in. The shins and feet pop off just fine, but sticking them back on, total pain in the butt. Same with the forearms if you're looking at the gauntlets or the shins. And these ankles and feet are loose as hell, and it's hard to stand. But the rest of the thing is awesome. But I do worry every time I bend that knee, I cringe.
Is there a detense in there, or is it just that stiff?
there's detents, but there's just enough softness in the plastic that you think you're gonna rip it the frick off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I don't even want to bend it any more than that. I know
Yeah.
it can, but I'm like, yeah, no. Yeah.
That's a
Ooh.
bummer.
Yeah.
Ooh,
So every
that's a
time
stiff detents too. I heard that.
right.
Yeah.
And so the joint in here is stiff, but then the plastic out here is soft. So you're waiting for it to tear. And I'm
Yeah.
like, oh man. But I mean, the rest of the stuff is freaking awesome,
The heads on those things are so cool.
right? This is the alt head from the Hunters package.
Yeah.
But I mean, I really like what they're doing. They just need to tweak a couple things, and it would be freaking phenomenal.
They'll probably get there. It's wave 1, so
Right. And I know they're listening to what everybody's saying, because the feedback from the community is what's keeping them going. And I really hope that the wave 2 fish people and stuff like that will be that much better. But it took me forever to get these shins and forearms on this guy. And then, the backpack hardly fits. It's got these weird pegs in the back. But the shoulder pieces were fine and all that kind of stuff. The belt was actually nice to hook the accessories to the belt. I stuck the sword back here. That was interesting. But the other ones,
that sword go in like a Mythic Legion sword where it's just a loop you slide it through?
that one is just a loop. Yes. The ones that Larry has are those like their little pouch that has a side open pocket that you can slide it in that way.
Oh, okay.
And Punk kind of showed that. Some other people have shown it. I don't have as much of a problem with it as some people do. I think that sideways slide in is awesome, because that's the only way Blade could actually draw his sword. If you thought about it for a second, if you've actually tried to draw a katana out of your back, yes, you would need to have that.
Yep. I laugh because I have a decent sword collection, and even like the barbarian sword, like they show these guys wearing them on their backs. I'm like, those swords are so long, your arms aren't big enough to pull them out of the sheath and actually get them over your head.
I have problems trying to teach people how to draw a sword Japanese style when it's on your hip, and how to draw it correctly with moving your hip and your shoulder and everything correctly. A European sword is a little easier because it's the way it draws is simpler, but the drawing a sword is a very complicated technique, and drawing it from the back is fucking retarded. But anyway,
it looks cool though.
You got your enemy standing there. Give me just a second to get this sword out. Hold on. Could you get this for me? Be careful when you touch the blade.
Like
I don't
a
want you to
stick
cut
with
your
a
fingers.
fork on the end. Yeah.
But it looks cool. So
yes, but it
whatever.
looks badass, for sure.
Yeah.
I had this conversation like all day with this guy about effects with and lighting. And we talked about lighting, and he was working on some of his lighting. He said he's been doing it for 10 years or whatever. And I said, but you don't have any better lights? Okay. But we were talking about lighting and effects, and we were discussing the merits of one effect versus another. And I go, I try to err more on the side of realism in my effect usage, but when you have an entry wound that's splurting blood out, doesn't make sense unless it's a bladed weapon. A firearm doesn't make sense for that to be going out that way.
Right.
But whatever.
Yeah, you had that big explosion of blood coming out the backside.
Right, exactly. Yeah. It's always the exit wound that makes the bigger hole. But
yeah, like I like some of those, like the what was it, the casket of whatever.
The casket of cruelty.
And
the zombie one that they did, the one with the green effects. The case for that's awesome. I used it in my last shot that I did with my Snake Eye Saturday post. It was underneath the crates that everybody was talking about, which was a dollar store general army figure, and it's got an army or a SEAL logo on it, and everybody loves those crates. Those crates are kind of cool. But yeah, those two sets are awesome. So is the video game set. They've got great splatter effects, great weapons to go with those effects. which
Yep.
can really enhance your, zombie apocalypse or whatever.
Yeah. The nice thing is that blood splatter, like if you do it right with some nice blue tack or whatever, you can actually get a really nice effect with the way the different blood splatters. They got the one that's got the eyeball that's just on a gooey string. I mean,
Yeah, that's so
just
awesome. But yeah, I mean, people were
And
talking about
Danos,
these
you
today.
ordered a couple of props from the store, right?
Yeah, got a banana for
You got
my
the banana
way
and all that,
walks
yeah.
and some beers. I had the apple for my Adam and Eve shot.
What
Yeah,
you
they
didn't
do
want?
stuff.
You didn't want the Marvel Legends one that came with Kang?
I didn't know there was one.
He had a green apple that came with the MCU Kang from Eternals or whatever. I don't know. It was not the comic book Kang. It was the movie Kang, and he came with a green apple because that's what he had on his desk in the Loki TV show or whatever.
Oh, was it the He Who Remains figure? Not the King. I have the King.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was probably that one.
Yep.
But yeah, these are the little cases that everybody's talking about that are Dollar General cases, and they're awesome because you can store a whole bunch of crap in there.
Are those from the $5 pack ones? Those military figures that are like $3 or $5?
No, seriously, dude, they were a freaking $1.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and
I've not seen those yet.
They came with these little guys.
Oh, sweet. That's pretty cool looking little figure, though.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, just little guys, and so they got Army guys and SEAL guys.
I have not seen those.
And they're literally at Dollar Generals, and then so you've got the Army crate, and the SEAL
Navy
crate.
Yeah. Sweet.
I was going to stop at Dollar General today, and I didn't even think about it. I was like, I'm already running late. I'll just go home.
I have to check those out. I got some of their Final Faction figures. Those are pretty decent too for little 3 3/4-inch figures.
Well, they really are. They come with great accessories, and that's actually how Lawrence and I met. Right? Was the robot arms on the Final Faction expansion pack that you can put on the back of your bat and makes your bat look all freaking gnarly with all these arms coming out in front. It's freaking cool.
I had
and it matches the color.
I had the one guy that comes with like dragon wings or something. He looks like Falcon if he was in a different colored suit from Marvel. He's got the same head with the goggles and everything. For $1.25, you can't beat it for like background figures for 3 3/4-inch.
Yeah, no kidding. Just throw a bunch of those guys together.
Yeah, the little vehicles are cool too. I picked up the Rumbler and one of the Dune buggies.
Yeah, I've been looking for the Dune buggy. I haven't been able to find it, but
so I got the military drone, also the soldier drone or whatever, and that was one of my first cover girl pictures that I put out there was her working on the drone because the drone looks awesome as just a GI Joe 1/12 scale drone that they could actually take up and throw or whatever.
I get some of the little like Walker gun things too.
Yeah,
those are pretty cool.
Yeah, some of the stuff they have for that faction line works with the 1/12 scale, even though it's smaller. It still works just fine.
The accessories are oversized for that scale, so they work really good with 1/12.
Mr. Magga says, Dollar General run tomorrow.
Check it out, man. They don't always have them, and you never know how many they're going to have. But if they do, I bought them all last time I was there, so I got 6 little crates. So $6, and I got the freaking crates. That's all I wanted was the crates.
Yeah, but even those figures don't look too bad. I mean, just to have on your shelf and a little, just standing there.
I mean, they're the little 5 POA dudes.
Yeah, pretty cool looking.
Yeah, I mean they've got head movement, they've got arms and legs move individually, and they can strap a weapon to their back or hold it in their hand.
That's a big ass weapon too, man. Don't show that off though.
Sorry. Yes.
What about those grenades on his little strap?
Yeah, he's got a couple of those.
Got a nice little vest with some detail too. Yeah.
Nice detail, nice paint in there. Got some boonies. Got a guy with a beret. So there's like 3 different figures. I don't know. I've heard rumor that there's a Navy crate out there also that's gray. It's the same idea. I haven't seen that one, but I haven't really been looking since I got my 6. I was good.
They did make a drone, but it goes on the ground. It's an RC drone car. What that came with? What's his name? Right?
Firefly.
Firefly. Thank you.
Yeah.
I was thinking Cobra Saboteur, but I knew that wasn't his name.
The Cobra Island Firefly had the flying drone, and the Retro Firefly, or whatever you want to call them, had the rolling drone.
Yeah.
I believe the Mezco one has both, but I wouldn't know because they haven't shipped it yet.
Hey, you've got 30 days. They'll ship it within 30 days.
Yeah, I see other people getting it, and I believe that one of the toy stores around here got it too.
You're just not a big enough YouTuber for them to send them to you early.
That's like Lawrence asked Ted about the
order one on eBay.
Just order it off of eBay. Then when you get yours, you can sell it on eBay.
That Firefly looks awesome, though. I've seen a lot of pictures of it, and a lot of people in the Mezco groups are talking like, hey, I need like 6 of these, and I can put all these multiple heads on it and make it just, an urban trooper. I'm like,
oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We just go buy the Valiverse one and be a lot easier and cheaper.
The bad part
is not anymore
Mezco,
because those are sold out too. I mean, the original ones and the new ones, they're all sold out.
Mezco has the same problem as Classified does. They have a lot of different neck peg sizes that don't always fit different heads.
Well, that's why they have their that rubber grommet in it.
Yeah.
That's true. I've seen people put the Mezco Man of Steel Superman with the light up eyes on the Mafex Dark Knight Returns Superman's head or body, and so you've got that body with the glow eyes. It's awesome.
So is that a thing with all Mezcos or just the Joes?
What's that? The O-ring on the head?
The rubber grommet on the inside of the.
No, the rubber grommet's pretty common.
Okay, I assume that
it's not across the board, but it is a common.
Okay, I mean, I assume that it would be, but I thought maybe since Joes are always having different neck pegs, I can say that. I mean, when I have popped it on the classified version, yep, it doesn't look right. I just, it doesn't look right.
Yeah.
So. Dude, Woody, I don't know how you cannot open that.
What's that?
Opening a Mezco, no matter which one it is like a whole new experience because of everything you get, the way they're packed and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, no kidding. I saw a guy who took photos of his new Mafex, Mezco Firefly as he opened it in his car. And I'm like, what the hell are you opening it in your car for? You're going to lose all that shit. What are you thinking?
He's the one. I think he got it from Big Ben's Comic Away Soul here. Because he got Storm Shadow way before I did. And he's like, yeah, Big Ben's has it. That's Damon Knight who's always in the chat. And I saw that too.
That was my first comment. Why are you opening this in your car?
That's Plastic Skulls, right? Damon Knight?
No, just Damon Knight.
Oh, Damon Knight. Okay.
Yeah. He has
I think Plastic Skull's name is Damon too, so I get him confused.
Okay. No, Damon Knight has a twin brother.
I would not open up a Mezco in a car. That's for damn sure. I get down on the floor and sit cross-legged when I'm opening up a Mezco and have it on the floor.
I had someone say something about how I open it. He's like, I've never had the stuff pop out. Really? Because it's all loose. And
there's some. Well, it depends. On some of the figures, they have like the little plastic covers that go over them.
No, that's more current things. The previous ones haven't had that. It's been more of a recent thing that they've been putting everything in cases. And you look at Snake Eyes and Storm Shadow, they've been doing it. But before that, not so much.
But
I think they started that. I think they started that with their own Rumble Society stuff because that's what I was collecting at first, and all the Rumble Society stuff has that stuff like in
Well,
little
they
covers.
always put more effort into the Rumble Society stuff
yeah.
than they do everything else.
Yep, for sure.
And they've used the best bodies in there, except for one time that they released the Iron Fist body. I don't know what else they used it on, but I know they've used it before. But they put it on Iron Fist, and then they haven't used it since. And I'm like, why would you not use that body for Storm Shadow and Snake Eyes?
Oh, that would have been a perfect body for it.
Right.
But I'm sure the Iron Fist body is probably the Gomez body.
I'm pretty darn sure that
With
it
a
is.
different neck, because the neck on Gomez has like the bug features to it. But other than that, I mean, you paint you put the body in a different color plastic. It's just a nice thin stylized body.
Right, but that it has to be the same body because I've never seen that good articulation from a Mezco except for that Iron Fist figure. And the Storm Shadow is pretty good, but it doesn't even come close to that Iron Fist.
Yeah. So you're right, Lawrence. It wasn't this one. It was Damon Knight. So you're correct.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, he lives in my area. Like I said, I ran into his brother. A couple times at
but even buying Mezcos, I can buy at least 2 Mezcos, maybe 3 for the price of 1 Mondo. So,
but
yeah,
you can't compare them. They're different. They're completely different.
Totally different. The Mondos look great. I just couldn't imagine affording one, and the scale is nothing close to what I like. But
and with Mondos, I mean, can you really do good toy photography with 12-inch figures?
Well, you can.
I mean, people do, but they have a ton of room.
It's hard to get the whole. It's hard to get like the whole figure in, and you got to have, I mean, like I said, the one dio I have, which is one room, is 3 foot by 3 foot by 2 foot. So I mean, it's huge, right? That's one room dio, and I mean, I can take great pictures with it, but it's not the same as you're not going to get an army picture in there unless you're far enough away that you can lose all the detail in the picture.
Yeah. And again, I'm not trying to criticize or anything, but I just feel like there's only so much you can do articulation wise to even do a dio.
Yeah. The problem I have with Mondo is if I'm going to buy a 1/6 scale figure and pay that much money for it, I'm just going to go with like a Hot Toys and
So
I think Mondos look better than Hot Toys. I
agree
for the realistic looking characters.
Well,
absolutely agree.
The problem I have with Mondo is that they don't make the characters that I give a shit about. So that's the problem that I have.
There's that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's that. The Hot Toys and what's the other one? There's 2 companies that make them, but they've done some really good stuff with face sculpts and everything. But yeah, I mean, you've got to have big detent shelves and all that kind of stuff for 12-inch figures all the time. I mean,
like
those
Hot Toys and Sideshow Toys, like Indiana Jones figures were awesome. But
yeah.
And I understand what he's saying, that the photography is what sells it. I'm not saying you can't take wonderful pictures with it. And I'm not saying it doesn't photograph great, but you're not going to be out in the woods with it because of the scale of it. It just doesn't seem to work, right? Am I crazy to think that? Like,
yes, you're crazy to think that.
The guy who does the photography for Mondo has like a Snake Mountain and a Gray Skull built to scale.
Yeah.
Wow.
But I mean, you need a wagon to take it out into this.
Well, the problem is, like, I'll throw like 2 of my 12-inch G.I. Joe figures in a backpack, right? That's not a problem. But if you want to take, a vehicle or anything like that, you might as well forget it, right? I mean, that's not going out to the woods unless you, like, I've done it before. When I lived where I used to live with my ex-wife, we had woods right next to the house. So I just, haul it all out there, set it up, take some shots, then haul it back into the house. But if where I go now, I have to hike it in. So it's like, yeah, I'm not taking a 36-inch G.I. Joe Humvee in there to, take some pictures of that in the woods. It's just not going to happen.
It's hard enough taking the 1/12. I mean, I love it. I love the scale. I love the way it photographs of love the way that it sits in the environment and what you can do with it. But it's still a challenge, even with 1/12 scale, 1/18 scale. You can port with you wherever you want. You can take that stuff anywhere.
Yeah.
So it's this weird balance. Like, I can take the vamp somewhere, but if you get much larger than the vamp, the his tank, it's really hard to transport it somewhere safely, to get into an environment and to shoot it. So you have to set up stages or studios or whatever to properly photograph it. And then you're only taking parts of it, so you can't get the whole thing. And it depends
Even the
on
vamp, right? The vamp is, you can take a decent picture of the vamp, but you're still only really getting part of the vamp in that picture if you want to get close enough where it's detailed and everything else, right? I mean, it's just
yeah, for sure.
So I mean, you get bigger than that, I mean, you're screwed. I mean, the hiss, you're taking a picture of, the cockpit or the back, command center or something, right? It's
Well, exactly. And I've tried to set up stuff and everything for my his tank or my vamp, and I have to go sit out in the middle of my yard and shoot downwards at the his tank, and I can do a couple things, but
yeah. Yeah, but like when Lawrence took his tank outside, right, and took those pictures. I mean, you take the his tank out into the backyard.
Wait, say that again. Say that again.
When Lawrence took his tank out to the backyard and actually took some pictures.
Okay.
that was cool.
Yeah, that was very cool. But I mean, like, I was thinking to myself, damn, I remember doing like pictures with my GI Joes when I had a lot of 1/12 scale or 1/6 scale GI Joes. You lug the Jeep out there with a couple of figures in it, then you're going back in the house for another load of shit to take out there. It's like, it's so much work that it almost becomes unenjoyable.
Not only was I doing what you just said, I was in a race against it starting to rain.
Yes.
Because I was just like, I said I was gonna, I was like, I want to do this, and then we had time because Olivia and I were gonna go somewhere. But I was just like, I'm like, I want to do this. I have time before it starts raining, but it was getting windy. That's why in the video you saw the figures start to fall over. Yeah. I had made it almost the whole time taking pictures without it.
That's one of the most frustrating things in the world when you're setting up a shot of multiple figures, and you're on that last figure, then the first two fall the fuck over. You're like, son of a... Like,
yes.
I used to do a lot of 1/6 scale shots. I had an actual lookout tower that I built, and I built it like actually into the ground out in the woods. It was like 4 foot tall, and it was anchored into the ground so it could stay outside and made it sealed so it wasn't going to rot away or anything. That was just easier to leave it out there and do pictures around it, lug it in and out of the house.
Yeah. I took my Creos out one day and took some photos of them out in the yard, and I was like, that's tiny, but that was still a hassle to get the Terradrome and stuff like that out there. It's always a challenge. I did issue 32 of GI Joe with Firefly on the roof of the cabin and all that kind of stuff. And I had to do that real quick, put it outside, take some photos, move them around, get it back in the house. And that was a whole hassle.
Yeah. Every morning when I go out to the woods, it's like, I sit there and I'm like, okay, I got to have, I have like Ziploc bags that I put the figures in. So when they're in my backpack, I don't lose the weapons. And
that's right.
I'm trying to find one big enough to put the vamp in so I don't lose the lights and all the other shit that can pop off.
And you worry about shit breaking too. Transport.
Sure. Yep.
Yeah.
All my stuff stays in my house.
Yeah. I've had that happen. I pulled figures out of my backpack and the arms, busted and shit like that.
One of my absolute favorite figures ever is the Fury Planet, veteran William figure.
Yeah.
But I swear to God, I try to put him in a Ziploc bag and take him just about everywhere I go for outdoor photography because, werewolf can show up anywhere. Yeah. And he's amazing to try and pose in these spots outside. And that's probably my favorite figure of all time.
He's built though, right? So
Yeah, and he's easily pop and swap because
Yeah.
you can make him put the vest on, or the trench coat on with the sleeves and
Yeah.
all that stuff, or you can take that off, put the harness on. You can take that off and just have him as a werewolf figure. He's so versatile that I can't wait to see all the different incarnations that are coming from Monster Force or from anybody else who's using
yeah.
that mold, because that figure is just phenomenal.
Are you talking about the veteran William?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Sabadom killed it on that sculpt.
It's amazing, and I'm so upset because I got the veteran William, the original one, and I'm wondering where did my cigar go, because I know that some versions came with a cigar, and I could never find mine, and I'm like pissed because I know it fits right in the mouth of that one head sculpt, and I didn't know if it was sculpted on there or if it was an extra piece. And I can't tell, so I had other cigars that I used for him to sticky tack in there. But does anybody else have that one? Do they have the cigar head? Do they?
I don't have that figure. I always wanted it, but I never got that one. And now the Monster Force is releasing.
I had
it,
the
Monster Force.
Yeah, Seba has a website called Planetary Dog Toys where they sell 3D printed pieces, and I have the werewolf pieces from that he ended up using for veteran William, but I never got the actual figure.
The way that they created that figure, it had hard and soft points that were perfectly measured. So the soft parts that were supposed to be soft were nice and soft, and the parts that were supposed to be hard, the joints, the pop and swap parts, were perfectly hard. And yes, it did cost some paint rub, but it doesn't matter because it's not in real important parts of the figure. But whoever designed that figure and whoever was in the factory building that figure, I think did a perfect job of balancing the soft and hard plastics to make that figure. And like I said, it's one of my favorite figures of all time.
The people that have had like the Blade Master Wang by the same company, right? I mean,
yep.
Like Brick loves that figure, and he's never had, he says the same thing. He raves about, the way
and then they
designed and everything. So
then they also did Crocker. Crocker was the first one that they released. I haven't heard anything bad about the Crocker figure.
Oh yeah, me neither. That's right.
Yeah. And they even have different neck pegs for a left turn or a right turn or a central turn for the head. I thought that was freaking cool.
Yeah. Yeah, they put a lot of thought into a lot of the stuff they do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know how well this will show up on there, but these are actually the 3D printed pieces, like the head, the tail, and the feet from the 3D sculpted pieces that ended up becoming veteran William. So I made an actual wolf out of it, just having some fun with the parts.
Oh, that's cool. That's pretty awesome. So you did 2 of the feet sculpts for the front paws?
Yeah, because they're the 3D printed pieces. I just ordered 4 of the feet. And the standing feet. It's a werewolf, but I wanted to make just a regular wolf. And
that's freaking cool. It's the lupine,
but
instead of the Krenos form.
Right. Yep. So yeah, but those are those pieces, the 3D printed pieces from Planetary Dog that
he's got some awesome stuff on his site.
That's the guy who sculpted him, Planetary Dog.
Yeah, Sebadom.
Yes, Sebadom, Sebastian Dominic. He's
okay.
He started out working with My Action Figure Custom, actually, the guy that does Savage Crucible. And then when they split off, he started his own, and man, his sculpts are killer. But he actually even does, like, you can purchase videos, like instructional videos on like how to create action figures and stuff like that from his website too. So he's really getting into the making his own figure stuff, and it all started with sculpting for 3D printed stuff. Yeah, super nice guy.
Awesome. Can you send me that person's name, and I don't know. Do you know who's doing most of the Savage Crucible? I heard it was some. I don't know.
I'm totally gonna draw a blank on their names.
Travis probably
what,
knows
what,
who's
three?
doing the Savage Crucible, but
Yeah, there's like
somebody-
three sculptors that do most of the sculpt work for Savage Crucible. They did a lot of the my action figure custom stuff.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I don't know if you can send me the sculptor for the Veteran Williams stuff. That'd be awesome. Because I want to follow that person and see
It's
what
the
they're doing.
Art of Sebedom, right? That's the IG.
It could be. He has a couple.
I think that's it.
I'm trying to remember.
I know it's the same guy. It's Sebastian Dominic or whatever his name is.
Yeah. It is the same guy.
Okay.
Did you find him? I found. I can sure. I'll send it over to Matt.
Did you find it? Go. Yeah. Go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you.
I like I said, you might want to ask Travis. He probably knows who's doing the stuff because he's talked to Rob and stuff about the design because he was getting like the foot peg holes and stuff for the Hexastack. So
Okay. Yeah, because I know that somebody on one of the recent Savage Crucible videos, I don't know who was talking about it or where it was that I heard it because I watched so many videos, but somebody mentioned the woman who's been sculpting the Savage Crucible stuff too. She's been doing a killer job.
He's doing a render for Oddworld. That's really cool. It's on his Instagram.
Oh,
nice.
Yeah,
Sabine?
That's
Yeah.
it. Yeah. No, he does a lot of different stuff. He has one custom pieces that he calls them Heaven Lad, but it's for making your own Hellboy figure.
Oh,
Some
sweet.
of that on Planetary Dog and say he does a lot of different stuff. He's a very talented sculptor.
Yeah,
I'm gonna forget.
can tell.
Hold on, let me grab one of my custom.
I mean, I've just been loving what's been coming from Shure Planet and Savage Crucible and everybody. I mean, everybody's been killing it lately. I mean, Mythic Legions, Cosmic Legions. I haven't got any Cosmic Legions yet, but the sculpts that they've been doing are so awesome. It's hard to believe that a lot of these people are cast-asides from the big boys.
Yep. So Travis says there's a group of sculptors.
What's that?
Travis was saying there's a group of sculptors. Yeah. I'm assuming he's talking about Savage Crucible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know of 3 of them that worked on my action figure customs before.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting the Samurai Rabbit from those guys.
Oh, yeah.
Having them on order.
Yeah, my action figure customs is one of my favorite IGs I pop into.
Awesome.
Yeah, they did Legions customs for a long time.
Yep.
And then they stopped doing that, and but they're going to be relaunching it, I think, with Savage Crucible stuff. So 3D parts for that. So let's see.
Yeah, it looks like they've been posting a lot of Savage pictures lately. So
I can't. I wish that I could have gotten all in on that Savage Crucible stuff because the Savage Crucible Cthulhu stuff and the fish people, those figures look awesome. What you got there?
This is a character that he liked from the video game League of Legends.
Oh yeah.
I think it's called Ragnar or something like that. And he made the head, the shoulder pauldrons, from the wrists down, the shins, the feet, they're all 3D printed parts that you can use to convert a Mythic Legions into that character from League of Legends. So I painted this one up, but
that head is badass.
And this is kind of cool too. It came with you can actually swap out the faceplate with like an armored mask for the lion.
Oh, that's sweet.
So I put magnets on them so that I can just swap them in and out, you know, like easily. But yeah,
You know what?
So-
I have loved that magnet feature that Mezco's starting to use, other people start to use. My Snake Armor GI Joe guys are set that way. They're magnetized arms and legs on there, the front and back halves. I love that feature. I think that's a really cool idea to do, especially with 3D printed stuff, because it preserves it for articulation reasons.
Yeah.
That makes it a lot more durable.
Yeah, like the
I had bought a
Superman
bunch of those
Mezco and the
little
Batman
magnets
Mezco. Go ahead, Joe.
Oh, I had bought a bunch of those little magnets for D&D miniatures.
Yeah.
There's a lot of, you know, like for swapping out arms and stuff like that on some of the minis. And then I got into customizing Mythic Legions, and they've been great. I did like for Curtis Ackerman, I made like this space cowboy cosmic custom and put it on his guns so that he could use magnets to just stick them to his, you know, waist. So it didn't, you know, he didn't have to have a holster or anything. It was kind of a cool look.
Awesome.
Like those little magnets are a ton of fun and they're super cheap. So
You could buy 100 of them off of Amazon for like $3 or some crazy shit like that.
Nice.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I love the Mezco, like the Batman, Superman logos. You can just pop them off and pop them on, so you can get the different logos. And
Well, I love the Superman Man of Steel that they did. That you had the bullet refractions.
oh,
that
the
you
bullets too. Yeah.
Yeah, that was
Yep.
awesome.
Yeah, there's a lot you can do with that stuff too. The only thing I don't like is like I had the one Mezco Batman and the head magnetizes on. It looks good going over the cape and stuff, but you lose a lot of articulation in the way the neck actually can move. So
Yeah, no, I had that issue too, and I was like, I love it, but I hate it, but I love it, but
Yep.
you know, it's this weird dichotomy because especially because you can swap that cape out between the regular just draping
wired.
cape or
Yeah.
the wired cape, and I agree.
Yeah, it's a nice swap. It's a nice feature, but yeah, like the neck, you can only basically go side to side with tiny bit down, but not even enough to notice.
Yeah.
Bud, how you doing?
Oh, Bud.
Fantastic.
It's that time of night for Bud.
Yeah, Bud's like, man, I
Yeah,
could
it
really
is.
go for a cookie right now.
Actually, for me, it's steak.
Oh, you want a steak right now? Yeah.
I got a steak.
Mm.
I'm slowly eating on it, which my dog's trying to get up by me right now. Dang it.
So, Matthew, did you order the King Conan too?
No.
No?
You know, it would have been fun because I love all the Conan figures that they have. But, you know, honestly, the original one that I have is awesome. And then I also got the Destroyer one, which is also awesome. But, you know, basically it's the boots and the shirt that's different. And then they had some different heads that came with them. And, you know, I don't know if you noticed or not, but this is a Mythic Legion sword that he's holding here.
Yeah.
But
so you got the first two, you just didn't get the third one.
And you know, it just came down to, you know, priorities and stuff, of course, as it always does. But the King Conan didn't offer anything more than the other two Conans offered. And the first
All it is,
Conan
got different heads, basically.
The first Conan I think was perfect. The second Conan had a couple issues with stuck joints, and so you got to be careful about that if you ever get one of the Conan the Destroyer ones. But he comes with a lot of good extra features that work great with the Barbarian set, so you can swap heads and make them a different character if you want. So if you want to order multiple, I'd say the second one is a better one to order for that. So you can swap the heads and put the different ones on there and make them different
I laughed
characters.
because Mezco made that those heads basically designed to fit that Conan body, size wise and the peg wise. And I'm like, what a way to sell 2 or 3 more $100 figures just so people could do that, right? And I was like, they did the same thing with the Nemo set though, right? Because they did the 20,000 Leagues, and the Nemo accessory set basically only works with the Nemo character.
Yep.
I didn't get the other 2 Conan, so that's why I ended up ordering this one, because the first one was out before I started collecting Mezco. The second one I was doing something else with too much money going out, so it was like so I saw the third one, I was like, oh fuck, I'm getting this one, because those have some those are go for like $300-400 now on second market.
Yeah, so I picked up the first Conan on the secondary market, and I got it for a good price. And I said, I'm fucking happy with this, because his birthday money, I got a birthday present, and it wasn't too much more than the actual retail price of it. And then when I saw they releasing Conan the Destroyer, I said, fuck yeah, give me that one. And I ordered direct from Mezco, and I was pissed because, that's when they started not giving you the extras they used to give.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Everybody's like, oh, you order from Mezco, you get all this box of stickers and Mezits and stuff. And then I ordered directly. I'm like, no, they stopped doing that. I'm like, son of a bitch. That's why I ordered directly from them.
So, I've got a bunch of, I've got a couple Gomez with some speakers, but most of my little, I guess they call them grubs. Mezits are different, apparently.
Yeah,
whatever.
Yeah.
The little grub guys. I've got like 3 of the army grubs, and I'm like, okay, I guess that fits because I ordered a bunch of GI Joes, but
yeah, I want to turn one of my my grubs into Batmite and put him with my Mezco Batman.
That's awesome. Lawrence, are you falling asleep there? What's going on?
I'm getting to that point, but I was just creating the thumbnail and the stream for Joe Fest. So,
yeah, I'm stuck on how to do anything for my review video, because I couldn't find my original Obi-Wan with the long saber, so I had to go buy one for $5 with the short saber. So I'm still doing Obi-Wan, but it's a short saber Obi-Wan, so I have to mention that in there.
But it's a short saber long tray.
Yeah.
No, it's a short saber, short tray.
Oh, those ones aren't worth any money.
Yeah, that's a garbage.
Well, clearly, because I bought it for $5.
Good.
And at some point, I sold my original Obi-Wan with the long saber, long tray. I don't know what happened to it. I can't find it anywhere.
I guess if we're all as old as Sir Alec Guinness and look that good a shape when we're his age, as that Power of the Force figure did, we'll be good.
Well, you realize that Ewan McGregor is older than Alec Guinness was when
I
he
know,
did.
Isn't that crazy?
That's fucking nuts.
That is crazy.
That's what I keep telling everybody, man. We do not age the same way we used to.
No, it's all these damn preservatives.
Yeah. That's
Look,
what it is.
Olivia and I were watching Elf, and I looked up how old the dad was, and I go, do I look as old as that guy? And she was like, no. I go, he's like 10 years younger than me.
Yep.
At that
Right.
point.
I was rewatching Cheers recently.
What will really blow your mind is if you go back and watch Cocoon and realize how old Wilford Brimley was when he filmed Cocoon. because he was like, 50 something when he filmed Cocoon.
Weren't the ladies, other than the mom and Golden Girls, only like in their 30s, their late 30s during that show?
Actually, Sophia was younger.
Yeah.
Sophia was younger than, I think, all of them, or at least a couple.
Well, I know
of them.
she really was, but I'm talking about the way they
all
were.
of them, yeah.
Yeah. But I posted a meme a while ago that it was like happy 83rd birthday to Steve Martin. I thought you were 83 and 81.
Yep.
Right? No shit.
That dude's had white hair forever.
We watched The Jerk, and I was like, wait, how old was he? I'm like, dude, he looks like he was in his 20s, I think, when he did The Jerk. And I'm like, he looks older than me now.
But
That's
at least in the
okay.
jerk, he still had sort of brownish tan hair.
He didn't change his stand-up routine for 40 years. So, whatever.
Yeah.
His stand-up routine was exactly the same for 40 fucking years.
Hey,
If it
you
works,
can make money,
Funny
why
is
change
funny.
it?
Yeah. Mhm.
But yeah, it's just amazing to think of how old some of these people were. It's like, you know,
Yeah,
you
we
like
definitely don't age the same.
no.
no, because
My grandma was 50 years old, the same age I am, and my grandpa, they were grandma and grandpas. I mean, they were, grandma and grandpas. They looked old, they acted old.
when we were young and we'd see someone that was 50, you're like, oh my God, that is so old. And now it's like, I'm 48 and I still ride a skateboard.
Yep.
Tony Hawk is in his mid 50s and it's not just him. So it's not like he's like the outlier. It's all those guys going in their 60s that are still ripping on a skateboard. And you're like, no, that's not supposed to be like that.
Well, you had Ralph Macchio, who was playing a 14-year-old when he was like 25.
Yeah.
Andrea Zuckerman was collecting Social Security when she was on 90210.
AARP's been after me since I was 22 years old.
My AAA card says, thank you for being a member for 50 years. I'm like, not 50 yet. But clearly you think I'm my dad.
Well, and that's what I think happened to mine too, is that my dad did something with it, but that's a whole other thing.
But yeah. So
it's amazing though. Once I turned 50, you would not believe how many emails and stuff I get on a daily about, join the senior club and all this other stuff. I'm like, I'm not a fucking senior citizen yet, motherfucker. I'm only 50.
I'm gonna join all that stuff. Give me the discounts.
Oh, listen, I'm not.
I'll take that
Dude,
cheap
I would
coffee at
totally
McDonald's.
take ARP discounts on hotel reservations and flight reservations, whatever.
He's not eligible now. I know that.
Well, he's eligible. He's just not able to collect.
Yeah, there's a difference there.
So quickly, because I have both of you on here, both my moderators. This Thursday, if everything goes well and Ed is able to do it, just be on the lookout for trolls. Since we
What
know
do you want me to do?
What?
I said, what do you want me to do?
Mod.
I mean,
No, I was kidding because you said if Ed is able to do it. I know which Ed you're talking about, but
well, there's some bullshit I want to call that Ed on, but that's whatever.
You got to play nice, Matthew.
I know.
It's not about Joe Fest and getting into all that, but
I've got this guy online telling me all the time that it's like all the vendors knew, a year and a half in advance about when the date was, and he didn't announce the date till after DFW announced their date. So I don't know, but there's a whole lot of stuff with that, and why he would say who's not attending his convention. That's kind of weird.
I just think he's very transparent because he announces everyone that's going to be there, and I think he's just being transparent, like, hey, so and so's not going to be able to be there. He's not.
But he was lying about so and so's not going to be here because he had already made a decision of not allowing them to come.
Who is that?
Vala.
See, I'm going to disagree with that. Because
they didn't have any conversations about him not being there or being there. He just announced that he wasn't going to be there, and Bobby's like, "Well, this is news to me."
No. Bobby said first that we will not be showing up, or we will not be coming to Joe Fest. He announced it after that. And then
after
Val
Ed
told us to-
after Ed said that he wasn't.
No. I remember it because then Ed had to come in and play and do damage control because they said message him, and then Mikey Frenchie came out and was basically blasting him. But then that week we talked to Val, and he said, yeah, he pretty much told us he demanded the same things, and I said, I'm not doing that. Everything that everyone was saying, Val pretty much confirmed that, yeah, he tried pointing that with us too, because he didn't really know what was going on with Joe Fest. I don't know. I mean, the fact is, they're not going to be there, and they won't be there anymore. And
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to take responsibility for your own actions.
Well, yeah, when you send
both
Sergeant
sides.
when you send Sergeant McDrunky out to start fights in the lobby of the hotel of the.
I mean, again, again, everyone, you have to take responsibility for your own actions. I will stand by the fact that when there is a list of people that have a problem with you, that you have burned bridges, eventually you have to go, well, the fingers are pointing at you. It's not everyone else.
Well, okay, so that's with Vala, but with some other people, Ed ran away from them when they're like, "Hey, how you doing?" And he runs away from them and won't talk to them.
See, okay, I don't know. I heard that. I heard that. I have a hard time believing that someone went to say hi and he ran away.
I do it all the time. I just don't want to people.
It's different for you, Thanos.
I don't know. I don't know. Some of Ed's behavior seems kind of petty to me, but
it might be. I mean,
I don't know.
Again,
We don't know the facts, so it's hard to really sit here and
No, you're right, Ed, and so we're gonna have to be on top of this one because there's gonna be a lot of shit starting. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know. There's gonna be tons of people wanting to start shit for sure.
Yeah.
And again, you guys, this is not about Joe Fest. This is about Ed. And I mean, I'll make sure that I talk to Ed about it and let him know, hey, this is about getting to know you. Obviously, we'll get into Joe Fest because I don't know how much time he's going to have. I'm not going to get into, who he said can't be there, whatever.
No, yeah.
Because, and I will let him know that I have two moderators, and they know what to.
Well, we got a third moderator. We're bringing Clint in because he's on top of things.
Really? Are you sure?
He already gave himself 2 warnings for this show. What more could you ask for?
That is you, idiot. You just barked at yourself in the mirror. Yeah, that's you still. Yep, that's you.
Lawrence, what are you training that dog?
Barking at himself.
Roman is becoming self-aware.
Yeah.
I'm always surprised when my dogs don't react to Roman. They're just like, eh.
That was you. Nothing like waking up and seeing another dog staring back at you.
So what you're saying is you intentionally put the mirror there?
Yeah, I intentionally put the big giant mirror there after he fell asleep.
Yeah,
that's why I kept stopping the camera. I got up there.
I'm gonna get this damn dog stealing all my attention.
I've been waiting for this moment to pull the biggest trick on Roman.
Right. Well, really, he's just been too quiet, and Lawrence hasn't got any super chats tonight for Roman, so he's upset. So
at least he doesn't give him treats to get the dog to come on camera, so he gets super chats for it.
Right. Well, that's why Lawrence started the show with his son that keeps talking about, so he can, hopefully get some more views and memberships from those. Because he does like to milk that kind of stuff.
I think you get more love for having your dog on than having your kid.
Yeah.
Yes.
Although
everybody likes dogs, only some people like children.
I will say this: anyone that has been backstage with me, when Olivia has walked in and you heard her go off, she would steal the show. Before I went on with Ryan and I was talking to him and she came in, and she went on this 15-minute, and he was fucking just cracking up. He just, and like, that girl's just a
That's how my 21-year-old daughter is. She'll just come in and she'll just take over every conversation if you let her, because she's just
no shame, no
Yep.
shame whatsoever. She wants to be the center of attention. She knows how to do it without usually being too overbearing. I never said Tripwire was stupid because he comes with a mind detector. I just thought he was a stupid figure. As a kid, he was boring.
I liked him because he was in the mass device, and the classified figure came with enough armor that I could take one of my Vala figures and make him another Tripwire that was more accurate with gridiron and stuff. So I have 2 Tripwires that are really cool.
Oh, Viper Island's son said that.
What?
Dax said that, I guess.
Said what?
That Tripwire is
Tripwire's
stupid
stupid because he comes with a mind detector.
I never liked Tripwire as a kid. I mean, the character was cool, but like the way he was designed, I never cared for
The
him.
classified figure's awesome.
Yeah. Especially because you can do the Hurt Locker version. But, you know, if you're a fan of Lady Di back in the day, I mean, come on. Everybody wants a Tripwire figure to save Lady Di. Oh, most of you fuckers don't even know what I'm talking about.
I wanted to.
So anyway.
Go ahead, Joe.
No, it's just,
well, I got to get going pretty soon, but I did want to bring up. I don't know if you guys have seen the Defenders of Eden figures yet. Those dinosaur figures.
Yeah.
We had Matthew Rodriguez on Offworld last night, and he was showing off. He got the final prototypes from the factory that are all painted and articulated and everything, and they were pretty awesome. And so I just thought I'd bring that up before I left. If anybody wants to check out Defenders of Eden, they're pretty freaking cool figures. He did the designs, but they were actually the figures themselves were designed by the Four Horsemen. So, you know, they're going to be good quality and work the way that they're supposed to. So,
you had him on Offworld with you guys the other night, Joe?
Yeah, he was on Offworld with us last night, and he really showed them off and did some pop and swaps with them that were pretty darn cool, and showed the functionality. Like, some of them have weapons on the end of their tails, and you can like take their handheld weapons and pop the top off and swap it for the one that's on the tail. And there's a lot of cool customization stuff that you can do with it. So
Dino Riders.
Anybody wants to check that out, feel free. It was pretty cool. So, and they're big. They're like comparable, a little bit bigger than the Ogre scale Mythic Legions figures, and that's the whole wave are that size. So,
damn,
wow,
pretty slick. Yeah,
that'll be some real estate.
Well, thank you, Joe.
Right. Yeah, no, they are chunky for sure.
Yeah, I'll
but
definitely checking that out.
I'm fading fast. I've been up since 4:30 this morning, so.
All right, Joe. Thanks for popping on, man. It's always a pleasure to have you.
Take care, man.
Yeah, later. Thanks for having me. It's always a good time. You guys have a
always
good
night.
night.
To have you, brother. Get some rest.
Did any of you guys get on that Kickstarter? Or?
I didn't get in on the Kickstarter, but
I didn't know about it. I wasn't aware.
Oh yeah, Bud did that because he showed his face.
What?
Just dog cuddles all night.
Oh, he's just like, let me lick that steak juice off your chin,
some beard.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if you want to get down to the nitty gritty, I got these Savage Crucible for the sole reason of battling Conan.
Oh yeah, that's as soon as I saw him, that's exactly what I said. That those would be a great combatant for Conan's figure.
Well, and you get into the lore, and then they're doing the fish people next, and the fish people and the lizard people are perfect for Conan and for all of Robert E. Howard's stuff. So my Solomon Kane would do good to fight them because he battled a lot of the fish people too. There's a lot of great stories with that stuff, and I don't know, the figures are good despite the issues I've been having with them. I really think that this company has put a lot of thought and effort into what they're doing, and I hope they take the criticism that they've been getting in stride and improve their figures.
So you got the Mezco Solomon Kane?
I did. Yeah, yeah. I've got a couple pictures coming out on Monday for that Solomon Kane.
I didn't get him, but my buddy Rob got him, and it's awesome looking figure.
Yeah, he looks
Man, he is so cool. The wires they put in his entire trench coat that he's got, and the head swap options. I love what they're doing with the head swaps now, where basically they're like face swaps or whatever. The changes that they've made, and then all the accessories that he comes with, and how he can fit the two pistols and the swords and everything on him. The
Did
blast
you order
effects.
the shadow or the
I
spirit?
didn't-
I mean, not the shadow, the spirit.
No, you mean the shadow?
Is it the shadow? I always get those two confused. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's definitely the shadow. I would have loved to order that shadow because again, I love all those pulp characters, Conan and Solomon Kane and the Shadow and the Rocketeer and all those old pulp guys.
Yep.
I mean, there would not be a Batman if it wasn't for the Shadow.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
I mean, that's been known for a long time. Is the Shadow was the inspiration for Batman.
Yeah.
And so I have definitely a love for all of that stuff because my film history stuff goes back to Kurosawa and how he made all of his samurai films that became all the Western films that we love and move forward. So I love the history of these storytelling elements.
Yeah. I was going to order it, but then I just got done ordering Indiana Jones from Mezco. So I was like, yeah, shit.
I thought about that one, but I just couldn't. I thought that the Hasbro version would be enough, and clearly it's not. But whatever, I'm stuck.
Are you getting the SH Figure Arts Indy or the Mafex? Which one is doing it? Is that
no, SH Figure Arts? Apparently, everybody loves that one. I just can't stand the freaking hips on that. Yeah. And I would have loved to have gotten the Mezco version because I think the Mezco version will be the definitive version. But I just couldn't. But the Phantom is another one of my favorites, and I recently did a picture with the Phantom. But this version of NECA's Phantom is my favorite.
Yeah.
Even though NECA's done 3 versions of the Phantom, and I love all of them, and the storylines with them all. But I put him with Snake Eyes Timber and some other stuff, and the Mythic Legion's horse and the hand swaps that he's got, each one of them has the ring, and each hand has a different ring on it. One's got the skull, one's got the pirate one, and then each hand has that, and he's got the 2 pistols. And I like the one with the trunks that are like that. But I mean,
he's awesome.
He's a great figure. I mean, NECA makes good stuff, but those pulp characters they started so much of this modern mythology that we have, and I love them.
Yeah, I really wanted the Solomon Kane and the Spirit, but I couldn't swing it, so it was like, yeah. And now they, of course, like every other Mezco, are going for crazy prices on the secondary market. So.
Damn money.
Yeah.
Yeah, he looks cool.
Yeah, he's got some awesome accessories too.
Yeah, I put the belt on him with a holster for one of his pistols.
Yeah.
And then he's got a couple of different swords that come with him. And the heads that he's got, he's got the regular head here, and then the screaming head, and with the head, with a Puritan hat, without the Puritan hat. this dude's awesome. There's no way that I was going to go without getting Solomon Kane.
Yeah.
And I don't know, they've re-released the Savage Tales of Conan comic book magazine, and a part of the magazine is a Conan story or two, some other stuff about Robert E. Howard, and then at the end of it is a Solomon Kane story. So they released 2 issues of it, and at the end of both of those issues, there's a Solomon Kane story. So they're bringing back Solomon Kane through this story method because the Savage Sword of Conan was its original birth with Roy Thomas taking over the comic book stuff of it, and Roy Thomas is awesome, and Robert E. Howard is awesome with Conan lore and how it ties to Cthulhu lore, and I don't know.
There's a big resurgence though in a lot of that pulp and noir stuff that's coming around right now, so it's pretty cool.
I mean, another one of my favorite mezcos is Constantine.
Oh yeah, Constantine's a nice figure too.
You get Constantine and Solomon Kane and Conan, and then you can throw them in there, and then you can throw in a Moon Knight figure, and you can throw in a couple other things in there, and you get the whole thing because they did a whole crossover with all those guys a long time ago, and that was awesome. They're doing another one.
Yeah, my friend took a couple of pictures of Solomon Kane and Constantine battling, I think, one of his Dracula figures or something together because it was just,
Which is why I wanted the Mythic Legions, the Nosferatu looking figures that they have, the vampire figures.
The vampires, yeah.
Yeah, those look awesome, and I would love them to be fighting Solomon Kane and Constantine.
Yeah.
That's
I'm actually hoping they do some more vampires like in an upcoming wave. I mean, they just did with the Phalanx one, but I'd like to see a few more.
Well, and then they did some re-releases, and I wish I could have gotten the Mezco Nosferatu as well. But I love the Jada Toys Dracula figures that they've done. They've done Bela Lugosi, and they've done another Dracula figure, and you put them in the coffin that came with the super action stuff, and you put Solomon Kane in there, and I've got a picture of Solomon Kane stabbing that Dracula with his wolf staff in the heart.
That is a nice casket, though, man. That casket is perfect.
Yeah. That casket's awesome. And I had the Dracula coming out of it with his hand reaching like this, and Solomon Kane stabbing him with the staff right in the chest, and blood squirting out. It's awesome.
I like the Mezco. What the hell is the Cod Sutter? What the hell is?
Sod Cutter. Sod Cutter. Pretty cool. Yeah. That looked pretty cool, and it had some cool effects.
It came with
too.
a cool accessories. I didn't get them, but I was like, cool looking figure, man.
Yeah. Like I said, I would have preferred to get the Nosferatu, and I got on a waiting list for that, but nothing ever happened from that. So whatever.
I was on so many waiting lists for so many different Mezcos, and I never end up winning any of them. So, what do you got going on there, Punk? You sharing a screen?
Yeah.
What do you got?
These are what I was doing.
Oh, nice.
But you guys are the photographers, so.
Hey, Punk, you've been taking some good photographs with your stuff, and your sets and everything. I've been impressed with some of the stuff that you've been doing with it.
Well, I'm trying.
And I was so happy to see you get away from your fucking desk to take some pictures when you took shit out.
So the only thing I would do with this one here is I would put something on the other side of the window.
Well, I wanted to get his reflection, but I didn't use this one because it's all dusty.
Yeah.
Yeah, the reflection is cool, but yeah, having somebody standing inside that window looking out would be awesome.
But then I have to. It's a pain to open that thing.
Oh, I know.
No. You don't even have to open it up. You just put lights on the inside, and you get J. Jonah Jameson sitting there going.
Oh no! Okay, so this was the dusty one. So these were the two I think
Honestly, the dusty one looks the best because it provides the best reflection.
Yeah.
It does, but the dust was so bad, and he's not nearly. I don't know why he came out later here.
Yeah, it's a
I
little
didn't notice
washed.
the dust, so I took the picture.
Yeah, it's a little washed. You could probably manipulate that with some of the filters inside the camera to darken the Spidey, but keep that reflection up there. That one's pretty cool.
Yeah, that one definitely has a good reflection.
I love how the lights look on that set.
I know.
It's really
Those
good.
hanging lights are awesome on that.
It just makes it look so good, and I can hide the sticky tack, so you can't see where the sticky tack is.
Yep. That NECA set is one of the best diorama sets I've ever seen because you can do whatever you want with it. You can stack 3 levels of figures on it. You can do stuff in the background behind it, like I've done with the bar on the first level and some other stuff on the second level. That NECA set's amazing.
And it's priced for a third of the sewer.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which is also fucking amazing because that sewer doesn't seem like it's worth it to me.
Yeah.
No, not at all. So this one here, this I actually had a light on, so you could see more of them.
Are they re-releasing these? Because these are still up for pre-order on BBTS.
Yeah, they're doing a second version or second.
Yeah,
release
because this figure sold out quickly.
Yeah. It's that for whatever reason is a very popular version of the character. Mofex has done it.
No, I was talking about the set.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well,
yeah.
I
NECA's
haven't
released it because they're doing it so they can add it on top of your sewer display.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know like Entertainment Earth had it because there's a lot of people that tried. Because I had it on pre-order, and then I was at Sergeant Red's one day, and I asked. He went and looked. He's like, I can order it right now, and he ordered it, and I had it the next week.
So Punk got the reissue of the set. I got the original of the set. The reissue of the set was awesome, just the same. But I haven't seen them reissue it again because they should know that this is something that they need to keep in stock in perpetuity.
Yeah,
you know, it's like army builders. You should keep army builders in stock. You know, stormtroopers should always be in stock. You know, this set should always be in stock.
So I tried making this one look like he's covering his nose, and the Duke is like coming out and he's looking to make sure no one's looking at him.
Who made that porta potty for you?
This was Greg, or this. Well, this is Greg's, and he lent it to me so I could have it in the background. And I told him a couple weeks ago, I go, just so you know, you're not getting that back. So I hope you can print up another one. I'm not giving it back because I kind of figured that.
Yeah, no, that's too much of an iconic thing for what you've been photographing. And I
you
think
can't
it's
give
awesome.
your cry closet back anyway. So,
Yeah. But this was a pain because this is what I say about like vehicles. This was so hard because their shoulders and everything are so wide that it was hard to get him. Like his back arm is like way far back, just so I can have him there and try and open the door. But I'm trying to have him look out like he's making sure no one's.
I don't
watch him come out.
I don't think I've seen this episode of Doctor Who.
Well, you may soon in the future with the current doctor. I'm just whatever.
True.
Has anybody picked up that jail cell set that
Fext?
BBTS had on sale recently?
That's the Fext one.
Yeah.
Yeah, my buddy Rob just got it today because he bought it when it was on sale. So
Fext
got
has
it.
a lot of nice looking stuff though. That
hell
cell, the subway, the danger room.
They look awesome. I got that cell set, and it was a pain in the butt to put together properly, but it photographs so nicely. And having that little light that came with it, just magnetized light that pops on, it looks really awesome. I've been impressed with the stuff that they've done. I wish I could have gotten the subway
That
Yeah, I
subway
think that's
car is
awesome.
nice, and then they got the subway set too, right? Don't they have a subway, or is that? Am I thinking?
Yeah, I think they have the subway station and the car,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, they have a station and the car. Yep.
Yeah, so the subway car internal looks awesome, and I got the extreme sets versions of both of those, and they're cool. But this other set looks amazing.
Oh yeah.
So like getting him on the toes, that's something you're not going to get Savage Crucible on.
Wow, that's a great pose, Lawrence. I'm impressed.
And this thing here is felt. I had no idea when I ordered it that it was fucking felt. It comes with like 6 different toppers that are like kind of like they're not a magnet, but that the big magnets.
Yeah.
The problem is they're too big for this. So there's a lip here. You can kind of see the lip right here.
Yeah.
They're too big. So why the hell would you do that? So
Because most people aren't taking pictures on top of there with a figure that's small. They're setting something big on there so it rotates like a lunchbox or.
But it's just like a little bit bigger. You would think that it would fit in the lip.
Well, it's probably from China, so
And then the worst thing about the felt is I keep worrying that once it gets dirty, you can do nothing. You can't clean it off. But that was my fun for the day.
You got to have a lint roller, man. A lint roller.
Yeah, well, I'm more worried about getting like chocolate or something on it.
Well, just don't drink any Coke around it.
Yeah, because you spill Coke on generic soda on everything.
Right? The cola.
But this is what I was trying to do when I flipped out with the Savage Crucible. Because I could not get him in any dynamic poses without them falling. And he fell over a few times because when you're trying to get him just sitting on the toes.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's still limitations no matter what, but at least you can get him to stay even for a little bit.
Yeah. So I was able to get him on one foot, but not on this because it's not level because of the felt.
Yeah.
This is Marvel Legends, right?
Yeah.
So this is the Daredevil body that they created recently.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. That Daredevil 3-pack is a great figure, and they've used that buck 2 or 3 times, but it's the only one that's got the toe articulation.
Yep.
Yeah. So well, I don't know if it was made because due to that. I don't know anymore. I don't know if that's what it's for, because I know one of the guys was super excited that he finally did toe articulation. But the toe articulation is good. Like
it is.
Strong.
And the first figure that came out with that was the Daredevil 3-pack version.
Yeah.
That was the first one that came out.
Yeah, because when that came out, everybody was upset that they actually released toe articulation for Daredevil and not for Spider-Man at that point.
Okay. Yep. And quite honestly, I've been getting this guy to stand with this toe articulation just like this, just fine tonight. It's weird because I couldn't get him to stand on one foot for all fucking day, but I can get him to stand with the toes bent just fine.
Oh, see, these toes are super weak on mine.
No, my ankles are super weak on mine, and the toes aren't great either, but
yeah, and I know like someone had commented on the video, or not on the video, on the Instagram post that they commented on about how he doesn't like our toe articulation. I mostly agree. I don't like toe articulation, but I do believe for Spider-Man, it is very useful.
Yeah,
you get him climbing up walls, and I think for the Savage Crucibles, it's great because they're lizards. They're on all fours at times. I don't want my G.I. Joes to have it, right? I don't need Batman to have toe articulation.
Right. I don't know why Phantom has it. But McFarlane figures throw it on everything, and I'm like, why the hell do these people need toe articulation?
And it's another pin that
work on your other articulation, Todd.
Right?
Work on the damn hip articulation. The McFarlane hip articulation sucks.
Yeah, on top of the diaper getting in the damn way.
Well, yeah, that's what killed my Batman. That's Flashpoint Batman, the Thomas Wayne Batman.
Yeah, they're just statues. They pose really good for statues, but that's about
But
it.
yeah, I do think that there are some that, toe articulation is good for some people. Daredevil, I think, is good. If you said, hey, you know what, we're going to do, and it would be stupid, toe articulation with, let's say, Storm Shadow and the other ninjas, okay, I think it'd be useless because I really don't want it, but I could understand why you would be going for it. But if you said, hey, we're going to do toe articulation on Duke and Dusty, why?
You got a guy in a combat boot, he doesn't need toe articulation.
Yeah, and how much do combat boots actually move?
Right. And you got a ninja, I can understand. You got Spider-Man, I understand. But a guy in combat boots, there's no need for toe articulation. Like you said, the Savage Crucible lizard feet, I get it, right? That totally works.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't mind toe articulation.
You said like Beachhead. And it does make them harder to stand at times, too. If it's a weak toe articulation. This is a nice, strong toe articulation. I mean, with that said, the figure's also much lighter than the Savage Crucible.
Yeah.
I love Mafex, but the toes on these guys are fairly weak. I mean, they articulate, but they're weak. So they can't hold the figure unless you do it just right. And so, like I said, if you don't do toe articulation right, it doesn't work.
Right. The other problem is that when you're standing the guy flat-footed, sometimes when you're trying to take pictures, the joint's not sitting on the ground flat, so then it looks ridiculous.
And that's been my problem with the Savage Crucible, is because you can't put that foot flat with the toes not messing everything up.
Yeah.
And so you can't get a solid base for their feet to pose them. The Mafex, you can still get that even with the weak toe articulation. McFarlane, for the most part, you can kind of get that with that, but they also have stands and stuff. Yeah. So I know, Lawrence hates that, but whatever.
But for this figure, you would think that he'd get a full Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Spider-Man hardly ever does.
It makes no sense. And it does have drop-down hips. They don't work really well, but technically it does have drop-down hips.
I have yet to have a Hasbro figure with drop-down hips that make any goddamn sense of why they're there.
Yep. Well, the G.I. Joes, I mean,
you could,
for lack of a better whatever, the drop-down hips on the G.I. Joes actually do the job. So the Storm Shadow figure, I think, was the best articulated Hasbro figure at all.
Yeah, it's really good. It's really, I mean, it comes in handy when you're getting them in kneeling positions.
Yes.
And you need to just get that. But I think they can be designed without them to do all of those things too. Again, it's just whether or not they want to do that. I just look at drop down hips and I go, it's just one more thing to break.
Yeah, no, you're right. But it works really well, especially when you have a thigh cut and you can drop down the hip, rotate the thigh up, and then turn it down so that you can get that upward bend in the thigh. Yeah. No, the Storm Shadow and a couple of the others make really good use of that drop down hip to specifically work on that thigh rotation that they're doing.
And like when you see Articulated Ninja do he does such amazing poses.
Which shocks me because he couldn't pose the fucking red Sonya figure from Loose Collector, and I'm like, that was fucking easy to pose.
And I didn't see that one, but I watched the Savage Crucible one, his video, and he just had it, and he had them in. And it's not just he has like really good poses; he has a good imagination for how he wants to pose, like that I wouldn't have seen.
Because he's watching up the Amazing videos, who's been doing it forever. Who just like holds the figure and goes like this and then sets it in an amazing fucking pose every fucking time.
I never watched The Amazing because he doesn't pop up in my algorithm. I mean, I've seen him before, but he doesn't.
He's frustrating to watch because, like Matthew said, he just he's like molding Play-Doh, and it's just like those cut videos you see where the person rolls the Play-Doh, and all of a sudden it's like an actual like character head, you're like, what the fuck, dude?
He doesn't even try,
Yeah.
and the figures come out in these most amazing poses you ever seen. And whether they're generic or not, he just takes the figure and folds it. And he knows exactly how they're going to balance, sets it down, and bam, it looks fucking badass.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always say I gotta start watching his stuff, and then
he's
see
always
how YouTube is.
He's always saying shit like, yeah, I'm just setting this figure up. I don't really know what I'm doing. And all of a sudden it's like in this cool dynamic pose. You're like, yeah, shut up. You don't know what you're doing. You motherfucker. Pissed me right off with that shit.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
But he's an awesome dude. If you ever get a chance to chat with him or whatever, his catchphrase is be good, do good, drink your water.
Yeah.
And anybody who's got a problem with that or the way he interacts with other people, I don't know.
He reviewed a figure. Maybe it was a Valaverse figure. Like when I was first getting into Valaverse, and I reached out to him through IG and asked him a question. He was like, he answered right away. He was like, yeah, this is cool. It's, blah, explained what's going on with it. And he was like really cool about it. And, he's like, chill dude. So,
yeah.
Like some of those guys, when they're that big are like, yeah, I ain't got time for you, dude. Kind of like Punk, that Punk.
I'm not big, and I tell people that all the time.
Yeah. But
hey, I had to tell that to somebody the other day who was trying to, hit me up for something. I forgot what he was asking me for. And I'm like, look, I don't have time to receive a sales pitch or talk about whatever. I've got time in mid-July. If you want to talk then, we can talk.
It's probably the same guy that reached out to me and to my buddy Rob. And like we both told him, he's like, do you have time to talk or whatever? And we're like, my Rob and I were talking about it, and he showed the screenshots of his conversation. And I said, no, I'm on my way out the door to work. And he's like, oh, well, when will you have time? I'm like, probably never. And he's like, oh, well, then he starts going into the sales pitch. I'm like, dude, why are you asking me if you have fucking time if you're going to go into your sales pitch anyway? And then he did the same thing to Rob.
Type it all out. I'll ignore it.
Yep, exactly. He's one of those guys. He'll send you a follow, so you go to his page, and then like he does like 3D printing or whatever, right? And then as soon as you hit follow, all of a sudden it's like the messages hit.
Yep,
it's like the graphic designers, right? Do you need stickers? Do you need a character drawn?
Hey, what figure would you like to see in 3D render? And I go, none of them. I want them in hand.
Yep. Yeah. Do you have a figure that you wanted to always have in 3D print? Yeah, 3D print, but not in the 3D art. So I don't need it.
Right.
Thanks.
I will
what are your prices anyway? Oh, well, it's blah, blah, blah. No, that's all good. I'll buy an actual toy for that.
Right.
As you get bigger and you get more known, and they've talked about it. It's called something specific, and it's like, it's weird. Like when you're on the radio or like, people feel they know you even though they don't, and you don't know them. So they'll talk to you just like you're a good friend forever, and you may not, and you don't know who they are. And I get that all the time. And, I wish I had enough time to sit there and just respond to everyone and I take it back. I don't wish I had enough time to respond to everyone because
don't watch what you're saying, Paul.
I don't want to be friends with everyone.
You're live on stream, so be careful what you're saying.
But it's true. Like, and some people just, it's one thing as you chat a little more and you get to know. Some of these people just come in like right away telling you everything, and they expect. It's like, well, I don't know what you want. I just do YouTube and I talk about toys.
Yeah.
And we've never conversated before. So why do you think like this is how we should talk right now?
Whatever you think. Michael French actually did a good video on this specific topic about meeting people at conventions. And it's like, hey, you know what? When you come up to somebody at a convention, tell them the name that they would know you by.
Well, that's what Oz said the same thing.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I agree. Like,
it's like, well, don't come up to me at a convention and say, oh, da, 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 da. It's like, who the fuck are you?
Especially when like I have no idea what Thanos' name is, but I see him.
Yeah.
So if he came up to me and said, "Hey, I'm John," your name's not John, is it?
I said it twice on stream. It's Paul.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And it's weird because like you don't like you don't know some names of people.
Yeah.
But again, like if you came up and you said, "Hey, I'm Paul," we've seen you. Like again, if you went up to like, if you went up to Jay from Geek Dead Life and said, "Hey, I'm Paul," and he looked at you and was like, and you had to say, to me, that would be like, so you've never watched any of the fucking shows that I've been on, which we know he doesn't, but that's a whole other story.
I don't think he'd know if I said I was
Montana.
Thanos Copter either, even though he's read like chats and stuff from me.
But again, don't come up and tell me your name.
Yeah.
If Lone Dragon came up to me, I've never seen him on anything, and he came up and he said, "Hey, I'm John," and I'd be like, "Who?" There's lots of fucking Johns.
Yeah. I had that happen at PowerCon though. I got introduced to somebody and they're like, "Oh, I'm Bob." I'm like, "That's great, dude." He's like, "Oh, I'm so and so." I don't remember what his name was now. I was like, "Oh yeah, I know your name. I've seen it in."
Oz was like heated about that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've met Just Jeff and Rachel Salinas at DFW GI Joe Toy Show before, and it's like, okay, I don't know you, you don't know me, but hey, whatever. But once you get to chatting with people, and the person who goes by Rachel Salinas is, we've talked behind the scenes a lot about collecting toys because he's local in my area, because his name is Carlos.
Yes.
And he wants to meet up at DFW, and Just Jeff was a part of the Retro Freaks movie that was released recently or last year, about the horror movie taking place in toy shows with Ouija board and stuff. It was actually pretty kind of cool.
But okay, I know Thanos won't know this, but maybe when you hear the name Jeff, what is the first thing that you say in your head?
My name is Jeff.
Where's Jeff? Your kids didn't watch The Wiggles? And see you sleep outside. I'm like,
my kids watched the Wiggles, but I don't remember that song.
I remember the Where's Jeff because he was always falling asleep somewhere.
Oh yeah, Jeff was the one that always fell asleep. That's right.
He was just like, you guys need to get him help, all right? Don't wonder where he's at. You might want to take him to see
someone needs to keep an eye on him. On Thursday that night,
if I can pass it out.
that guy we talked about with that name that was somewhat famous, his first name was Jeff. And so that's the person I always go to and think of, oh, that little red-haired fuck that, anyway.
The thing I always remember about the Wiggle is Captain Feathersword. That's the song that always sticks in my head.
Oh, hot potato, hot potato.
Yep. Mashed banana.
You got nothing.
Do you guys remember the hot dog song from Mickey Mouse?
Did you know that they ban hot dogs?
I probably will, and it'll
New
probably
York.
not leave my head after you say it, but I don't remember that.
Hot dog, hot diggity dog.
Oh yeah, for Mickey's Clubhouse.
Yeah,
For Mickey's Clubhouse, yeah. Hot dog, hot diggity dog.
It is so catchy. What was it?
Yeah, my nephew used to watch that shit, and I'd leave the room, and next thing I know, I'm bopping along going, hot dog. I'm like, get the fuck out of my head.
Someone on another stream had brought up Sid the Science Kid.
Oh, Sid the Science Kid, yeah.
Well,
my oldest daughter was young when Barney was popular, and I used to walk around singing fucking Barney songs all the time. I'd sing them with her.
Oh, we never watched Barney, so I can say I don't know a single Barney song, which is.
I have a friend of mine who worked
K-Dog showing up late.
I have a friend of mine who worked on the set of Barney, rebuilding the sets and stuff, and doing security type of things. And one of the kids came up to him and they're like, "Hey, this is a hard hat area." And one of the kids said, "If you buy me one, I'll wear it." And I'm like, "What the hell?" But there's a whole lot of shit going on in that Barney set that's messed up.
Well, a lot of those kids ended up becoming really famous afterwards too for a little while, and that's
Yeah.
It kind of took over the old spot of Mickey's Clubhouse when Annette Funicello and all them were on. What's up, K-Dog?
Yeah, you can say what you want about those kid shows, but some of them they get catchy songs,
Oh yeah.
and and you'll know this, and Matthew's done the same thing, I'm sure. How many times how many times can you remember you're sitting there watching Mickey Mouse Club, Sid the Science Kid, whatever, and then you realize, oh my God, the kid's been out of here for an hour.
Yep.
And you're just stuck. Why? Like, you're not even thinking about it. Like,
Yeah. Well,
then
some of those shows, like the Wiggles had some decent music, right? I mean, those guys were legit musicians. And then you got things like Sid the Science Kid. You start watching it, and it's like they're showing things like how things actually decay and stuff like that. And you're just like fascinated. You're like, wow, I never learned this shit when I was a kid. Or like my kids were really big into the Cat in the Hat cartoon that came out, where he was like, they took it was a more modern one. It wasn't the old Cat in the Hat, but it was like Cat in the Hat would knows a lot about that, and he would teach him like all sorts of science shit. And I'd sit there and I'd be like, damn, that's interesting. I'm really interested in this. Then my son would come up with shit, right? Luke would come up and be like, hey, Dad, did you know? He's 5. Dad, did you know? And he'd go on this whole thing. I'm like, I didn't know that, dude. Where'd you learn that in school? He's like, no, Cat in the Hat. I'm like, oh, well, let's drop out of school and we'll just watch these fucking kid shows, learning more about the life and shit than.
They're just possible, man. Yeah, a lot of those kid shows, man, they just.
My oldest daughter's 25, and once in a while I'll bust out a Barney song when she's around, and like we're driving in the car or something, and she's just like, shut up, Dad. I'm like, you used to love when I sang these songs when we went on drives. I'm not 2 anymore. I'm 25. I'm like, okay. Just messing with you, kid.
Yeah, so Emily is 27. But I met her, I met her and Susan when she was 5. But I don't know if.
Well, that's my daughter's 25, and she was a big Barney fan, so that probably be about the same time.
She was big Elmo. I don't even.
Oh yeah.
She had an Elmo.
Elmo's World.
Yeah.
That was another one. La 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 la. Elmo's.
But I don't remember her ever watching.
Yeah.
I don't remember her ever watching Elmo's World, but she had an Elmo, and God forbid that it got lost, and we had a second. Because she had one at her papa's house.
Well, that's probably when Tickle Me Elmo was popular, and people were dumping like 15 fucking grand on
No, I met her after the Tickle Me Elmo.
Oh,
I
did
found
you?
the Tickle Me Elmo, and gave it to the lady that I worked with for her daughter or for grandkid.
My nephew's almost 20 years old, and I remember Tickle Me Elmo was a big thing with him, and then seeing all that stuff with Kevin Clash go down and all that kind of stuff, but that was messed up.
Tickle Me Elmo was 97.
So
I was working at the skate shop. When I remember Diane was like, that was the lady that I worked for at the skate shop. She owned it, and she was saying that she wants one for her grandkid, and I go, I'll get you one. She's like, you're not gonna be able to find one. Sure enough, I walk into Toys R Us and you can buy one. And the firefighter that was he was a Hot Wheels collector. He made like $600 off one, and I'm like, I thought you weren't a scalper. He's like, no. He goes, I went on Saturday night to a bowling alley, asked them if I could sell tickets. They announced it, like a bucket ticket. He's like, people who spend $5-10. If they win it, great. They know they're not going to get it anywhere. He goes, they made like $600.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, God damn it! I gave it to the lady I work with.
Yeah, people were going nuts for those, man. It was crazy. I remember that one lady. She dumped like, I think it was like 10 or 15 grand on it because her grandkid had to have it for whatever. I'm like, no fucking way.
And
I tell that kid, you're shit out of luck, because the week after Christmas, the fucking stores were stocked full of those motherfuckers.
And it's why Jingle All the Way is a great Christmas movie.
Yep.
I love Jingle All the Way.
Have a good one, K-Dog. Thanks for popping in, man. So Jingle All the Way was actually sued.
Yeah, I know.
Because a guy wrote that story, sent it into the company, and then they said, no, this movie's stupid and no one will ever care about it. Then a year later, they went and released Jingle All the Way.
Yep.
They changed it up just a tiny little bit. And the only reason he proved that he wrote it is because he was smart enough to mail himself a copy of the script with the post-dated stamp on there and never opened the envelope. And when he took it to court, he unsealed it right there and saw that the script was in there.
Yeah,
You know,
I mean, Hollywood people do this shit all the time to
Oh,
try to
yeah.
screw people out of rights of whatever
Yeah.
they're writing or
Oh, yeah.
creating. Yeah.
if I ever wrote something that I thought was good, and I mean, why wouldn't you go get it notarized? Make sure that
Well, that was back what, 90 something? I mean, things weren't,
So literally, they teach you this in film school. The best way to do that is to do exactly what that person did: is to mail it to yourself and never freaking open it. So it has post dates as to when it was transferred in the mail, and so if you present it, it's completely sealed. And as a court document, they can open it up and they can pull it out and realize that's exactly what was there. It's the only way to prove that you wrote a script that somebody stole from you.
and especially back then, because the post office was actually held as a, government institution kind of thing, where it was
and they proved Santa Claus existed. So
exactly.
don't send it DHL because you'll be in court. Like, listen, it's sitting in Stowe, Ohio.
Right.
I know the script is 20 years old, but it's supposed to be here in like 5 days.
It was supposed to be delivered 2 days ago, but it got stuck in Stowe, Ohio, and that's where it's at. Mr. Bang Your Mom.
Classy.
Made my PP.
I don't even know.
Hey, that's awesome, dude. I'm glad. That's good for him. And he wants me to dare like he didn't. My mom was a fucking idiot, so you could say whatever you want about my mom. And it's Mother's Day, so I don't feel bad.
Oh, it is Mother's Day. That's right. When your mom's been dead since you were 13 years old, you really don't pay attention.
Thanks, Lawrence.
I do actually have to get up in the morning and go have breakfast with my mother because my dad got me a free ticket because I'm a veteran. So I was like, yeah. I'll take free breakfast.
I'm actually, since I didn't take the kids out to get them anything for her, because God forbid my kids start doing anything for themselves, I called up my daughter and I was like, hey, I go, your mom's not new boyfriend, or he's not going to be there, is he? And she's like, I don't think so. I was like, all right. I go, what do you want for breakfast? I said, going to wake up. Andrew and I will grab breakfast and we'll bring it over there so your mom can have breakfast when she wakes up. She said, okay. So I hope I don't show up there and her not new, maybe boyfriend, sometimes boyfriend is there. Because that'd just be awkward because I'll have all this food like, well.
Yeah, I didn't plan on you, so you can leave now. Or watch a seat.
I didn't get you anything.
Yeah.
You can stay in the bedroom if you want. I don't care. You guys can share, but you're not having any of my omelet. So, did you boot it?
Not yet.
Oh.
It's the only thing he said so far, so. He can bang my mom, but my mom kind of looks like Rodney Dangerfield.
Your mom gets no respect.
No respect.
Where's Tony at so he can yell at him?
Bang your mom, but he's like impressed that his pee-pee did a jump. So, like, that's probably the first time in like 40 years. So I don't think he's banging anybody's mom.
I can't imagine. I mean,
I don't even know who Midna is, so I mean,
I don't either.
Hey, do you know who's Chatty's in?
Oh, he's probably in. Well, he's only in one of the two. He's either mine or Lawrence.
Not mine.
Yeah, it's probably mine. He's probably already gone. So,
you ready for bed, buddy?
It's that time of night.
People have like swear jars and stuff. Me and my buddies used to have a lame joke jar, like your mom jokes. It's like, put $1 in the jar.
Yeah. That's a good idea. I would have been fucking broke because I told all those corny ass jokes. That's why it's great when you become a dad, because you can tell those jokes and your kids have to listen to them.
My daughter is so proud when she tells dad jokes.
Yeah.
Like, you got
Luke tries ripping him on me all the time, and I'm just like, when we were driving him up before the night he left to go to the Air Force, it was like him and I were in the front seat, and his mom and his two sisters were in the back seat, and he's just popping off all these jokes, and him and I are laughing, and they're all laughing in the back seat, but they don't get half of them, so it's like, what's Brick saying? Minda's from a Zelda game. Oh,
the cat thing from the Twilight Princess. Yeah.
Love the Twilight Princess. That's one of my favorite Zelda games. Ocarina of Time, Twilight Princess, Skyward Sword. Those are amazing games.
because joking around about your dad isn't as fun as much as joking around about your mom.
Yeah.
Because half the people that came up with those jokes probably don't know their dad, so it's okay.
Yeah, and your mama jokes have always been fun.
Yeah.
I know
because realistically, insulting someone's dad is like, yeah, because most guys, like especially like our age, right? You didn't get along with your dad because your dad was a hardworking motherfucker that didn't take no shit, and your mom always said, "Wait till your dad gets home," and then you're just scared of your dad. So if you picked on my mom, back then, I would have been like, "Fuck you, dude. My mom's cool," but
I know when Susan's dad, I love the guy. He has like the worst jokes, and we'd be somewhere and he'd tell a joke and he'd start laughing, and I'd be like, "Stan, you're not allowed around my kids anymore. They're not gonna have jokes like that." Or like Susan would be like, "Oh my God, Andrew got in and he just told one of my dad's jokes." I'm like, "Dude, tell your dad he's not allowed to pick him up anymore."
My three brother-in-laws would go to town on my father-in-law, and to the point where I was like dying because they were just so funny about it, right? And like when Luke got to be like 15, I'd be like, "Do not act like this towards me when you get old, because I won't fucking tolerate it like your grandpa does."
Fucking anti-role model.
Yep.
So I listen. I do get along with my ex, but she can be difficult, and my daughter and I have talked. I'm like, you have to take care of me when I get older. She's like, Mom says the same thing. I go, well, who do you want to take care of, me or your mom? She's like, well, you're easier, because Andrew can have her. So yesterday we went out to eat, and we had two different cars. So she's with me, and Olivia's with me, and we're almost back to their apartment. And she just broke down in tears. She's overbearing, but it's because she cares, and she doesn't like the fact that they're moving. They're already 2.5 hours away from us. And, I tried to comfort her a little bit, and I go, listen, Susan, I just want you to know, Olivia and I talked about it, and when we get too old, she's going to take me and Andrew's taking you. She's like, just kill me.
Yeah, my two youngest kids have both said they're going to take care of me because they know I won't complain about how they're doing it.
I'm like, you just put me in front of a TV and
yeah,
give me a toy every now and then, and we'll be good. I mean,
Luke already told me once I'm in a wheelchair, he's just going to roll me down a big hill and let me have one last ride. And if I'm I was like, good, dude, that's fine with me. If I can't wipe my own ass anymore, I don't want to live.
I remember my grandmother saying that exact same thing. Said, hey, if I get too difficult, just take me to the Grand Canyon, take me on a tour, just roll me off the edge.
Roger Corman, I didn't know that he passed away. I did not know
I didn't
that.
hear that.
When was that?
It must have been sometime recently because Brick just heard it. So
yeah, well, I mean, he was known for laundering a lot of money.
He made the best Fantastic Four movie, though.
Absolutely correct. The best Fantastic Four movie was made by Roger Corman, and the Comic-Con or wherever you can find it, if you can find a version of that movie, you need to watch it because the acting, the dialogue, the character.
Which one is the one that he made?
This is the one that didn't get released.
It never got released. But
there was a bootleg circulating years ago.
And there's an updated bootleg version that was released where they changed some of the special effects. The special effects are still terrible, but the storyline and the dialogue and the acting was actually better than any Fantastic Four movie that's actually been released.
I don't know how you can take a 4-character superhero group and fuck up the movie so damn bad so many times.
Well,
Partner Bricky died Thursday.
So, okay, two things. He was born in Detroit, Michigan.
Well, that explains a lot.
The guy was fucking He was fucking 98 years old. All right. He lived a long fucking life. All right.
He did.
but I mean, Thanos has seen it. I've seen it. That Roger Corman Fantastic Four movie is really good. And
My cousin's a huge Fantastic Four fan, and he's talked about that movie before. I remember seeing it. He loved it. So,
and it shouldn't be good because it's a Roger Corman movie, because he is not known for making good movies. He's known for money laundering, for making horrible movies that people give to him. But he made a good movie out of this, and it's far better than anything that Fox ever released from Fantastic Four, or that Marvel or Disney will ever release for the Fantastic Four. Because if John Krasinski was Mr. Fantastic, they might have had a chance, but they already blew that.
Yep.
It's done.
Yeah. I like Pedro Pascal, but he's definitely not Mr. Fantastic.
Nope. He's not intelligent enough to be Mr. Fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. I hope that they do good just because I want it to be good.
Yeah. I feel the same way. I'm hoping that they do it right and they have a good script and all that, but
you had John Krasinski who wanted to do it. Everyone wanted him to, and everyone that feels that's who it is, and they were like, nope.
Maybe they're saving him for after the reboot, because they're for sure going to do a reboot. No.
Well, Pedro Pascal is Disney's answer to The Rock right now. That's the thing.
Yeah, they turned John Krasinski into spaghetti. I mean, his death in that movie was worse than what Thanos did in Endgame, period. Because at least Thanos had a conscience to bring the person back, where Scarlet Witch didn't, and just slaughtered that guy and turned him into spaghetti. They ruined the character, and they can't bring it back from that with the stories that they've got going forward. So Disney,
well, they're still in the multiverse of it all, and then they're going to get to Secret Wars, and then after that, I feel like they're going to clean slate and keep what worked and disregard everything else.
Well, after Endgame, Disney should have taken a break from the fucking superhero movies and let MCU just die for a little while.
Yes.
I don't know if I agree with that. I think they should have approached it differently. Instead of trying to build a bunch of stuff, they could tell the stories and then just really nail the characters and don't worry about what else is going on in the world. And then you have those characters established, a big threat comes in, and they
could have started all over just like they did when they originally started MCU, right? They could have started over with a new story arc and started new characters.
But what they really need to do is work on the tone of the characters, not try to, everything doesn't have to be jokey. You don't have to cram a bunch of people into one movie. You just tell the story, get the character right. They're set up for the future.
They forgot how to story tell. They forgot how to build characters because they got involved in this corporate bullshit mentality of everything. Of it has got to be bigger and better every time, and they forgot that Iron Man 3 made a shit ton of money. And you know why it made a shit ton of money? Because it brought Tony back to his base. It told an individual story from Tony Stark. Whether you like that movie or not, you've got problems with it, I don't care. That movie made a shit ton of money because Tony Stark became a human again.
Yeah.
And then they built up his story again. They forgot how to tell stories on an individual level, and they refuse to go back to that model in the future. And they keep trying to build these things bigger and bigger and bigger, but they forget the freaking base of what they needed to have.
And that's the same problem that DC runs into, right? When they try doing the Justice League, they try going too grandiose instead of just developing the actual base character and giving some humanity to it. and being
Yeah.
done with it.
Well, see, they never had that to begin with because they never built up those individual movies. They relied on the Nolan movies, and then he took
Snyder's Superman, which whatever, it wasn't good. But they took those two movies and tried to build everything else off of that without building up all of the other characters. There wasn't a good
base Aquaman movie, which
kind of with Wonder Woman, but then they tried to throw them all together too fast
Yeah.
and build them up.
to something that they weren't ready for. They didn't build the foundation for it. But whatever.
We have no one to blame but ourselves for bringing up dad jokes.
Yeah.
Oh,
This
hey.
is true. That's why I'm trying to ignore it, Lawrence.
Dad jokes are funny.
That's got to be one of the worst dad jokes I've ever heard right here. Fucking provolone. Is this guy on your channel or mine?
I think he's on yours because I don't see the little connection thing. When you see the little connector, like Lone Dragon there, you see that connect. I don't know who know.
I've never
I
heard
don't
of him
know.
either, but
Yeah, I don't know.
it's an original.
Oh man.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, at some point, I'm going to watch Spaceballs now because we got to do that at the end of the month.
Oh yeah, we gotta do that. Oh shit.
You've never watched Spaceballs?
No.
I've seen Spaceballs. No,
Oh,
I've
okay.
seen Spaceballs a bunch of times in the movie theater, but we're talking about it on film.
At the end of the month after we get done with all this Power of the Force stuff.
Gotcha.
I haven't looked at how the views have been, but the interview on Thursday seems to have gone well. People seem to have responded well to me chatting up.
Yeah, they no, they haven't been very good. I really thought that the Star Wars troops would do well.
Yeah.
Let me switch accounts. I can. Well, hey, we gained some subscribers. We're 93 now.
You guys are above me.
Punks on film.
It only got
That's what you get for listening to your community, Lawrence. They didn't really want you talking about movies. They wanted you to talk about movies the last 5 minutes of your show. That's it.
Everyone's so good. What happened like 3 weeks in a row? Oh, so gung ho. Oh yeah.
I know. I don't know if you were there or not, Ed or Thanos, but yeah, they were really getting into talking
I
about
remember.
movies
Yeah, I remember.
at the end of the show.
But there's a reason that mine and Matthew's show about Billy Jack is the best performing punks on film because
Hey, and you guys are more than welcome to do more.
Well, on the 21st, Pop Blender and I are planning something. So that's Tuesday the 21st. I don't know exactly what yet, but we're gonna do a stream that night, and it's gonna interfere with a whole bunch of other people because everybody's streaming on Tuesday nights now.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy.
There's no free days. Like there's just always people going.
Yeah.
No,
There wasn't many people on Tuesday when I switched from Wednesday to Tuesday because Wednesday was getting full, so I switched over to Tuesdays plus my work schedule. Now Tuesdays is crazy, and there's not much on Wednesday.
Tuesdays was Twain's ID. Like that was it.
Yep.
Like nobody, just like Geek Dead Life. No one was touching Geek Dead Life, and now, people don't really care, and they're still getting 500-600 viewers.
Well, that's because a lot of the bigger channels are losing a lot of people that watch them regularly because it's still it's the same show that's been on for 10 years now. So,
Also on the bigger shows, like you get lost in the chat like a lot. So it's like the same show if you watch it later as opposed to if you watch it live. Whereas the smaller shows, like the live interaction, there's a lot more going on.
Exactly. Well, I think that's why people are going to smaller shows because they like having that interaction with the host in the chat.
And that's why,
I think that's big on YouTube right now.
Is people really want to interact with the host with what's going on screen, so they can feel part of it, and that's been really changing the YouTube model in a lot of respects. and it's been growing channels by all that interaction without ignoring it. Like Larry's been talking about, is you got to interact to a certain level because we talked about it. But yeah, I mean, you can't read all of them because that's
See, I want my
sometimes
Monday
you can't
show.
even keep up because, like in Lawrence's chat, and sometimes on Hella Dope too, it's like you pop up a chat and before you can even click on the view, it's like 8,000 chats down because everybody's joking around, laughing with each other and shit. So
See, I want my show on Monday to be huge to where I only have to read super chats. But I enjoy coming in and just talk. I enjoy the smaller shows because there is that interaction. I don't care about you people chatting in mine as long as you're sending me super chats. That's what I read.
If there's no money attached, go fuck yourself.
that's right.
That's my new motto.
Saturday nights, Lawrence will do we for a super chat. On Monday, he'll read your super chat, but that's it.
That's
the only chat he's reading.
Brick is amazing. I see him popping up in so many chats. I love seeing him pop up all the time.
And I want to say this: if you're listening, I actually I pushed back the topic because I wanted to give people a week. I said, "Hey, listen, topic here it is. Send me to my Instagram to my email." A character you want to see in a different property. Send me a picture, your YouTube name, and your Instagram name, so I can promote you. And obviously, I won't have to do it all by myself and say, "Hey, this is what I want." 3 people have sent something to me. Legend Series sent me a few. I forget who the other guy was. I apologize. And then Darren sends me a fucking script. I'm like, no, I just want a character, not a whole fucking script, Darren.
He's been writing that fan fiction for years, just waiting for someone to ask that question.
Right.
So
I know exactly how to fit Batman into the Sesame Street.
3-star draw, baby.
Yeah.
I was like, you sent me like a whole thing. He's like, oh, I'm sorry. Like, I can't read.
But that's another thing, right? Like a lot of these smaller shows, and Travis and I are doing our show, but like 3-star and those guys are doing great. I mean, they're entertaining to watch.
Yeah,
Aaron is the toy enhancer. He's doing great stuff, and like all these smaller streams are just doing really good.
People want to see your character.
Yep.
And they want to see you be authentic. And I by far am not the first person to do it.
Well, and one of my favorite YouTubers that I've been a moderator on for a long time has said authenticity is basically the new currency. It is the new thing that people are looking for. And they want to know who you are and what you really think about things, to a degree, obviously, but authenticity is the new currency.
No. Super chats are the new currency. Just remember that. Like Monday night, super chats are the new currency.
Yeah, it is cutting in and out a bit.
Yeah. Matthew's mic's cutting in and out. But
oh, sorry.
It's all right.
Matthew's mic gets worn out by the end of any show that we do together. Yeah. So just expect.
Well, it just depends if I'm wireless or not. And I've been trying to be wireless for the last couple hours.
I don't know.
I mean, I call it 2000X. It's shorter than saying Mike Young Productions. It's just the shorthand that the internet's adopted. Like, same with calling it Motu as opposed to Masters or He-Man or Masters of the Universe.
Everything gets shortened, right? I mean, like G.I. Joe is just normally known as Joe now or classified, not G.I. Joe classified series. It's like,
you guys got another winner in the chat.
If a punk with toys had a gay monkey on his back, would he leave it there or beat it off? Is that from you or from me?
That's on yours.
Where are you going?
Well, I think the people, the 2000X. So to quickly clear X, and you may know this, but I see this like when I look at paper jams in my copy machines. It'll be like, it's a 420X, because one stands for, drawer 1, drawer 2, drawer 3. So when you say X at the end, you're basically saying all those years. You can just interchange them. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's why people do it for the most
In
part.
2002, I don't remember that year for shit. I could not tell you what the hell I was doing in that year.
It was a year I met my kid's mother. I can tell you that. And I only know that because I wasn't with her when 9/11 happened.
It's a blur.
So, but anyway, as for the topic on Monday, if anyone wants to shoot me a character to my email, punkwittoys@gmail.com, by tomorrow, not on Monday, because I'm not doing anything on Monday like that. I already have enough tinkering to do. If not, it's going to be all my ideas, which is probably what it'll be anyway. Like, I'm trying to interact with people. And the worst part is, the first two people, Legend Series and the other guy, they sent it that night.
Yep.
I mean, that makes sense, though. Like, people who were going to send it jumped on it. So.
Yeah. And I put in the community tab. So, but it's like, all right, well, I mean, believe me, I can come up with more than enough. Well, see, Brick, I just gave you know where to
Rick,
send
you
it.
want to see Lion-O and AWOC? Watch my video tomorrow. Actually, it was more AWOC and Thundercats, but
Why would Raptor be in Motu?
Well, why
He's
not?
a Birdman.
He's Birdman. I mean, he's mutant, right? So you could always make him Pigeon Pete.
So would you be like Stratos' nemesis?
What was the bird from Motu, Thanos?
Stratos.
Zor?
Or
Zor.
Screech.
Zor.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Zor.
Zor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Screech was the bad one, right? So Raptor
Yeah.
would definitely be with Screech.
Yep.
No, okay, so it's not a toy, but it's like the property. Like Leader 1 with the Transformers. That one's really easy. That's the only
We
reason why I did
understand that, but these are toy
Black
lines that we're trying
Star
to match up.
in Motu.
That
So-
fits. That fits.
Zartan might actually be pretty good in Motu, to be honest.
Right.
Oh, now you're changing your
what
fucking
about
mind.
Brave
No, I
Star
asked about
and G.I.
Raptor.
Joe?
I didn't ask anything about Zartan. I said Raptor.
You
I
said
always
Zartan.
combined Black Star and Motu. So,
Did
like,
I meant Raptor.
Marlena's mission to space, I was always like, she was going to find John Blackstar, who was lost in space. And then
That was a good episode.
I've always wanted to see. Now, this is not a character, but it is. I always want to know what happened if the Enterprise fought the Empire. They pretty much wiped them out.
I think it's been pretty well established because phaser weapons versus laser weapons. I mean, that completely changes the game right
And
there.
like the lasers would never get through their shields.
well, it's one
The
Right.
photon torpedoes.
an Empire.
I mean, Star Trek pretty much established that in at least Next Generation, as they had the one pirate character that came shooting his lasers at the Enterprise. They're like, well, he's never going to hurt us because his lasers can't penetrate our shields. You know, and lasers versus phasers and photon torpedoes.
On top of that,
versus-
stormtroopers, if it was an in-person fight, couldn't hit him anyway. So I mean,
Wow, there's that.
I feel like one ship against an entire empire, though, is just like
Well, I guess I used to think more like if the Federation had to take on the Empire, they would pretty much wipe them out pretty quickly.
Oh
Yeah.
for sure. There's not a single weapon, even the Death Star, that the Empire could put up against the Federation that would survive.
Other than Darth Vader himself.
Even then, all they'd have to do is lock on a transporter beam and transport them out into the deepest space and say bye-bye.
Yeah. On top of that, if you look at the way the characters were developed in those two different universes, the Federation was like they were what?
Low Dragon's comment. Stormtrooper misses every shot. Red shirts still die.
But like the guy, like Captain Kirk and those guys were like strategists, right? They use like actual military strategy and things like that. Whereas like the Empire was just like balls to the wall, just force everybody down with overpowering them. So I mean, it's two different types of war you'd be fighting.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
And it was always interesting.
If you actually look at the statistics for who died the most, you'll see that the blue shirts actually died the most in the original series. Maybe some gold shirts too. The red shirts didn't die as much as the gold and blue shirts did in the original series. And then later on, it was the gold shirts that died more than anybody. So that skews the numbers also. So the red shirts were never really red shirts in Star Trek, but whatever.
But the red shirts were always like usually the nameless person in the original. So
well, there was always a blue shirt and a gold shirt that were also nameless, and those were more killed than the red shirts actually were.
I just remember my dad going, that would never happen. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, they would never send the captain, the first officer, the third officer down and leave the engineer in charge of the ship.
Yep. Nope. Never.
Like no one ever put that together.
Well, when you're like as an actor or an actress, you're trying out to be for a role, and they're like, "Oh, we got a role for you in Star Wars," and as soon as you find out you have no name, you're like, "So how many episodes am I going to last?" Because you're guaranteed to die.
My name is Guy.
Yep. I'm Guy's voice.
Galaxy Quest was an amazing movie. I love that movie.
Oh, Galaxy Quest was awesome. It was such a good parody of Star Trek. It was so perfectly done.
Yeah.
No, but I've always thought about it. I know people have, but it's like I don't want like teams. Like I don't want like, if the Justice League came in and, the Justice League teamed up with, all the Avengers. Like I don't want that. Like one character or maybe two characters. But like I said before, like Storm Shadow with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Just something quirky like that, and yeah. Loki Wartooth shows.
Loki Wartooth pops in way late in the night.
What's up, Loki?
These people are nuts, man.
I gotta wake up soon, though.
Yeah, it's time to close it down. I got to get up I got to go to breakfast in 5 hours, so that means I got to be up in 4, which is fine.
Hey.
That's more than enough sleep. But
I was gonna say that's more
it takes
than
me
sleep.
it takes me a good hour to get my hair to stand up right. So
I don't remember getting more than 5 hours of sleep in the last 30 years. So
I don't sleep.
Good.
I sleep 4 to 5 hours every night. So
Yeah.
When people ask me all the time, I'm like, I don't sleep very much. I usually go to bed at 1, 2, wake up at 6. I go, but when it hits me, it hits me. And Wednesday, I crashed at 7:30 in the afternoon. I woke up at 9:30 and was like, I'm not getting up. He woke me up at 12:30 to go outside because no one let him out. God forbid someone let him out. So I pick up my phone, I go down, I get a message from Matthew, and I get a message from Bees Battleground. And Matthew's like, they're calling you out on a toy kind of mood that you're not even in the chat. And I was like, fuck, I just woke up. I fucking woke up, man.
That's how I am though. Like I'll be fine, and then like a random Wednesday or like that couple Tuesdays ago, I was sitting there. I had dinner. I was just sitting there watching TV, and all of a sudden I passed out. I woke up at like 8:55. Travis is calling me, dude. You're gonna miss the show, and I'm like, holy shit, where am I? But it was like, you know,
there's been a couple times that Matthew's done that.
Only once I actually remember, but whatever.
well, there was one time. Well, no, there was a couple times you had messaged me, and I'm like, no, I'm just not on yet. There was one time that I was out. But it's easier when again, like if I had to jump on with Matthew, if I had to jump on with Ed, or like we could jump on in 2 minutes, just like we did today, and be good. But if it's like Ed from Joe Fest, I got to go over some things. When the first show that I did was Allison, and she's like, I'll be there in like 10 minutes. Okay. 10 minutes went by. 15 minutes went by. She jumped on 5 minutes before we were supposed to go, and I'd only talked to her a couple times live, and I was like, and then she talked. Hope she's watching right now.
Well, that's like I did the coloring with Allison, right? And I usually when I go on live streams on other people's streams, I try to get on, like 15, 20 minutes early so you can, kind of talk about what you're going to do,
make sure
whatever, blah, 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 right?
Yeah.
So I was doing that coloring with her. She logged on literally like 57 when we were going on, on the hour. I'm like, holy shit, I was like, whatever, dude. Yeah, we're good. Let's roll.
Yeah. So like, again,
great. Thanks for the heads up, Ed, because I know she's gonna ask me to be on at some point.
Yeah. It was fun. I had a great time, and I love Allison to death. But it was like just so bizarre that she was just like, "Yeah, I'll show up when I show up." I'm like, "Okay, good."
Yeah. So like, if Ed did that, and then the week after that, I have Unboxing Art. He's going to be on, and we chat back and forth. But I watch his show, but I've never been one-on-one talking to him. So if he like showed up like 5 minutes before, I'd be like, all right, well, is there anything you don't want to discuss? Is like anything you don't? You guys, I mean, we've done this so much that it's second nature, but it's still nice to jump on 15 minutes early, Ed.
Yeah, I know. I usually try to, but
I know. No, I was like, I thought maybe you sent me like the link to Tuesday's show.
No.
And the reason why I made
funny
a comment
story,
was
real
so
quick.
I could see it popped up.
Yeah, funny story.
I
was supposed to film this video with Travis and his friend last night. Travis was running late, so I was like, dude, I got a mod for Radnom, and that's can start anywhere from 10:30 to 11:30. So I don't want to get started at 10:30, then have Radnom, show start. He's like, all right, well, let's do it tomorrow night. Do you have time before the Clubhouse? Now he knows the Clubhouse starts at 10, right? I was like, yeah, we'll have time. So what time you want to start? I figured 9 o'clock, right? 9:30. He's like, all right, I'm ready, dude. I'm like, dude, the show starts at 10 and I'm running it tonight, right? It's not like if it was Oz, I just tell Oz I'm going to be a little late. It's like, no,
well, you did say you were going to be late. So like when you weren't on, I was like, oh, I said he was going to be late.
Yeah.
And then I saw Lord's like, I'm here all alone. I'm like, oh, you're not alone.
All right.
So
well,
anyway,
yeah.
But anyway, thanks, guys. Let's go around the room. Lawrence, what you got coming up?
Monday Night Toy Ramblings, 9 till, which seems now 12:30. It seems like it went from a 3-hour show to a 3.5-hour show. And
our
if
goal is
you
to
are
make
interested,
it 6.
Yeah,
we're gonna slowly push you
there. Man, I won't sleep that night. If you are interested, apunkwithtoys@gmail.com. Send me a picture of a character that you want to see in another property. It doesn't have to be toy property. It could be anything, but give me your Instagram name and your YouTube name, and then I can promote you. And then this Thursday, I'm supposed to have Ed from Joe Fest on, so that ought to be pretty fun.
All right. Thanos?
Tomorrow, 7 a.m., my Instagram retrospective, episode 36, I believe. And then every day on Instagram.
Awesome. Matthew?
every day on Instagram. I'm posting pictures. And then on the 21st, I've got a show kind of coming up with Pop Wonder, pop culture stuff. And then on, what is it, the 30th or something at the end of the month, that last Thursday of the month, we're going to do Spaceballs on Punk with Film.
Punk on Film. And let's see, we got Hella Dope tomorrow night at 9 p.m. So pop on over there and watch that show. It's a good time. And then I'll be modding for Punk Monday and Thursday and Radnam on Friday. My show, Toy Elite, will be on Tuesday night at 9 p.m. Eastern. And I'll be back here next Saturday for the Clubhouse. So thanks, everybody, for popping in. And everybody have a great weekend. For anybody that's got a mom or is a mom, happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day.
Thanks, everybody. Have a good one.
Call your mom.